Chapter 642. A dragon soaring over an icy sea, its aura shocking the heavens. Seeing this, Nong Yuxuan's expression turned solemn. A martial practitioner who has yet to step into the martial saint realm actually possesses such strength. He crossed his fists, treading on the air as he stood stably in a fist stance. His hands seemed to embrace the full moon as he brandished the pipa. The great golden sun sank, the silver full moon rising. Secret martial arts of the Radiant Light sect, setting sun stance, full moon wheel. While your strength surprises me, you are courting death in daring to come to the world beyond worlds. Nong Yuxuan said coldly, "Did you bring the extreme yang seal? If you didn't, today will be the day you die." As he strode, it was like the sun was tilting to the west with an unstoppable momentum that enveloped the great earth as he stomped towards the tail of the true dragon, formed of Yen Zhaoge's true martial avatar. At the same time, he raised his arm and struck out towards the dragon's head, the edges of his palm like a blade as it carried along perfect moonlight, wanting to directly behead the true dragon. Nong Yuxuan gazed coldly at Yen Zhaoge. "I already said long ago that the next time we meet, I will claim your life." Yen Zhaoge similarly looked at Nong Yuxuan, smiling, "With just you." Before his words had landed, Nong Yuxuan's expression suddenly changed as he looked at the myriad dragon palace that was still shaking unceasingly above Yen Zhaoge's head, seemingly about to fall apart on its own. The majestic radiance of the sun and moon suddenly dimmed as a great amount of the dim, glorious, devilish qi emanated from his body uncontrollably. The ferocious power of corrosion instantly devoured and incinerated the majestic sunlight on Nong Yuxuan's body. Even the dim, cold, gentle moonlight was affected by that ferocious power of corrosion. Greatly shocked, Nong Yuxuan wanted to control this power of corrosion, yet lacked the strength to do so. Yen Zhaoge smiled mildly. "After not seeing you for a period of time, you have indeed obtained more power of corrosion. I have to praise you. Your talent in the martial Tao is outstanding, as you can be said to be a genius amongst geniuses. Within a short period of time, you vaguely merged the power of corrosion of the Rahu star into your Radiant Light sect's supreme martial arts, forming an even further counter of light and darkness. Your power is not bad. Amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, your strength is already outstanding in the first place. Now, you're even more powerful than before." Nong Yuxuan glared at Yen Zhaoge, whose expression was tranquil. "Still, it is a pity that your martial arts are still insufficient at the present moment. It is only at the level of a half-filled bottle." At this moment, within the myriad dragon palace which seemed tranquil, a storm was brewing. Feng Yunxing stood in front of the sun and moon that were about to explode. She raised a half-black, half-white metal fragment high in her hand. That fragment was precisely the strange relic of the dim, radiant sect that Yen Zhaoge had obtained from the painting Saint Old Manamo in the Eight Extremities world back then. Ice-blue sunlight and jet-black moonlight flickered unceasingly before him, dyeing the interior of the myriad dragon palace bluish-black. Terrifying energy surged. Once it exploded, even a martial sage would die without a burial. Feng Yunqing's face showed no fear in the face of the horrifying scene where just a little shockwave could tear her into pieces. Her gaze was steady. Recalling Yen Zhaoge's earlier instructions, she waved her hand, that metallic fragment flying into the air, landing between the cold sun and the dim moon. The seemingly ordinary fragment suddenly burst out with a blurry, half-black, half-white brilliance that connected the icy blue sun and the pitch-black full moon. The cold sun and dark moon that were on the verge of destruction instantly froze in midair. The next moment, the saber light flashed, and the wind and clouds rose. The black saber left its scabbard, transforming into a streak of light as it mightily hacked towards that strange, distorted sun and moon with the momentum of certain death. The myriad dragon palace shook amidst a loud boom, the heavens and earth roiling within. Streams of light transformed into a rain of light, scattering in all directions. Amidst the fluctuating space-time within the palace, the same scene appeared in all the different spaces. The heavens and earth were overturned, the universe shattered, the sun, moon, and stars extinguished together. Ahu and Pan Pan watched all this nervously, as that rain of light landed on their bodies. While its concept was deep and vast, it did not cause them any harm, as it instead gave them a carefree feeling of being reborn. It is indeed as young Master predicted. Ahu was overjoyed as he gazed towards the center of the light source. There, jet-black moonlight circulated and surrounded it, ice-blue sunlight surging unceasingly at its very core. At the center of the great sun that flickered with a dim, cold light, a figure wielding a saber appeared. It was precisely Feng Yunshen. Numerous ice-blue runes now surfaced on the surface of the black saber in Feng Yunshen's hands, covering its entire body. The mighty, majestic power of the reverse sun was still being infused into the saber in an endless stream. The saber that had originally only been 3 feet long expanded and contracted unceasingly at this moment, sometimes towering like a mountain, sometimes minuscule like a speck of dust. Numerous ice-blue runes also appeared on Feng Yunshen's saber-wielding palm. A violent force emanated from the saber, surging into her body as she felt somewhat unable to bear it for a time. Her pupils turned completely ice-blue at this moment, resembling 2 cold suns that hung amidst the horizon. The jet-black dim moonlight was also attracted by the power of the cold sun at this moment, congregating within Feng Yunshen's body in great amounts. However, even more jet-black moonlight and a small amount of ice-blue sunlight still circulated within the myriad dragon palace. Ahu and Pan Pan had both followed Yen Zhaoga's earlier instructions, borrowing the assistance of the myriad dragon palace to receive the baptism of the reverse sun and moon along with Feng Yunshen. The myriad dragon palace inhaled and exhaled spiritual qi, absorbing the remaining power of the reversed sun and moon. Feng Yunshen's gaze seemed to traverse space-time, traversing the obstructions of the myriad dragon palace as she felt a concealed, vicious aura that seemed both familiar and foreign outside the palace. She knew that it should be the power of the Rahu star that Nong Yuxuan had refined, as Yen Zhaoga had once mentioned. Sensing that power, the saber in her hand shook unceasingly. Sensing this, Feng Yunshen raised her saber. Accompanied by the rise of the saber, the ice-blue runes on its surface all turned black, transforming into a dark, brutal aura. An illusory image seemed to form at the tip of the saber. Within the image, the sun hung high, illuminating the heavens and the earth. However, the next moment, dim black-blue light swept the area, instantly devouring the sunlight, causing the sun to disappear without a trace as the world descended into eternal darkness. It was also at that instant that Feng Yunshen raised her saber that the true essence within Nong Yuxuan's body suddenly went out of control. The brutal aura of the Rahu star that he had initially refined clashed intensely with his sun-moon interchanging art at this moment. This was not like when he had clashed with Kong Jinyuan and the others earlier, where he had intentionally made use of light erosion to generate a massive force for his own use. Instead, it was a conflict that Nong Yuxuan himself was unable to control and prevent. The rampaging power rampaged within Nong Yuxuan's body, causing him to directly spit out a mouthful of blood as he fell into cultivation deviation. Around his body, the great golden sun was extinguished, the silver moonlight withering. Amidst Nong Yuxuan's great shock, he felt the surrounding space freeze as all was icy cold and deathly silent between the heavens and the earth. Executed by Yen Zhaoga's reverse scale cold, a dragon leaving the icy sea, a violent force struck straight towards Nong Yuxuan's chest. Nong Yuxuan's face was livid as the light of his sacred artifact, the heavenly starlight armor, lit up, blocking Yen Zhaoga's attack. Yen Zhaoga laughed lightly, raising his hand as a 5-foot-long bamboo cane appeared within it, which he struck down towards Nong Yuxuan's head. The infinite radiance emitted by the heavenly starlight armor was instantly dimmed by the bamboo cane. To be continued. Chapter 643. Layers upon layers of starlight were obliterated, as if the countless stars in the sea of stars had shattered together. Nong Yuxuan looked quizzically at the dark green bamboo cane in Yen Zhaoga's hand, momentarily unable to make heads or tails of it. There was no powerful aura. There was no vast spiritual energy fluctuation. There was still no profound power concept. No matter how one looked at it, it was just an ordinary bamboo stick that could not be any more ordinary, as if it had been casually plucked from some bamboo forest. However, it was this ordinary-looking bamboo cane that caused the low-grade sacred artifact, the heavenly starlight armor, to dim. Nong Yuxuan could even feel that the connection between him and the heavenly starlight armor had become much weaker because of this. The heavenly starlight armor was unable to exert its effects, Nong Yuxuan himself having fallen into cultivation deviation as Yen Zhaoga's reverse scale cold directly arrived before him. The true dragon formed of his true martial avatar slammed into Nong Yuxuan's chest, sending this most outstanding expert of the Radiant Light Sect's senior generation flying. As the specks of flowing light scattered, Nong Yuxuan spat out another mouthful of blood uncontrollably, suffering yet another heavy injury. Yen Zhaoga strode forward, continuing to press towards Nong Yuxuan. Having been injured both internally and externally, Nong Yuxuan raised his head to look rather unwillingly at Yen Zhaoga, also looking at the myriad dragon palace up above, which was no longer shaking as it gradually regained its calm. Could it be that the Rahu blade still has its remains? It actually fell into this person's hands? Nong Yuxuan was seeing stars. Compared to the injuries on his body, the fact that he had actually lost to a martial grandmaster from the lower realms caused him to feel so stifled in his chest that he wanted to vomit blood. Moreover, this defeat was mostly self-inflicted. Not too long ago, he'd refined the Rahu luminous energy and mastered it thoroughly with his cultivation and ultimate techniques. His strength was already outstanding in the first place, and he'd even looked down upon all his peers at the same cultivation realm. How high-spirited was he! Yet today it was precisely because of the corrosion energy of darkness that he'd refined that he'd suffered a great defeat. It was simply like being slapped in the face at the most glorious moment of his life. The one who had beaten him up was still Yen Zhaoga, who had exceeded his expectations. The Radiant Light sect was helpless against the suppression of the strength of experts above the third level of the martial saint realm by the 8 extremities world. He was helpless that most of his energy was being held down by the Grand Xian dynasty and the dim darkness sect. They were helpless that a mere martial grandmaster like Yen Zhaoga could wield a divine artifact like the Extreme Yang Seal. However, none of the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners, Nong Yuxuan included, had ever thought that they would actually suffer a great loss at the hands of Yen Zhaoga in the world beyond world's royal reed sea. Yen Zhaoga and those of Broad Creed Mountain might have found a way to ascend to the world beyond worlds, seeking a power that was hostile to them as a backer. The people of the Radiant Light sect might have guessed this. However, the Yen Zhaoga whom he had expected to only be able to keep his tail between his legs after coming to the world beyond worlds had instead given him a resounding slap on the face in the end, causing Nong Yuxuan to be unable to regain his wits for a time. However, the current situation didn't give him the chance to regain his dignity. If they continued fighting, even without Yen Zhaoga having to make a move, his own cultivation deviation would already be in danger of his life. Nong Yuxuan glanced at Yen Zhaoga one last time, not even leaving behind a single word, as he did not even look back as he fled into the distance with all his might. With just a slight hesitation, the dim darkness sect martial practitioners and the descendant of the time-flowing sword Kong Jinyuan should have already targeted him. Yen Zhaoga had actually wounded the late merging avatar martial Saint Nong Yuxuan with just a raise of his hand, shocking Kong Jinyuan and the others as well. However, the two quickly realized that something was wrong with Nong Yuxuan himself for some reason. Having suffered a loss at Nong Yuxuan's hands earlier, Kong Jinyuan's eyes swiveled as he instead chased after Nong Yuxuan. That dim darkness sect elder looked at Yan Zhaoga with a hesitant look in his eyes. Yan Zhaoga smiled. I am surnamed Yan Zhaoga. I wonder if Elder Wu Zixio and Elder Niasheng of your sect's flourishing peace region have mentioned me to your sect's main altar? This dim darkness sect elder was taken aback. You are Yan Zhaoga? But you should be in the flourishing peace region. Yan Zhaoga spread his palms apart. I am ashamed to say this. When your sect's rituals circulated, this Yan was accidentally swept within. I luckily managed to preserve my life, but when I regained my wits, I had already arrived at your sect's main altar, even being enveloped by the power of reversed sun and moon. Afterwards, I ended up here in a muddle. Just now, I was nearly blown to smithereens by the power of reversed sun and moon. Now I really narrowly escaped death. That dim darkness sect elder looked dazedly at Yan Zhaoga as he heard this. Swept within the dim sun cold moon ritual, I should have been crushed by the power of the ritual over at the flourishing peace region. Even if I didn't die, I shouldn't have been sent here to your main altar. Appraising Yan Zhaoga all over, he was shocked. It really is as Elder Wu and the others say. This person's true age is still less than 30. So young, yet already possessing such a high cultivation base, his strength also being able to penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth. While Nong Yuxuan had been defeated due to cultivation deviation earlier, this dim darkness sect elder had also seen Yan Zhaoga's actions, causing him to feel greatly shocked. This was especially so when Yan Zhaoga had even been able to dispel the explosion of the cold sun and dim moon. Such methods were truly shocking to the world. While this dim darkness sect elder did not know what had happened, he too suspected that Nong Yuxuan's cultivation deviation might have been caused by Yan Zhaoga. Such talent, such cultivation base, such strange, tyrannical methods. He could not help but feel shocked. As he was pondering how he should reply, the heavens and earth in the distance suddenly shook, numerous frenzied tides sweeping through the surrounding area, instantly affecting the heavens and earth where they were. Gazing over there as well, Yan Zhaoga saw infinite radiance illuminating the heavens and earth into a vast expanse of whiteness as nothing else could be seen. The density of the spiritual chi of the world beyond worlds, the beauty of the heavens and earth, and the stability of its boundaries far surpassed worlds like the 8 extremities world, the flame devil world, the vast ocean world, and the floating life world. If martial practitioners wanted to influence the environment here, they would have to be of a higher level. Here, there were few martial saints who could see true divinity and cause such magnificent phenomena between the heavens and the earth, breaking through space. Such majestic radiance that was vast as the sea of smoke as it enveloped the sky was rarely seen in this royal reed sea. Luo Ziyuan, that dim darkness sect elder, blurted out. Yan Zhaoga nodded slightly. The chief of the radiant light sect, light dazzling the 9 heavens, Luo Ziyuan. However, amidst the infinite radiance, there was clearly a blurry long river that flowed, resembling the flow of time as it split the sea of radiance into 2. A haggard, old man stepped on the long river of time. While he looked extremely old, his eyes were exceptionally young and spirited, resembling a child who had just been born not long ago. With a sword in hand, the old man's sword light resembled water, as wherever it passed, time seemed to have slowed along with it. It was shockingly also a technique of the time-flowing sword. He was battling the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan, while the chief of the Dim Darkness sect, Zhou Haoxing, was also battling King Xuanmu in the distance. There were also peak experts who were similarly locked in battle. Having found the main altar of the Dim Darkness sect, the Grand Xian dynasty had gone all out. Pulling one part would affect the rest, as virtually all the peak experts of the entire Royal Reed Sea were currently embroiled in this great battle. Yan Zhaoga entered the Myriad Dragon Palace, the great hall directly sinking into the Great Sea lest it be affected by the aftershocks of the great battle between Luo Ziwan and the others. Still, as compared to his current nemesis, the Radiant Light sect, Yan Zhaoge was currently thinking more about that sword light that resembled the flowing river of time. Sway what sway, moon what moon, flow what flow, light what light, sword what sword ah. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. That was clearly a martial art derived from the Aeon, light, heavenly scripture. Chapter 644. Within the myriad dragon palace, the dissipating ice-blue sunlight and jet-black moonlight still descended as a rain of light, bathing Yan Zhaoge within. Gazing over, he saw Feng Yunsheng and Ahu seated in the meditative position. Even Pan Pan was no longer lying on the ground as he usually was, instead standing on his hind legs. Black water and white fire danced about Pan Pan's body. The ice-blue sunlight intertwined with the white flames, while the jet-black moonlight merged with the similarly black water. Before Yan Zhaoge's eyes, Pan Pan's figure was virtually enlarging at a speed that could be clearly discerned by the naked eye. While he knew that this fatty would still be able to shrink his body afterwards, looking at his body that was gradually becoming like a mountain range, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth could not help but twitch slightly. If not for the Myriad Dragon Palace being a self-proclaimed space, it would probably not be able to contain the current Pan Pan. Ahu sat in the meditative position, the acupoints of his entire body emitting streams of dragon qi, which merged with the surrounding dim moonlight and cold sun. Over the past few days, having cultivated in the Myriad Dragon Palace, Ahu had not had to worry about accumulating his essence qi at all. Now that he was absorbing the power of reverse sun and moon, it was mostly used to cleanse his body and raise the quality of his physique, establishing a more solid foundation for his future cultivation. On the other side, Feng Yunqing's situation was different. What remained in the Myriad Dragon Palace was mainly the dim moonlight and the power of reversed moon. The power of the ice-blue cold sun was mostly absorbed by that black saber in Feng Yunqing's hands. As its owner, Feng Yunqing's connection with that black saber grew even closer as she also refined a great amount of the power of cold sun into her body. Now, runes that flickered with a cold, dim light unceasingly surfaced on the surface of her body. As she opened her eyes, her pupils shone with a blue light, resembling two cold suns rising within. Coming before Feng Yunsheng, Yan Zhaoge lowered his head to look at that black saber, feeling the concept contained within as he slowly shook his head. From the looks of it, while that treasure which refined the power of the Rahu star was destroyed, it has not been extinguished. It has just lost its previous form, its power and aura having dispersed. This blade was born from the remains of the Rahu star of eclipse. Although its power has become weak, its foundation is still there. It can influence the energy that has dissipated from the Rahu star of eclipse. Yan Zhaoge smiled, relying on this saber and reabsorbing the dissipated power of corrosion. Under the dim, glorious, devilish qi's refinement, there might be a possibility of it returning to its former form. Feng Yunsheng sat upright on the ground without moving, silently circulating her profound art to dissolve the power of the cold sun that had entered her body. Looking at the saber in her hand, she sighed, something like the extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown? Rahu, Dao. Yan Zhaoge said, perhaps this was how it was called in the past. Still, having experienced that tribulation that year, as well as today's trial of refining the power of cold sun, it is virtually equivalent to being reborn twice. If it is still called the Rahu saber, it might not even be willing to do so. Feng Yunsheng sat there without moving. She gently waved the black long blade in her hand that flashed with a faint blue luster. That's right. From now on, I'll call it Cold Sun. Cold Sun Divine Saber? Yan Zhaoge smiled pretty good. Feng Yunsheng smiled as well. Isn't this divine character something that needs to be discussed? Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. I don't know how this saber met with a tribulation that year, but this rebirth caused it to become somewhat miraculous. as it continues to grow unceasingly. Even the Rahu saber of its previous life might not be able to compare to it. I even feel some anticipation towards its future. Looking at the cold sun divine saber in her hand, Feng Yunsheng suddenly laughed. The Radiant Light sect has gained something else that they are concerned about. Yan Zhaoge said, "They can't not be concerned about it. This saber is precisely that known Yuxuan's nemesis." At this point, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. This guy has probably already gathered most of the dim, glorious devilish qi that was scattered by the Rahu saber that year. It is just that due to time he has only managed to refine a small portion of it. Feng Yunxing pondered as she said, "That's why his cultivation deviation was so severe just now. It was not just the dim, glorious devilish qi that he refined that suffered a backlash. Even more corrosive powers that he had yet to refine also acted up together." Yan Zhaoge nodded. "That's right, it is precisely so." He stroked his lower chin, not waiting for the extreme yang seal to recover this time before hurrying to the world beyond worlds. A considerable part of the reason was to prevent the Rahu saber, or rather a large portion of its power, from falling into the hands of the Radiant Light sect. From the looks of it now, my earlier worries were very necessary. While the Rahu saber has collapsed, a large portion of its power is currently still in known Yuxuan's hands. If he is given sufficient time to refine most of its power, he would be able to restrict and control it at the very least. In that case, it would probably be very hard for the cold sun divine saber to counter him. Yan Zhaoge smiled. "There is still a chance now." Feng Yunxing said, "He will be very careful next time. Having exposed our tracks this time, the Radiant Light sect will probably surround and capture us en masse. This is the world beyond worlds, where experts are as numerous as the clouds. Even with the Grand Xian dynasty and the dim darkness sect diverting their attention, the Radiant Light sect will still be able to mobilize many experts. Let them first withstand this wave of the Grand Xian dynasty's counterattack," Yan Zhaoge said. Previously, the Radiant Light sect, the dim darkness sect, the North Sea Sword Pavilion, and Copper Men Island had joined forces to rebel against the Grand Xian dynasty. With numerous experts, the Grand Xian dynasty had only been able to remain on the defensive, their territory unstable as the winds and rains rained down on them. This time, however, the sudden appearance of descendants of Shun Lingzi's lineage had shocked the entire Royal Reed Sea. Of those who had already revealed themselves in this battle, there were already 2 peak experts of the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm who had stepped onto the immortal bridge. The swordsman, who seemed young but had an aged gaze attacking the main altar of the dim darkness sect, was one. The old man, who seemed old but had an aged gaze clashing with the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Yuan, afterwards was the second. If not for Luo Zuan having brought along the Radiant Light sect's high-grade sacred artifact, the Sun Moon Wheels, with him, he might have perished beneath that old man's sword earlier. With the appearance of such an expert, the Grand Xian dynasty instantly swept away their earlier decline, as they would definitely switch from defense to offense. They would first target the dim darkness sect because their main altar was hidden and hard to find. If they did not make use of this chance to make a move during the dim sun cold moon ritual, they would not be able to find another chance in the future. After this battle, the Radiant Light sect, the North Sea Sword Pavilion, and Copper Men Island might all become the Grand Xian dynasty's targets. Unlike the main altar of the dim darkness sect, the headquarters of the Radiant Light sect were clearly displayed there. Now Ahu awoke from his meditative state as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. "Young master, that Shenlingzi's lineage is really too loyal. That year, they helped King Xianwen conquer the world. Afterwards, when the Grand Xian dynasty reigned supreme, there was nothing for them to do. Now that the Grand Xian dynasty is unstable, they have no thoughts of replacing it, as they are still helping King Xuanwen's descendants." Yan Zhaoge's gaze was rather deep and distant. Either they are indeed so loyal, or they have other goals beyond this. While others might not be able to recognize it, Yanjiaoge had already seen through it as soon as he had first seen it. If one said that Kong Jinyuan's sword Dao was still lacking, after seeing that old man who had clashed with Luo Yuan, it could not be any clearer. That was a martial art of the orthodox, direct lineage of the Aeon Light heavenly scripture. Like the peerless heavenly scripture, the cyclic heavenly scripture, and the life creation heavenly scripture. It was a supreme martial art of the primordial heavenly scriptures. The Grand Xian dynasty's 5-fire true art and 7-foul treasured spear could only be considered a derivative, while the Aeon Light heavenly scripture was the orthodox direct lineage of Taoism's clear jade lineage. To be continued. Chapter 645. While he did not know how much of the true meaning of the Aeon Light heavenly scripture Xinlingzi and his successor had obtained, their lineage's time-flowing sword did indeed originate from the Aeon Light heavenly scripture, back in the floating life world. Having detected that the supreme martial art which his mother had imparted to the Snow Crane sect Su Yin was a partial legacy of the life creation heavenly scripture, Yanjiaoge had known that there might be other direct lineages of the jade, clear lineage in the world beyond worlds. Still, he had not thought that he would encounter such a person not long after having arrived in the world beyond worlds. Could he be related to Xue Chuqing? Of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures, the martial repository of the heavenly court's divine palace has 4 of them. However, the Aeon Light heavenly scripture is not amongst them. Who would have thought that I would actually be able to see a descendant of the Aeon Light heavenly scripture after the great calamity? Yanjiaoge pondered. Of the lineage of the Lord of primordial beginning, the founder of the jade, clear lineage, the Tai cultivated deity was most proficient in the Aeon Light heavenly scripture. It's just that I don't know if Xinlingzi's lineage is the direct lineage of the Tai spiritual master or some other legendary figure, having luckily survived the great calamity to this day. Or is it that the people after the great calamity obtained a secret legacy due to fate? While Yanjiaoge was not proficient in the Aeon Light heavenly scripture, the Tai imperial breaking formation that he grasped was of the orthodox direct lineage of the Tai spiritual master. Now that he saw the inheritance of the Aeon Light heavenly scripture, he couldn't help but feel even more interested. Of course, what Yanjiaoge was most concerned about was that the reappearance of Xinlingzi's lineage would have a massive impact on his trip to the world beyond worlds this time. He was not on good terms with the Grand Xian dynasty either, having slain a general who was guarding a region, and also having close ties with the Dim Darkness sect, being an absolute traitor and wanted criminal. With the main altar of the Dim Darkness sect as the center, a great battle erupted between the Grand Xian dynasty and the anti-Xian forces, both sides engulfing the entire world as the battle grew increasingly intense. In the end, it had virtually affected a small half of the Royal Reed Sea. It wasn't just the peak experts like King Xuanmu, Luo Ziyuan, and Zhou Haoxing fighting each other. The experts of the 2 sides were also fighting. The anti-Xian side mainly consisted of the Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners. It was not just the branch altar in the flourishing peace region where Yanjiaoge and the others had been previously. The various branch altars of the Dim Darkness sect were currently all being attacked by the Grand Xian dynasty, the flames of war spreading everywhere. In the surroundings of the Dim Darkness sect's main altar, the weaker martial practitioners gradually retreated to the outskirts, lest they be affected by the battle between King Xuanmu and Zhou Haoxing. The Grand Xian dynasty had come with great momentum this time, the Dim Darkness sect having fallen into a disadvantageous position. As their disciples retreated and fled, they were unceasingly pursued by the experts of the Grand Xian dynasty. While Yanjiaoge had steered the myriad dragon palace into the Great Sea, it was not peaceful there as experts of both sides frequently clashed. Undergoing the baptism of the reversed power of sun and moon, Yanjiaoge and the others circulated their arts to regulate their condition while refining the power of the cold sun and dim moon that had entered their bodies. While Yanjiaoge remained in the myriad dragon palace, he was not cut off from news. He had the Northern Ocean clone scouting for information outside. Although the information might be a little delayed and not timely, as time passed, more and more information was obtained. Several days ago, the great battle at the Dim Darkness sect's main altar had finally come to an end. Following the Pavilion Lord of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Guhong, and the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Zuan, the chief of Copper Men Island, Gong Sunming, had arrived as well. A great battle had erupted at the Dim Darkness sect's main altar, with the Dim Darkness sect's main altar having been directly destroyed. Two experts of the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm of Shen Lingzi's lineage aside, the high-grade sacred artifact, the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword, which had accompanied Shen Lingzi in rampaging through the royal Reed Sea that year, had reappeared in this world. Coupled with the Grand Xian dynasty's high-grade sacred artifact, the King Xian spear, this battle had ultimately ended with the Grand Xian dynasty's victory. The Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners with Zhou Haoxing at their head had been forced to abandon their main altar, retreating in order to preserve most of their strength. Meanwhile, the various branch altars of the Dim Darkness sect had been swept through by the Grand Xian dynasty as a result, falling one after another. The Dim Darkness sect had suffered a great blow to its vitality in this battle. The Grand Xian dynasty, whose morale had been greatly boosted, completely launched a counterattack, chasing after the Radiant Light sect as their next target was the North Sea Sword Pavilion. A wise choice, not attacking the Radiant Light sect for now. Hearing this, Yen Zhaoga curled his lips. While the Radiant Light sect should not act rashly with such a disadvantageous situation now, they might change their minds and want to annex the greatly weakened Dim Darkness sect. In the Royal Reed Sea, there had previously been 4 major powers that had remained independent even after the Grand Xian dynasty had taken control of it. They were the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect, the North Sea Sword Pavilion, and Copper Men Island. With the Dim Darkness sect currently suffering a great blow to its vitality, the Grand Xian dynasty's next targets would only be the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island, if not the Radiant Light sect. The situation on the Copper Men Island was very special. There were 3 mysterious copper men of unknown origins on the island. As long as they did not leave the island, these 3 copper men would be able to unleash the strength of an early immortal bridge martial saint. Coupled with the guardian grand formation of Copper Men Island, they were truly impregnable. Therefore, while Copper Men Island did not have a high-grade sacred artifact and its #1 expert, the chief of the island, the Copper Saint Gong Sunming, had yet to attain the immortal bridge stage, Copper Men Island was publicly acknowledged as the sacred ground for the martial Tao in the Royal Reed Sea with the greatest geographical advantage. However, if they left the protection of the 3 copper men on the island, Copper Men Island's strength would be slightly weaker than the other clans. It seemed to be more than enough to defend, but not enough to advance. If nothing unexpected happened, the Grand Xian dynasty would definitely leave Copper Men Island for last before taking care of it. This way, their target would only be the North Sea Sword Pavilion. After the death of King Xianwen, before the descendants of Shen Lingzi's lineage had appeared in this world, the Pavilion Lord of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Guhong, as the sole immortal bridge martial saint of the Royal Reed Sea, vaguely had the momentum of being the #1 expert, as well as the head of the anti-Xian forces. Now that Shen Lingzi's lineage had reappeared and the Grand Xian dynasty's strength had increased greatly, their target was the North Sea Sword Pavilion. Yen Zhaoga smacked his lips. The Dim Darkness sect might join forces with the North Sea Sword Pavilion. It is just unknown if the Radiant Light sect and Copper Men Island will avoid them once more now that the Grand Xian dynasty has risen in power once more. If they want to fight the Grand Xian to the end, they might have to engage in another major battle in the North Sea Sword Pavilion. Sadly, it is not convenient for the Northern Ocean clone to seek out information now. I can only personally make a move. Amidst his thoughts, Yen Zhaoga kept the myriad dragon palace, flying out of the Great Sea. After getting his bearings, he headed north. Leaving the Dim Darkness sect's main altar earlier, He had drifted along with the currents, as he had been brought along by the undercurrents of the deep sea. Currently, he was already close to the northern region of the Royal Reed Sea, not far from the territory of the North Sea Sword Pavilion. As he had expected earlier, the people of the Radiant Light sect and the Grand Xian dynasty were both separately searching for his whereabouts, setting up numerous heaven-encompassing and earth-encompassing traps. Of course, most of their efforts were focused on the overall situation of the war in the Royal Reed Sea. Even so, however, the number of experts who were searching for Yan Zhaoge was still not small. Never would they have thought that Yan Zhaoge would do the exact opposite, not going to some remote place to hide, as he instead came to the territory of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, where the winds and clouds were currently gathering. This caused Yan Zhaoge's journey to be rather smooth. Having left the surface of the sea, Yan Zhaoge looked around as he walked, feeling the fluctuations of the true essence of martial practitioners in the distance. A smile appeared on his face as he walked on the sea in that direction. To be continued. Chapter 646. Heading north, Yan Zhaoge vaguely saw a small island appear on the horizon of the sea. Smoke arose from the island, shooting straight into the horizon. Gazing carefully, one could even see the blazing light of fire enveloping the island, dyeing the nearby sky crimson. As Yan Zhaoge neared, concealed amidst the clouds, he could see numerous figures on the island, many of them clad in armor. The style of their armor was a standard issue for the Grand Xian dynasty. The leader of the team was a great Grandmaster realm martial artist. His subordinates were mainly body refining martial artists. There were also a few Grandmaster realm martial artists. Before them was a courtyard that had already been transformed into a sea of flames. Before the great gate, a board had fallen to the ground in flames, the words Lishan sect vaguely visible on it. Outside the courtyard, there was a group of people, young and old, who were being held captive by a group of Grand Xian dynasty soldiers. Everyone looked despondently at the courtyard that had been devoured by the sea of flames. Some had looks of terror on their faces. Some were glaring hatefully at the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners. Some were filled with worry. There were even some children who were bawling loudly amongst them. They were all of the Lishan sect. Or perhaps it should be said that they had once been of the Lishan sect. From today onwards, the words Lishan sect would likely become history. The leading martial grandmaster of the Grand Xian dynasty said coldly, "This is the fate of the traitors. Now that we are in need of manpower, we will be merciful. Obediently head to the various pill chambers. Those who resist will be killed, without question." There were also many corpses in the courtyard that had been transformed into a sea of flames. They were all Lishan sect martial practitioners who had been slain on the spot. Someone of the Lishan sect said furiously, "Our sect did not participate in the rebellion against the Xian, just having to listen to the orders of the North Sea Sword Pavilion in this northern part of the Royal Reed Sea. We have not truly attacked the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners either. Why must you be so overbearing?" As that martial grandmaster of the Grand Xian dynasty gazed over, a heavy pressure instantly caused all those of the Lishan sect to feel suffocated, as it was like a heavy burden was weighing down on their shoulders. He said mildly, "I originally had no need to explain things to you. You just had to obey. Still, I am feeling pretty good today, so I will make an exception and say something more. Listening to the orders of the North Sea rebels is already an unforgivable crime. I naturally know that your puny Lishan sect does not have the guts to attack the soldiers of my Grand Xian dynasty. Otherwise, I would have directly exterminated your entire sect today. Who would have the patience to waste their breath here with you?" The group of Lishan sect martial artists was filled with grief and indignation. That great Grandmaster martial artist waved his hand indifferently. "Take them away. Same rules as before. They are not allowed to stay in this continent. After splitting them up, send them to the alchemy rooms of the other continents in groups of 5. If one of them sneaks away, the rest of the group will be punished together." The Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners under his command all responded in unison, escorting those Lishan sect martial practitioners and preparing to leave the small island. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoga knit his brows slightly. With Shan Lingzi's lineage participating in this battle, the Grand Xian dynasty is truly filled with confidence. Previously, they were still using both coercion and coercion. Now, however, they are no longer being gentle as they are blindly brutal. Right at this moment, a few majestic sword qis attacked from afar. They were like long rainbows that shocked the heavens, and they instantly arrived near the small island. The warriors of the Grand Xian dynasty on the island were all shocked. People of the North Sea Sword Pavilion. The newcomers stood still as they approached. They were all dressed in white and had a broadsword slung behind their backs. Looking at them, Yan Zhaoga felt the vigorous sword qi emanating from their bodies. While it was not sharp, it was vigorous and majestic, resembling the tides of the sea. As the people of the North Sea Sword Pavilion arrived on the small island, seeing the soldiers of the Grand Xian dynasty, they wasted no time on words as they directly made a move. The broadswords behind their backs were unsheathed, their sword qi instantly soaring madly once more as they shot towards the enemies on the island with a momentum that surged to the heavens. That martial grandmaster had yet to speak when the sword aura of the other party had already arrived before him. Greatly enraged, he simultaneously unsheathed the twin sabers by his waist, even as he blocked the sword aura of the other party as he counterattacked. Led by this martial grandmaster, the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners immediately fell into the commonly used battle formation of trapping troops. However, those swordsmen of the North Sea Sword Pavilion immediately formed their own sword formation as well, resisting the battle formation of the Grand Xian dynasty. The leader of the North Sea Sword Pavilion was similarly a spirit vessel martial grandmaster, being even stronger as he suppressed that martial grandmaster of the Grand Xian dynasty to the point that he was unable to raise his head. While the Grand Xian dynasty's side was ferocious, they were unable to withstand the greater number of experts of the other party as they were quickly defeated. Yan Zhaoga shrugged. It looks like they are disciples of the North Sea Sword Pavilion who are adventuring outside. Hearing that their sect has been attacked by the Grand Xian dynasty, they have hurried back from outside. The headquarters of the North Sea Sword Pavilion had already been surrounded by the Grand Xian dynasty. Having encountered disciples of the North Sea Sword Pavilion in the outskirts, they were clearly returning after hearing the news. It would be very hard for them to break out of the Grand Xian dynasty's encirclement. Thus, they did not blindly rush back to their sect like an egg striking a rock, as they instead roamed the outskirts, looking for a chance to see if they could do anything for their sect. Still, they probably did not understand the situation within the encirclement. It looks like I still have to capture someone of the Grand Xian dynasty and interrogate him. Yan Zhaoga shrugged, the corners of his mouth arching slightly upwards. This one here is still a little insufficient. Those of the Lishan sect were currently in high spirits. The next moment, however, powerful auras arose in the surrounding area. The expressions of the North Sea Sword Pavilion martial practitioners changed slightly. An ambush, a trap! The Lishan sect martial practitioners watched blankly as a streak of light streaked across the horizon, arriving in the air above the small island as a terrifying aura suppressed the entire area, causing one to tremble. That was shockingly a mid-essence, spirit, Grand Xian dynasty expert of the 5th level of the martial Grandmaster realm. He smiled coldly as he looked at those of the North Sea Sword Pavilion. North Sea rebels, your destruction is imminent, and you still dare to be arrogant. It is precisely waiting for you to walk right into our trap that we can catch you like turtles in a jar. Otherwise, with you scoundrels hiding all over the place, it would really be too much of a waste of effort to find you. As he said thus, he descended with a palm, numerous hurricanes surging. Who knew that while the North Sea Sword Pavilion martial practitioner appeared shocked, he was not fearful at all, as he instead smiled coldly. That essence, spirit, martial grandmaster's gaze hardened as he instinctively felt that something was wrong. A sword light suddenly lit up amid space, a single sword slashing through the numerous hurricanes as the attack of this essence, spirit, martial, grandmaster dissipated into nothingness. The bodies of the other Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners, that spirit vessel martial grandmaster who had led their group earlier included, all shook. Soon after, sword lights simultaneously lit up on their foreheads. Other than this essence spirit martial grandmaster, all the other Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners present, regardless of their cultivation bases, instantly perished. The entire body of this essence spirit martial grandmaster turned cold. Seeing the methods of the other party, he knew that it was not because he was strong that he had been able to survive. Instead, it was merely because the other party had not wanted to kill him. A figure now appeared out of thin air, similarly garbed in white and carrying a broadsword on her back. It was a woman, wanting to fish, yet catching one that is much stronger than all of you. Yen Zhaoge had originally been watching them make a fool of themselves. Still, after clearly seeing the features of this female expert of the North Sea Sword Pavilion who had appeared afterwards, he could not help but be rendered speechless. What a coincidence! Yen Zhaoge blinked. This woman before him appeared to be in her early 20s from the outside, while her actual age was much older than what she appeared to be. In comparison to her cultivation base, she could still be said to be excessively young. This was still not what Yen Zhaoge was most concerned about. What he was truly concerned about was that this was clearly yet another Sikongqing. To be continued. Chapter 647. The person who had appeared before Yen Zhaoge's eyes was no different from Sikongqing in terms of facial features alone. While she looked to be around 20, her actual age was not just that. The flow of time in the world beyond worlds was faster than in the Eight Extremities world. Therefore, this was not surprising at all. All the Sikongqings had likely been born at the same time. Still, due to the different flow of time in the worlds they had been born in, their ages would likely differ greatly at this point in time. Her majestic sword intent was precisely that of the North Sea Sword Pavilion's direct lineage. This girl, who resembled Sikongqing, had directly captured that essence, spirit, martial grandmaster of the Grand Xian dynasty. Clearly, she had the same intentions as Yen Zhaoge, wanting to capture someone to pry for information. Still, as Yen Zhaoge's gaze fell on her, this girl clearly sensed it as she began appraising the surrounding area. She has already transcended mortality and entered sainthood. Yen Zhaoge nodded slightly. Seeing this girl act earlier, he had already been able to tell her cultivation base. It was just that looking at this face, which was no different from Sikongqing's, he still felt a little out of place. Being so close to her, it was only natural that she had sensed his gaze. This was especially so as Yen Zhaoge could tell that not only had she stepped into the martial saint realm, her cultivation base was similarly outstanding as she stood at the peak amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level like Sikongqing. The legacy of the North Sea Sword Pavilion was extraordinary in the first place. If this girl was as talented as Sikongqing, it was only to be expected that she would possess such strength. Still, while this girl sensed that someone was watching her, she was unable to find Yen Zhaoge's exact location. This caused her to feel even more wary. Yen Zhaoge's expression was leisurely as he glanced at that captured essence, spirit, martial grandmaster. This is still not enough. He gazed elsewhere. I'm not done yet. In the distance, a powerful aura suddenly surged, rapidly approaching this direction. Yen Zhaoge smiled lightly. Only at this level can I provide satisfactory information. The girl who resembled Sikongqing now also sensed the fluctuations in the aura of an expert who had suddenly appeared in the distance. She wondered if that strange feeling earlier had originated from the person who had just appeared. Still, she did not hesitate as her sword light swept outwards, collecting her fellow disciples and those Lishan sect martial practitioners who were in trouble, preparing to leave this place first. While she did not fear the newcomer, she did not want to get entangled with him. Now that a great number of experts of the Grand Xian dynasty had gathered in the northern part of the Royal Reed Sea, this was already no longer the territory of the North Sea Sword Pavilion. On the contrary, she and her fellow disciples had to be exceptionally careful here. If they were exposed and lingered for too long, they might be encircled by the Grand Xian dynasty. Yan Zhaoge was not anxious at all as he left. Just in the direction she was flying in, another powerful aura appeared in front of her. In this way, one in front and one behind, she was trapped in the middle. She know that have said that Zabel. Now, when the two powerful auras came close, they began to converge and also change direction. Yang 1 of them 1, Qing 1, 1 Tian, COU. I Qing I someone the Jin. Yang 1 Z Tian Yan Qing. 1 Qing 1 of Qi flashed. In 1. The martial arts that he cultivated in were superior to the sword Dao of the North Sea Sword Pavilion in terms of speed. Yan Zhaoge glanced at him. Oh, it's a little like the flowing wind nine heavens slash. Still, it's not quite the same. It should have been created from the foundation excavated in post-great calamity legacies. The other person was a little slower, having been left behind. Still, he still pursued relentlessly. As long as his companion could catch up and slow down the other party a little, he would be able to catch up very quickly as well. Yan Zhaoge followed, neither hurriedly nor slowly, not in a rush. While the three of them had already disappeared from his field of vision, he quickly sensed intense spiritual qi roiling in the distance as the two sides began a fierce battle. That North Sea Sword Pavilion woman was still caught up in the end. Then she was surrounded by the two opponents locked in battle. When they reappeared in Yan Zhaoge's field of vision, they were already locked in a fierce battle. Glancing at them, Yan Zhaoge clicked his tongue in admiration. While they cultivate in different martial arts and have different personalities and styles, they seem to have seen junior apprentice sister Sikong's future in advance. In terms of flying speed, the North Sea Sword Pavilion's Sword Dao was inferior to the martial arts that the other party cultivated in as they were still locked in battle. However, when they truly clashed, it was a completely different matter altogether. Sword light rampaged as that woman's sword swung widely, vigorous and majestic. A casual sword of hers would cause frenzied tides that spanned 10,000 feet, infinite phenomena sweeping through the sky up above and the vast sea down below. Fighting one against two, she still held the upper hand, while that martial practitioner who cultivated in the flowing wind nine heavens slash was faster. He was currently only able to evade, not daring to face that domineering, vigorous sword head-on. He wanted to drag things out with a roaming battle style, yet discovered that vast sword light gradually formed a vortex. The massive suction force emanating from the vortex grew stronger and stronger, making it hard for him to extricate himself as he was only able to shift about in that tiny space. Also, accompanied by the increasing strength of the suction force, the speed of his flowing wind nine heaven slash was slowing as well. The spirits of the two grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners turned from their initial high spirits to heavy ones. Their opponent's reputation was not insignificant, as they recognized her as well. Yu Baoqi, the entire northern region of the Royal Reed Sea, has already been sealed by my Grand Xian dynasty. It would have been fine if you had not returned, but since you have, even if you can extricate yourself today, you can forget about ever leaving the region of the North Sea. The face of that female martial saint of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, who resembled Sikong Qing, was sunken as water, not saying a word as she merely wielded her sword light with greater urgency. The two Grand Xian dynasty martial saint experts no longer wasted words as they fought Yu Baoqi with all their might. They were the ones who felt terrible now. If they died here, even if the others of the Grand Xian dynasty dismembered Yu Baoqi into 10,000 pieces afterwards, they would not be able to revive. That person who cultivated in the flowing wind 9 heavens / clenched his teeth, forcibly taking a blow from Yubauchi as he executed his movement techniques with all his might, shooting out of the sword light vortex. As he was engulfed by the heaven-encompassing sword light of Yubauchi's vast sea divine sword, his entire body was covered in wounds. Still, he had paid a price for it, finally managing to escape. As soon as he had emerged, he dared not linger in the slightest as he continued moving with all his might, wanting to flee into the distance. However, a light laugh resounded amidst space. Amidst a loud boom, streaks of golden light suddenly flickered. A massive palace appeared. It was precisely Yen Zhaoga's myriad dragon palace. As the great gate opened, Yen Zhaoga was all smiles as he saw the other party shooting straight towards him. Greatly shocked, that person wanted to halt. Yet a powerful suction force was emitted from within the great gate of the myriad dragon palace, causing him to be unable to stop himself as he fell headfirst within. This sudden change shocked both Yubauchi and the other Grand Xian dynasty martial saint. Still, Yubauchi quickly stabilized her mind, not being greedy for victory as she instead immediately retreated after repelling her second opponent with a sword. Without that enemy who cultivated in the flowing wind 9 heavens / it would be much easier for her to leave. Seeing this, the other Grand Xian dynasty martial saint dared not get involved as he hurriedly avoided the myriad dragon palace. Yubauchi had just relaxed slightly when she was stunned to discover that the bright golden myriad dragon palace ignored the other Grand Xian dynasty martial saint, instead leisurely following behind her. To be continued. Chapter 648. After the great door opened, sucking in that Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioner who cultivated in the flowing wind 9 heavens / the myriad dragon palace continued forward, following North Sea Sword Pavilion's Yubauchi. Yubauchi was stunned to see the myriad dragon palace shuddering unceasingly as there seemed to be people clashing within. However, the tremors did not affect the advance of the myriad dragon palace as it followed behind Yubauchi leisurely. Yubauchi did not know Yen Zhaoga's origins. While Yen Zhaoga had also made a move against Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners, Yubauchi still viewed this with caution. She tried to shake off the myriad dragon palace, but now Yen Zhaoga's laughter resounded from within. Wanting to obtain information, how can an essence, spirit, martial, grandmaster, captive no more than a martial saint? Hearing Yen Zhaoga's words, Yubauchi hesitated slightly. Yet Yen Zhaoga continued, "I am surnamed Yen Zhaoga. You might not be familiar with my name. Still, I wonder if you have heard of the Grand Xian dynasty's phoenix, bearing General Yang Zhaozhen?" Yubauchi knit her brows slightly as she heard Yen Zhaoga continue. "If you have heard of Yang Zhaozhen's name before, do you know that he was killed a while ago?" Yubauchi's gaze abruptly focused as she stared fixedly at the myriad dragon palace. "You did it?" Yen Zhaoga replied nonchalantly, "That's right." As a general of the Grand Xian dynasty, Yubauchi indeed knew of Yang Zhaozhen's name, having even heard news of his death not long ago. Hearing Yen Zhaoga mention him now, she vaguely recalled that she seemed to have really heard of Yen Zhaoga's name before, and it was precisely related to Yang Zhaozhen's death. While Yubauchi did not believe Yen Zhaoga just like that, her footsteps finally slowed. The myriad dragon palace was no longer shaking at this point. The door opened, revealing Yen Zhaoga's figure, his hands behind his back as he stood leisurely at the door. Yubauchi gazed past Yen Zhaoga, appraising the interior of the myriad dragon palace. In the depths of the changing and deep space, many dragon images circled around, wrapping around a person. That person was precisely that Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioner who cultivated the flowing wind 9 heavens / At this moment he was locked in place by the true dragons manifested from the numerous streams of dragon chi within the myriad dragon palace, his face dispirited and dispirited. As an early merging avatar martial saint, this person was not Yen Zhaoga's match. However, Yen Zhaoga wanted to capture the other party alive to interrogate him, and not kill him and be done with it like he had done with Yang Zhaojin previously. Killing and capturing alive were two completely different things. Even Yen Zhaoga had to spend some time on it. Still, this Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioner had already been injured by Yu Baoqi earlier. With Yen Zhaoga also possessing two sacred artifacts, the imperious cold martial armor and the dark feather slaughtering golden spear, he had still managed to successfully capture him in the end, suppressing him within the depths of the myriad dragon palace. After hesitating for a moment, Yu Baoqi finally strode into the myriad dragon palace. Most of the abundant true dragon qi was restrained and precipitated, but only a small part of it leaked out, which made Yu Baoqi exclaim in admiration. She looked towards Yen Zhaoga with a heavy expression. Yen Zhaoga, however, did not explain any further. He came before that martial saint of the Grand Xian dynasty, asking with a smile, "How should I address you?" The other party looked at Yen Zhaoga with a complex expression on his face, not speaking for a long time. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have imagined that he would be so easily defeated by a great grandmaster martial artist, and even be captured alive. Hearing that the other party had even slain Yang Zhaojin before, this Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioner sighed, completely unable to say anything. Yu Baoqi too appraised Yen Zhaoga with a complex expression on her face. Now, glancing at that Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioner, she said, "He is called Zhang Xian, known as the Nine Heavens Solitary Crane. He is a guest elder of the Grand Xian dynasty's Marquis Weilin." Zhang Xian swiveled his head to glance at Yu Baoqi, continuing to smile bitterly. As a famed expert of the North Sea Sword Pavilion's senior generation, Yu Baoqi's fame had spread far and wide ever since her youth. He too recognized her. It was just that Zhang Xian had mostly heard of her before, not having actually met her before. Therefore, he had pursued her relentlessly with the speed of his movement techniques today. He had originally thought that even if he wasn't a match for her, with his companion present, the two of them should still be able to defeat Yu Baoqi, or at the very least trap her. In the end, only having actually clashed did he know that he wasn't Yu Baoqi's match at all. If not for Yu Baoqi not wanting to be held back, unwilling to engage in a prolonged battle, the two of them might even have perished beneath her sword. Looking at Zhang Xian, Yen Zhaoga nodded. "Mr. Zhang, is it? Nice to meet you. You should already know the reason why I left you behind. Please tell me in detail about the Grand Xian dynasty's arrangements in the region of the North Sea this time." Zhang Xian closed his eyes, not speaking. Yen Zhaoga said nonchalantly, "Yang Zhaojin is a distant relative of the Grand Xian royal family. Since I killed him, I killed him. Therefore, I do not mind killing another martial saint of the Grand Xian dynasty at all." Hearing his words, Zhang Xian opened his eyes, staring at Yen Zhaoga. Yen Zhaoga said, "You have joined the Grand Xian dynasty and Marquis Weilin's camp. You are merely obeying his orders. He provides you with protection, some resources and treasures, and you work for him with all that you have learnt. Working for him, it should only be something that is within your capabilities. You just have to do your best. There is no need for you to die for him, right?" Yen Zhaoga pointed at Yu Baoqi beside him. "You are unable to defeat her, and you are also unable to defeat me. It is indeed that your strength is insufficient, not that you are not doing your best. Having reached this point, it should already be sufficient. Afterwards, you should plan for yourself. Answering my questions will not be considered letting Marquis Weilin down. Of course, if Marquis Weilin has done you a great favor, or if you have the thought of dying for a bosom friend, you can treat it as though I said nothing earlier. It is not easy for martial practitioners who are able to step into the martial saint realm. There is no enmity between us. Therefore, I will not use torture to extort a confession from you. If you do not speak, I will give you a quick death. After beating you to death, I will go through some trouble to capture someone else to interrogate." Yan Zhaoga's tone was calm, but Zhang Xian felt a chill in his heart. He could be certain that if he insisted on not speaking, this youth before him would not waste any more time with him, instead directly beating him to death before going off to capture another tongue. Zhang Xian was silent for a moment before he let out a long sigh. "You win." After the Grand Xian dynasty has broken through the main altar of the Dim Darkness sect, they are preparing to conquer the North Sea in one go this time. It is still His Majesty who personally leads the expedition. This time, of the 4 Lord Protectors, Lord Protector Tang and Lord Protector Lu, have also come to the North Sea together. Apart from that, there are also numerous peak experts like Marquis Weilin, seeking to flatten the North Sea Sword Pavilion. Hearing his words, Yu Baoqi glanced at him, not speaking as she allowed Yan Zhaoga to interrogate him. Yan Zhaoga asked, "The descendants of Shen Lingzi's lineage have also come this time?" Zhang Xian answered, "That's right. The Shenling 9 swords who conquered the main altar of the Dim Darkness sect have also accompanied His Majesty to the North Sea this time." Yan Zhaoga crossed his arms before his chest. Last time they more or less caught the various anti-Shen sects off guard. This time, the descendants of Shen Lingzi's lineage no longer have the effect of surprise troops. It would not be so easy for the Grand Xian dynasty to obtain victory, right? Is there some special arrangement? Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding. His Majesty is personally presiding over the establishment of the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation in the North Sea. Yan Zhaoga raised his head slightly. Ruthless enough. Chapter 649. Yan Zhaoga had already been in the Royal Reed Sea for some time now. Having resided at a branch altar of the Dim Darkness sect earlier, he had gained a considerable understanding of the various major powers there. Although the North Sea Sword Pavilion was not like Copper Men Island, which had the protection of 3 great copper men, as a sect that had been operating for many years, it naturally had its own unique advantages. Having resided in the northern part of the Royal Reed Sea for many years, the accumulated sword chi of the past North Sea Sword Pavilion experts was as vast as the ocean abyss. The sea of sword chi seemed to have merged with the real sea. The closer one got to the grinding hut island where the North Sea Sword Pavilion was located, the more vigorous and condensed the sword chi became. As a result, the grinding hut continent surrounding the grinding hut island gradually became an independent world, isolated from the outside world by the sword chi, becoming a world of sword chi. This world of sword chi used the North Sea Sword Pavilion's Grand Protective Formation as its core, and they were connected to each other. It was not an easy task to break through this sword boundary and charge straight in to attack the grinding hut island. The Grand Xian dynasty had as many experts as there were clouds, even possessing the high-grade sacred artifacts, the King Xian spear and the cloud circulating heavenly light sword. However, the anti-Xian side was prepared this time. It was not just the North Sea Sword Pavilion's own experts. The experts of the other sects had also gathered in the grinding hut region. With that, the Grand Xian dynasty had to be cautious as well. What King Xuanmu wanted was to sweep through the Royal Reed Sea once more, re-establishing the Grand Xian dynasty's position as absolute ruler. He did not want to achieve a Pyrrhic victory in which he killed 1,000 of his enemies while losing 800 of his own. Therefore, he chose to use the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation. When he had heard at the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar that the Grand Xian dynasty had grasped the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation, Yan Zhaoga had still been rather taken aback. After all, this formation was quite powerful. If the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation that Yan Zhaoga knew of erupted with full power, it would be able to transform the entire northern region of the Royal Reed Sea into a sea of flames. That scale was far more ferocious than the frenzied tides of flames that had arisen when the Flame Devil world had invaded the 8 Extremities world back then. However, The amount of materials needed to set up the formation was also an astronomical figure. In worlds like the Eight Extremities world and the Vast Ocean world, it was impossible to gather all of them. This was only possible in the world beyond worlds. Even so, Yanjiaoga deeply suspected that the royal reed sea might not have been able to gather all of them. In wanting to establish this formation, the Grand Qian dynasty had clearly made up its mind this time. The dim darkness sect's main altar had already been breached. If the North Sea Sword Pavilion was taken down as well, especially if its pavilion Lord Guhong perished, it would be very hard for the anti-Qian forces to rise again. The Grand Qian dynasty could even ignore Copperman Island, leaving the Radiant Light sect to slowly plot against it. At that point, it would be hard for the Radiant Light sect to hold the fort on their own. It was a question as to whether or not they would still be able to hold their heads up high. Yanjiaoga smacked his lips. You mean that the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation has already been set up? Zhang Xian said, It is not completely done yet. The higher-ups intend to temporarily seal off the news and attract even more North Sea Sword Pavilion cultivators who have gone out to reinforce us. Then they will capture them all in one fell swoop. Yanjiaoga raised his brows rather surprisedly. What if an extremely important figure of the North Sea Sword Pavilion is out? Must we capture him? With King Xuanmu personally leading the charge, the two immortal bridge martial saints of Shen Lingzi's lineage had acted together. Those who held sufficient weight in their eyes were figures like Pavilion Lord Guhong of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Chief Zhou Haoxing of the Dim Darkness sect, Chief Luo Ziwan of the Radiant Light sect, and Chief Gongsun Wu of Copperman Island. Those who were slightly inferior were seeing divinity martial saints like Wu Zixiu and Niesheng. The rest might not be small fries, but they were definitely not important targets. Yu Baoqi shook her head. From what I know, the higher echelon experts of our clan have long since returned to reinforce us. There is no one left outside. Hearing her words, Zhang Xian glanced at her, not speaking. Yanjiaoga came before Zhang Xian, smiling. Oh, it looks like there are still some things that you have not told us. Let me remind you, it is impossible for me to believe whatever you say without verifying it at all. If I find out from others that the information you have given me is not true, I think you can imagine the consequences. Yanjiaoga pointed at Yu Baoqi. It is related to her? Zhang Xian sighed. The higher-ups have instructed us to pay special attention to the North Sea Fairy Yu Baoqi. If she can be captured, there will be a great reward. Hearing his words, Yanjiaoga swiveled his head to look at Yu Baoqi, blinking. Yu Baoqi herself had a blank look on her face. Yanjiaoga asked slowly the reason. Zhang Xian shook his head. I indeed do not know the reason. Marquis Weilin did not say it clearly, but it is rumored that it was a decision made by a figure of the Shenling Nine Swords. Looking at Yu Baoqi, his gaze was rather strange as well. Those of the Grand Qian dynasty who had learnt of the news were all martial saints at the very least. Thus, they too found this order to be inexplicable. Yu Baoqi was famous throughout the entire Royal Reed Sea. Even if they had not seen her in person before, they had seen images of her before, knowing that she was a rare beauty. Not only was she a beauty, she was also extraordinarily talented and possessed extraordinary strength, having transcended mortality and entered sainthood at a young age as her future was limitless. This inevitably caused those of the Grand Qian dynasty who had received the order to wonder if someone of Shen Lingzi's lineage had taken a liking to Yu Baoqi, wanting to woo her. After all, the number of people who had wooed Yu Baoqi since she was young could almost fill up an entire ocean now. King Xuanmu himself had once asked for Yu Baoqi's hand in marriage on behalf of his prince, just that the North Sea Sword Pavilion had refused. Seeing Zhang Xian's gaze, Yu Baoqi knew what he was thinking. She frowned, not uttering a sound. However, Yanjiaoga would not simply think like this. Indeed, the guesses of Zhang Xian and the others were very likely, even having a very high possibility. However, knowing that there was definitely some connection between Si Kongqing and Yu Baoqi, Yan Zhaoge could not help but think about it a little more. Could it be that they were also searching for Si Kongqing or Yu Baoqi one after another? How much did they know about this? Did they possess clues to other Si Kongqings, perhaps even having imprisoned a certain Si Kongqing? Yan Zhaoge's interest suddenly surged greatly. Yan Zhaoge had originally had many thoughts on what he should do in the current chaotic situation of the Royal Reed Sea. At this moment, he had gradually come to a decision. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge looked smilingly at Zhang Xian. The Shenling 9 swords, is it? Do you know where they are? Zhang Xian had just been about to speak when Yan Zhaoge added, "Just tell me where the one with the weakest cultivation base is currently." "The one with the weakest cultivation base," Zhang Xian answered. "His name is Kong Jinyuan. He was active in the whole tower region before, but I am not sure if he is still there now." The whole tower region was also in the northern region of the Royal Reed Sea, just that it was a little to the south. Kong Jinyuan? Haha, what a coincidence. He can barely be considered an acquaintance. Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. Kong Jinyuan was that person who had clashed with Nong Yuxuan back then, attempting to wrest away the power of reverse sun and moon. While this person was arrogant and frivolous, his strength was actually not bad. Sadly, Nong Yuxuan had been stronger, with Kong Jinyuan not gaining any advantage over him in the slightest. It was instead after Nong Yuxuan had been injured by Yan Zhaoge, this person had made use of the chance to pursue and kill Nong Yuxuan. It was unknown whether he had managed to slay him or not. Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment. If the heavenly fire Tribulation Thunder Formation was established in order to break the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region, the whole tower region should also be a key location in a corner of the formation. Zhang Xian looked at Yan Zhaoge in shock. He understands the heavenly fire Tribulation Thunder Formation so well. A smile appeared at the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth as he snapped his fingers. Very good. Let's make a trip to the whole tower region, killing many birds with one stone. Chapter 650. Arriving in the vicinity of the whole tower region, Yan Zhaoge stood within the myriad dragon palace, smiling at Yu Baoqi. Yu Baoqi's expression was stern. "Are you certain that you have a way to break the heavenly fire Tribulation Thunder Formation?" Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart, saying that I am 100% certain would be a lie. Still, it is true that I have some ideas. Yu Baoqi pondered for a moment before nodding, exiting the myriad dragon palace and flying into the region of sea of the whole tower region. Her fellow disciples of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Lishan sect martial practitioners, whom she had rescued earlier, had already been released midway, fleeing far away. Having no further worries, having been able to come this far, Yu Baoqi was not someone who was afraid of trouble, as she immediately decided to work together with Yan Zhaoge. After all, it was not enough for her to help her sect resolve the threat of the heavenly fire Tribulation Thunder Formation alone. Still, she would not completely trust Yan Zhaoge, as she would inevitably have to be careful in her actions. Yan Zhaoge really had no intention of tricking her, at least not now. Yu Baoqi's appearance in the whole tower region had indeed drawn the attention of the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners in the area, as experts immediately began pursuing and capturing her. Yan Zhaoge secretly assisted Yu Baoqi in getting rid of these opponents, until another sword light streaked through the horizon in pursuit of Yu Baoqi. Seeing that sword light that resembled water, Yan Zhaoge instantly laughed. "This yen is fishing those who are willing to take the bait." Seeing that sword light that resembled water, Yu Baoqi had an idea as she hurriedly fled far away. The other party's cultivation base was higher than hers, and the sword light of the time-flowing sword was also swift as it virtually arrived behind her in an instant. Terrifying light swept through the heavens and the earth, freezing the space of the region of sea before her. Enveloped by the sword light, the flow of time became incomparably slow. Yu Baoqi had no intention of resisting, as she simply continued, fleeing into the distance. At the same time, The roar of a dragon resounded as streams of light supported a massive palace as it rose from the sea surface. Where the golden light passed, that sword light that resembled the flowing waters of time instantly dispersed somewhat. Yu Baoqi's already slowed movements regained their normal speed. As the sword light flickered, the figure of a youth was revealed. It was precisely the descendant of the Aeon Light heavenly scripture that Yan Zhaoge had met once before, Kang Jinyuan. Kang Jinyuan smiled coldly. "Did you think that I did not discover your existence earlier?" Sword light flashed. The speed of the myriad dragon palace and Yu Baoqi looked like they were about to slow down once more, while Kang Jinyuan's own speed suddenly rose by a notch. Now, the great gate of the myriad dragon palace opened, streams of qi of true dragons surging out from within as Yan Zhaoge appeared, landing atop the myriad dragon palace. He clapped his hands downwards simultaneously, the myriad dragon palace shaking intensely. Rays of golden light condensed into real dragons and soared into the sky. They became pale and decayed in the water like sword light, but the sword light also dimmed a little. Yu Baoqi took this opportunity to jump out of the range of the sword light and instantly went far away. Kang Jinyuan's face sank as he stared at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge appraised Kang Jinyuan rather interestedly, smiling. "You are at the third level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage. Your abilities should not be limited to this. Are you injured?" "The injury doesn't seem to be a recent problem. It should be some time ago. From the looks of it, you were injured when you were chasing after the radiant light sect's Nong Yuxuan." Back then, his injuries were not light. The Aeon Light heavenly scripture had a miraculous healing effect, and Kang Jinyuan had many seniors with higher cultivation realms. His injuries having not completely healed up till now, it meant that they had been very serious back then. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Kang Jinyuan's expression instantly turned even uglier. Staring at Yan Zhaoge, he snorted, "So it was you!" Having had Yu Baoqi run away and his old wounds reopened, Kang Jinyuan's expression was incomparably terrible. Still, he quickly smiled. "I remember now. That radiant light, sect fella, surnamed Gnome, clashed with you back then. Midway through the battle, something suddenly happened to him. That should not be a coincidence. Instead, you should have some secret technique or treasure that countered him." Kang Jinyuan smiled savagely. "Hand it over obediently, and this young master will leave you a whole corpse." Yan Zhaoge was not vexed upon hearing his words, as he laughed lightly. "Oh, thinking about the thing in my hands that countered Nong Yuxuan. This means that you were unable to take him down back then." Kang Jinyuan's expression changed. Yan Zhaoge continued. "I had still thought earlier that it was you who had been forced to pay a price for slaying Nong Yuxuan. From the looks of it now, however, that is not the case at all. The Nong Yuxuan who was injured by me was still able to beat you to such a state? Or did the Radiant Light sect send other martial practitioners to assist Nong Yuxuan?" Before Yan Zhaoge had finished speaking, he saw Kang Jinyuan's expression turn savage as he stabbed towards him with a sword. The sword light that resembled water surged mightily, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth. Where the sword light passed, the flow of time amidst space seemed to have come to a halt, all things seeming to be rendered motionless as only Kang Jinyuan was unaffected. Yan Zhaoge's face showed no fear. Clad in the imperious cold martial armor, golden light flashed within his palm as the heavy black dark feather slaughtering golden spear appeared within. Wielding the spear with both hands, he flicked it towards the heavens, a violent force resembling a great rock leaving the sea, transforming into a great rock as it shot straight up into the sky, shooting towards the 9 heavens. Numerous ice dragons and numerous golden rocks accompanied that massive rock as they soared high into the sky. A majestic force domineeringly broke through the sword light that resembled a long river, causing the flow of time in the surrounding heavens and earth to return to normal. Kang Jinyuan laughed coldly. "What a domineering fella. This young master hates people like you the most." Amidst his cold laughter, he tapped out repeatedly with the short sword in his hand, the sword light changing once more as it instantly transformed into innumerable strands which entangled Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge smiled, the dark feather slaughtering golden spear within his hands instantly striking out thousands of times, each spear stabbing towards those strands of sword light that resembled silk. The dark feather slaughtering golden spear and the other party's low-grade sacred artifact, the passing water sword, instantly clashed thousands of times. The powerful force shook and extended along the dark feather slaughtering golden spear, invading Yen Zhaoge's body. Yen Zhaoge's spear-wielding palm instantly showed signs of aging, losing all moisture as wrinkles appeared on it. The imperious cold martial armor flickered as streams of ice-blue radiance enveloped Yen Zhaoge's hands, forming a freezing force which delayed the encroachment of the enemy's martial concept. However, while Kang Jinyuan was injured, his cultivation base was extraordinary at the end of the day, as he also cultivated in a supreme martial art like the Aeon Light heavenly scripture. Time flowed like water, merciless. Even the biting cold ice decayed along with it. The ice did not melt, instead directly transforming into mist and dissipating. Yen Zhaoge's expression did not change as the qi whirlpool within his body transformed into chaos one after another, having no front and no back, no beginning and no end, as even the flow of time dissipated into nothingness. His skin turned old, but as his true essence circulated within his body, circulating a cycle, he immediately regained his youth, lustrous appearance. Kang Jinyuan was taken aback, completely unaffected. Yen Zhaoge's Northern Ocean divine spear moved once more, quick as flashing lightning with the momentum of rushing thunder as it pierced towards Kang Jinyuan. Kang Jinyuan's figure drifted, seemingly slow yet actually fast as he prepared to evade Yen Zhaoge's spear. However, the myriad dragon palace now emitted streams of light which transformed into numerous light dragons that entangled Kang Jinyuan's body, leaving him unable to evade. The terrifying tip of the dark feather, slaughtering golden spear, heavily pierced towards Kang Jinyuan's chest. Now, however, a treasured light that was bright to the extreme suddenly appeared at Kang Jinyuan's chest, resembling a round mirror. The treasured light rapidly expanded, protecting his entire body as the dark feather slaughtering golden spear was unable to advance any further. Kang Jinyuan smiled savagely as he made use of this chance to advance, entering the range of Yen Zhaoge's spear as he stabbed towards his chest. To be continued. Chapter 651. Looking at the treasure that resembled a heart-protecting mirror on Kang Jinyuan's chest, Yen Zhaoge could not help but raise his brows slightly. A mid-grade sacred artifact? No wonder he's so confident. Yen Zhaoge was rather taken aback by the fact that with Kang Jinyuan's cultivation base, he should be unable to wield the full power of a mid-grade sacred artifact. But at this moment, the heart-protecting mirror shone brightly, transforming into a suit of armor that covered Kang Jinyuan's entire body. It revealed an extremely powerful defensive power, actually fully unleashing the power of a mid-grade saint weapon. Under the protection of this treasure, Kang Jinyuan made use of this chance to get past the defensive circle of Yen Zhaoge's spear, wanting to make use of the fact that Yen Zhaoge was unable to retract his weapon to close in and kill him. While having seen Yen Zhaoge battle Nong Yuxuan before, he knew that Yen Zhaoge's strength far surpassed that of ordinary martial grandmasters. But Kang Jinyuan was still full of confidence, because after that battle, his mother gave him the turbid sky mirror armor to protect him. The sword light that resembled water was inconceivably fast as it instantly arrived before Yen Zhaoge's chest. Affected by the sword light, time seemed to have come to a halt where Yen Zhaoge was, with only the passing water sword in Kang Jinyuan's hand still able to move freely. While Yen Zhaoge was rather taken aback by Kang Jinyuan being able to wield the full power of the turbid heavenly mirror armor, he did not panic. Facing Kang Jinyuan's passing water sword, his left hand released the dark feather slaughtering golden spear. A dark green bamboo cane appeared within Yen Zhaoga's hand, then struck downwards. Pa! The water-like sword light suddenly trembled in the air. The flow of time in this world returned to normal. Kang Jinyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. My eyes weren't playing tricks on me back then. This broken bamboo really is so magical. In the next moment he sneered, You have a lot of treasures on you. Leave them all. Saying thus, Kang Jinyuan kept the passing water sword, substituting a sword with his finger as he executed the time-flowing sword, attacking towards Yen Zhaoga. Without the passing water sword in hand, his attacks were clearly not as sharp as before. But at this moment he only attacked and didn't defend. He used all his strength to attack and left the defense to the turbid mirror armor. This person is actually able to completely wield the power of a mid-grade sacred artifact. This way, 6 segments of the bamboo cane will be required to break through his armor. Yen Zhaoga kept the dark green bamboo cane as well. But his offensive didn't stop in the slightest. His right hand held the dark feather slaughtering golden spear horizontally, blocking his opponent's sword light, while his left hand directly swung a palm towards Kang Jinyuan's head. At first, Kang Jinyuan didn't take it seriously. Relying on the turbid heavenly mirror armor, he didn't care. The protective treasured light helped him block Yen Zhaoga's palm, preventing him from being harmed. However, that violent force directly hit Kang Jinyuan, who was caught off guard, and his whole body fell into the sea. He couldn't stop his momentum. He passed through the boundless sea and was smashed into the seabed. What martial art is this? Having suffered a cyclic heavenly seal from Yen Zhaoga, while Kang Jinyuan was not injured, he was rather dazed from the blow. Yen Zhaoga's expression did not change. Oh, the defensive power of a genuine mid-grade sacred artifact. Regaining his wits, Kang Jinyuan roared furiously as he shot out of the sea's surface, lunging towards Yen Zhaoga once more. His sword light spread out like an endless river of time. While Kang Jinyuan was attacking with all his might, he was still injured at the end of the day, also not being able to use his sacred artifact, the passing water sword. Meanwhile, Yen Zhaoga was bolstered by 2 sacred artifacts, the imperious cold martial armor and the dark feather slaughtering golden spear, as he was not under any pressure at all. The only problem was that the other party's turbid heavenly mirror armor was not easy to deal with. With this treasure, Kang Jinyuan was firmly undefeatable, as he would at least be able to secure a draw. Kang Jinyuan smiled savagely as he looked at Yen Zhaoga. It doesn't matter how many blows this young master takes from you. Why don't you try taking a blow from this young master? You don't fear just the corrosion of sword intent. Still, I want to see if you can remain unscathed after being stabbed by a sword for real. Yen Zhaoga laughed, his figure flickering as he parried Kang Jinyuan's sword before arriving behind him, striking out with a cyclic heavenly seal once more. While he would not be injured with the defense of the turbid heavenly mirror armor, being smashed into the sea once more by the cyclic heavenly seal was really too humiliating. Kang Jinyuan did not forcibly resist it this time as he merged with his sword, transforming into a streak of light as he evaded to the side. The roar of a dragon resounded as the myriad dragon palace appeared where he had evaded. A massive suction force emanated from the opening of the great gate as Kang Jinyuan evaded. He looked like he was about to rush into the great palace himself. He snorted coldly, the passing water sword appearing within his hand as he hacked out with it, a distant sword light locking the myriad dragon palace in place before he evaded to the side. Having just repelled the myriad dragon palace and faced Yen Zhaoga once more, he kept the passing water sword lest he suffered a blow from the dark green bamboo cane for nothing. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoga raised his brows, smiling. It's rare for you to be smart for once. Kang Jinyuan smiled coldly. Do you think that this young master doesn't know what you are planning? You are afraid that others of the Grand Xian dynasty will rush over and surround you, right? With the turbid heavenly mirror armor, this young master is firmly undefeatable. Even if I tire you out, I'll tire you out. While you possess outstanding strength, You are still a martial grandmaster at the end of the day. How long can you withstand such a violent eruption of power? Can you compete in endurance with this young master, a martial saint? Even if you wanted to flee, I wouldn't let you do so. Yet you are so arrogant, even wanting to scheme against this young master as well? Kong Jinyuan stabbed over with his sword. Brat who doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and the heavens. If I let you escape today, this young master's name will be written backwards. Yan Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head. Is there any use in knowing what I am planning? Kong Jinyuan was slightly taken aback before he felt an extremely vigorous aura rapidly approaching this region of sea at an extremely fast speed. Soon, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone appeared in the horizon, transforming into a streak of light as he instantly arrived before the two. Kong Jinyuan's heart jolted slightly, arriving even faster than those of the Grand Xian dynasty. Having long since been lying in ambush in the vicinity, this kid already had a plan. While he realized this, it was already too late. Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone attacked Kong Jinyuan from the left and right. The fish dragon spear, the imperious cold martial armor, and the dark cloud slaughtering golden spear exerted force together. Kong Jinyuan's counterattack was dispelled as he could only rely on the turbid heavenly mirror armor to defend himself. However, the majestic force was hard for him to resist as he was knocked all the way into the myriad dragon palace. The great door of the palace mightily slammed shut, sinking into the great sea. The dragon entered the sea, instantly vanishing without a trace. Within the palace, streams of dragon chi transformed into numerous dragons of light, binding Kong Jinyuan along with the turbid heavenly mirror armor. Kong Jinyuan struggled desperately as Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone along with the three great sacred artifacts suppressed him, rendering him unable to move. So what if I have designs on you? Yan Zhaoge was all smiles as he asked. Kong Jinyuan was angered to the point of wanting to vomit blood. I want to see how long you can keep this young master locked up for. With the turbid heavenly mirror armor, you can only suppress me, unable to harm a single hair on this young master's head. Yan Zhaoge nodded. While I do not know why you are able to completely wield the power of a mid-grade sacred artifact, its defensive power is indeed not bad. Also, if I do not see wrongly, this sacred artifact is actually not yours. Its original owner has a way of sensing its location. Having a way of finding us? Kong Jinyuan smiled coldly. This young master said that you are dead for sure. Huh. Yan Zhaoge looked calmly at him. Don't be hasty, I'll bring you to a good place. Kong Jinyuan chortled. Grinding Hut Island. North Sea Sword Pavilion? Stop dreaming. That place has already long since been heavily surrounded. Yan Zhaoge chuckled. Why would we need to go so far? Your Grand Xian dynasty has prepared something good in this North Sea, which can be put to use here in the whole tower region beneath our feet. Kong Jinyuan's expression instantly changed. To be continued. Chapter 652. Yan Zhaoge controlled the myriad dragon palace to traverse the deep sea, quickly arriving in the northern region of the whole tower region. Feeling the flow of the earth veins and the changes in the spiritual chi here, Yan Zhaoge pondered for a long time, finally gradually coming to a conclusion. The original owner of the mid-grade sacred artifact, the turbid heavenly mirror armor, might be able to find them. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge could not delay for too long. Kong Jinyuan's face was ashen. Who are you trying to scare? You want to use the heavenly fire tribulation thunder array to break this young master's turbid sky mirror armor? You will also be engulfed by the heavenly fire tribulation thunder and die even faster than me. A seeing divinity martial saint expert with the turbid heavenly mirror armor might not even be able to survive the full power of the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation, much less him. Yan Zhaoge was all smiles, but had no intention of paying him any heed. The myriad dragon palace descended to the depths of the sea. Yen Zhaoge sent the Northern Ocean clone to suppress Kang Jinyuan while he himself exited the palace. After pondering for a moment, he stabbed down towards the depths of the sea with a sword. The edge of the sword pierced through the reef at the bottom of the sea, and a faint crimson light appeared. Gazing over carefully, Yen Zhaoge saw that while that crimson light was rich in scorching heat, it was different from the underground magma of the Eight Extremities world and the other places. Although it had condensed into the form of lava, it wasn't real lava, but a surging and blazing mist of light. The environment of the world beyond worlds did not just consist of day and night and stars, as it was vastly different from the Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world. The shape of the earth vein spirit essence was different as well. Garbed in the imperious cold martial armor, Yen Zhaoge's true essence turned from chaos to icy coldness. As the peerless heavenly scripture evolved, the dark moon pale scripture's pure extreme yin's biting cold, the proud sea frost dragon technique's icy cold, the thunder of eternal night's darkness and solitude, all kinds of extreme cold and extreme yin energy intense appeared. Yen Zhaoge even executed yang techniques, like the sacred heavenly fire scripture and the blazing flames, blazing thunder. Then, the concept of the cyclic heavenly scripture changed. Yin and yang, cold and hot, reversed. The blazing aura of the sacred heavenly fire scripture instantly turned into extreme cold. The 5 elemental creation lightning was divided into 5 parts, other than the fire element's blazing flames lightning. There was also the water element's illusory water lightning. Now that Yen Zhaoge was executing thunder arts, while it was still blazing flames, blazing thunder, it had some resemblance to illusory water shocking thunder. All kinds of frost energy acted on the fire pith vein together. Yen Zhaoge analyzed and estimated the changes within, not staying for long as he left after dealing with them slightly. He calculated the location, and after changing to another place, he repeated the same trick. Along the way, he would stop from time to time and secretly set up his moves in many places. Within the Myriad Dragon Palace, Ahu asked curiously, "Young master, could it be that the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation can be broken just like this?" Yen Zhaoge smiled. The heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation is such a powerful formation. When it erupts at full force, martial practitioners below the late seeing divinity stage would virtually have no chance of survival if they do not have mid-grade sacred artifacts or other powerful formations protecting them. Although I understand the foundation of this formation, my current cultivation level is not enough to break it by force. But just because we can't use force doesn't mean we can't use ingenuity. Yen Zhaoge snapped his fingers. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be so easy. At the very least, it wouldn't be so quick to see the effects immediately. However, the other party's formation has already been set up properly, already affecting the spiritual qi flow of the earth veins to a great extent. However, because of Yu Baoqi, they have not acted. This has given us a chance. There's an old saying that moves 1,000 caddies with 4 ounces of strength. However, 4 ounces of strength would not be able to move 1,000 caddies of weight as and when. It would have to depend on where and how it is moved. Ahu scratched his head. Then what you did just now was moving 1,000 caddies with 4 ounces of strength. 3, 2, 1. Yen Zhaoge raised 3 fingers, retracting them into his palm one by one. As his words had just fallen, the depths of the sea to the north of the whole tower region began shaking intensely. As the fire pith veins shook, underground fire began spurting out unceasingly. A blazing crimson mist of light shot out of the earth's surface, transforming into blazing fire that even the great sea was unable to suppress. Numerous massive pillars of fire shot out of the sea's surface with a domineering momentum. Ahu was taken aback. That's it? Yen Zhaoge smiled. It's just the beginning. 9 pillars of fire shot straight into the horizon to the north of the whole tower region, forming a strange formation. affected by the shaking of the underground fire and the spiritual chi of the earth veins. Far to the southeast of the whole tower region, a massive island, Swallowflower Island, also suddenly shook. On the island, a flourishing green light was suddenly emitted, enveloping the surrounding sky as it was hard to suppress. Numerous Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners flew into the air, looking shocked at this scene. "Hurry up and stop this! His Majesty has not ordered the activation of the Grand Formation." Enveloped by the green light, a silver formation talisman that emitted a cold light and cold chi appeared, rising into the air up above. A white-clothed martial practitioner on the island suddenly swiveled his head to look towards the north. There are abnormalities in the fire pith veins in that direction. Underground fire spurting and yang chi flourishing. Could it be because of this that Swallowflower Island's true Yin wood formation talisman has been activated? Someone beside him said in shock, "How intricate is the heavenly fire, tribulation, thunder, grand formation? With the true Yin wood formation talisman stable, how could it be affected by a simple eruption of underground fire? If it could affect the true Yin wood formation talisman, the fierceness of that underground fire would be sufficient to dry up the seawater of the entire whole tower region. The number of experts amongst the rebels who possess such methods is limited. His Majesty and the Lord Protectors would definitely not allow the other party to do as he pleases." The white-clothed martial practitioner said in a heavy tone, "The other party's methods are intricate, not relying on brute strength." His figure shot into the skies, transforming into a streak of swordlight that resembled water as he sped off towards the north. It was just that the true Yin wood formation talisman on Swallowflower Island had been activated as the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners on the island could no longer suppress it. Streaks of green and silver light expanded into the surroundings, forming numerous formation talismans, which formed a massive formation that enveloped the entire whole tower region. However, when the light arrived in the north of the whole tower region, it was obstructed by 9 pillars of underground fire, such that it was unable to continue north, affecting other places in the north of the Royal Reed Sea, as it was only limited to the southernmost whole tower region. Roiling light enveloped the heavens and covered the earth as the originally clear sky above the whole tower region was suddenly filled with dense, dark clouds at this moment. Ferocious thunderbolts traversed unceasingly amidst the dark clouds, enveloping an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. The entire whole tower region seemed as though doomsday had arrived at this moment. The next moment, guided by the yin chi of the green light and silver talismans down below, thunderbolts of extreme yang and streams of heavenly fire descended amidst the dark clouds in the sky up above. The terrifying thunder and fire pierced through space, instantly transforming the heavens and earth of the entire whole tower region into a purgatory of thunder and fire for tens of thousands of kilometers. Gazing upwards, other than the meteors of heavenly fire and the thunderbolts of lightning, nothing else could be seen within the sky at all. Meanwhile, having arrived in midair and descended from the sky, all the terrifying heavenly fire and tribulation thunder distorted strangely, beginning to converge towards a single point. The all-encompassing thunder and fire condensed into a thick, blurry pillar of light that was half red and half purple. While it was called a pillar of light, it was actually over 100 kilometers thick as it descended from the sky. Massive and shocking, causing one to be unable to help but feel like prostrating themselves in worship. The point where the pillar of light descended was precisely the northern part of the whole tower region, where underground fire surged. Ahu opened his mouth wide. "Young master, this," Yen Zhaoga stretched lazily. "If a single lever isn't enough, being unable to lift something heavy, I'll just use 2 then. Of course, the crux is that I know where to pry." Chapter 653. The heavenly fire tribulation, thunder formation that the Grand Xian dynasty had painstakingly set up was detonated prematurely. Also, it was not a full-blown explosion that caused things to go out of control. The region that had been stimulated was limited to the southernmost corner, within the borders of the whole tower region. However, the formation should have been one and the same. Now that a corner of the formation had been cut off and activated prematurely, the entire formation was damaged. The grand formation that had been accumulating power immediately found it hard to continue. Far away in the vicinity of the grinding hut region, King Xuanmu and the others who were waiting to deal with the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the other anti-Xian martial practitioners were all shocked. In the sword realm of the grinding hut region, the North Sea Sword Pavilion's pavilion master Guhong and the others also sensed that something was amiss. The standoff between the two sides became somewhat chaotic. Both sides' nerves were highly strained, and the situation could erupt at any moment. Meanwhile, in the whole tower region, the terrifying, all-encompassing thunder and fire did not descend as per normal circumstances. Instead, attracted by the earth fire, they condensed into an extremely majestic pillar of light which descended from the skies. The beam of light was over 100 miles thick. Rather than calling it a beam of light, it was more accurate to call it a heavy curtain of light that enveloped the surrounding 100 miles. Half-red and half-purple lightning and fire interweaved together, containing a terrifying, explosive power. The beam of light bombarded the surface of the sea below, completely evaporating the seawater. Even the earth fire that rose from the bottom of the sea was swallowed by the light pillar. The crust at the bottom of the sea also shattered. An even larger scale of earth fire rose up and collided with the heavenly fire, tribulation, thunder falling from the sky, forming a temporary yet subtle balance. The surrounding seawater was boiling, and the runes of the heavenly fire, tribulation, lightning array kept twisting. Streams of earth fire rose and fell as they gushed out from the bottom of the sea. Space and time were on the verge of shattering, forming a terrifying scene of crisscrossing scenes. Yan Zhaoge slowly controlled the myriad dragon palace to approach before releasing Kong Jinyuan from within. After Kong Jinyuan came out, he saw a scene of doomsday in front of him, as well as a terrifying pillar of light that was half red and half purple falling from the sky. His face immediately turned green. How did the heavenly fire, tribulation, lightning formation become like this? Yan Zhaoge's true essence combined with the power of the Northern Ocean clone, manifesting streams of light that formed a cage which locked Kong Jinyuan within. Then, Yan Zhaoge pushed the cage closer to that terrifying pillar of light. Kong Jinyuan's hair stood on end. "What are you doing? You still don't understand?" Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Do you think that your mid-grade sacred artifact will be able to withstand such an attack, continuing to protect you? This is only a corner of the heavenly fire, tribulation, lightning formation that has been activated in advance. Normally speaking, the destructive power of the gathered heavenly fire and tribulation lightning is not comparable to the full power of the entire formation." Yan Zhaoge chuckled, still with the thunder and fire that the whole tower region has to bear now all concentrated here. Its destructive power is rather considerable, not inferior to the full power of the entire grand formation. Kong Jinyuan glared at him. "How dare you? My parents will definitely tear you to pieces." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "I'm so scared." As he spoke, he pushed his palm forward, and the cage that trapped Kong Jinyuan and the turbid sky mirror armor approached the terrifying beam of light. The turbid sky mirror armor, which had been protecting Kong Jinyuan all this time, actually trembled slightly. Kong Jinyuan could also feel the shadow of death looming over him. That ice-cold feeling was unprecedentedly strong. He finally could not help but yell, "I don't want your treasures. I won't make trouble for you. Why is it that even your begging sounds so irritating?" Yan Zhaoge was surprised. "My things are mine in the first place. Are they things that you can have just because you want them? Who the hell do you think you are?" He did not cease in his actions as he continued, pushing Kong Jinyuan forward. "I can tell that your background is not shallow, with many experts amongst your seniors. Still, while you yourself are only at the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage, You are actually still very inexperienced. The martial arts that you cultivate in are detailed in the secrets of time, your rate of improvement far surpassing that of others. The conditions of your family are superior. Just looking at this mid-grade sacred artifact, I can tell that your family dotes on you very much. You must have had many treasures of all sorts growing up. To be fair, your talent in martial arts is very high. Otherwise, it would be very hard for you to attain your current cultivation base just based on the accumulation of resources. Still, having come this far, your foundation aside, you lack too many other things as well. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "It is true that you possess great power that is sufficient to suppress those first and second level martial saints like Yang Zhaojin. Still, from a certain perspective, you are far inferior to those martial saints who painstakingly walked up step by step." Kong Jinyuan was utterly enraged as his face flushed red. "You are going too far! Don't fall into this young master's hands, or I will definitely grind your bones into dust." Yan Zhaoge chortled, said, "Therefore, I will first grind your bones into dust." Just a short distance away from the terrifying pillar of light, Kong Jinyuan could clearly see the destructive scenes of exploding flames and leaping thunderbolts within. As soon as the cage came into contact with the thunder and fire, it first collapsed. Still, before Kong Jinyuan could make use of this chance to escape, he had already been pushed into the pillar of light by Yan Zhaoge. Terrifying heavenly fire, earthly fire, and tribulation thunder simultaneously bombarded this turbid heavenly mirror armor. Even with its shocking defensive power, this mid-grade sacred artifact shuddered like a sieve at this moment, as it seemed like it might completely shatter at any moment. Kong Jinyuan wanted to flee, but his path of escape was blocked by Yan Zhaoge. Facing the hopeless situation of dying without a proper burial ground, Kong Jinyuan's fear completely suppressed all other emotions. "What exactly do you want before you are willing to let me off?" He could not control himself as he yelled loudly. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched lightly. "You are still a little smart, being able to understand my hints." He made way slightly for Kong Jinyuan. Kong Jinyuan hurriedly rushed out, but was immediately trapped by Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone once more. "Why did you specifically say that you wanted to capture Yu Baoqi?" Yan Zhaoge asked calmly. Kong Jinyuan looked rather hatefully, whilst also fearfully at Yan Zhaoge as he snorted lightly. "It was this young master who suggested to King Xuanmu that I want her as a concubine." Yan Zhaoge said mildly, speaking the truth, "Just go in and wait." Saying thus, he sent Kong Jinyuan towards that terrifying pillar of thunder and fire. Kong Jinyuan was virtually scared out of his wits. He no longer wanted to approach that place which caused even his very soul to tremble. "Stop! Stop! This young master said it," Kong Jinyuan exclaimed. "It was my parents who drew an image of her, also requesting that she be alive. I didn't know who she was at first. It was those of the Grand Xian dynasty who said that it was Yu Baoqi of the North Sea Sword Pavilion after seeing the image of light. Still, this young master really doesn't know why they are looking for her." Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, thinking, "It is indeed so." Now Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly as he felt a powerful aura emanating from the distance. It originated from two different directions. Gazing over, a sword light that resembled water slowed time and folded space as it rapidly approached from the southeast. Bright light illuminated the horizon from the southwest as it seemed infinite and immeasurable. To be continued. Chapter 654. A sword light that resembled water flew over from the southeast, the flow of time becoming chaotic wherever it passed. It was precisely the same as Kong Jinyuan's, the Aeon Light, Heavenly Scripture, or the Time-Flowing Sword. Infinite, immeasurable radiance illuminated the southwest, rapidly suffusing the horizon as the phenomenon of the sun and moon rising interchangeably was visible, with radiance as primary and variations as secondary. This was the radiant light sex-sun-moon interchanging art that Yin Zhaoge was already very familiar with now. The sword light from the southeast arrived even faster. Seeing this, Kong Jinyuan was instantly overjoyed. "Quick, come and save me!" His courage, which had vanished earlier, returned to him. Kong Jinyuan drew on his full power to resist Yin Zhaoge's suppression. Sword light that resembled a long river of time expanded, sweeping towards Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone in a counterattack. Yin Zhaoge chuckled coldly, exerting force alongside the Northern Ocean clone as they instantly sent Kong Jinyuan and the turbid Heavenly Mirror armor mightily into that massive pillar of light. Kong Jinyuan held in rage, terrified. The grand formation was incomplete as it merely erupted with power from the whole tower region. Currently, the thunder and fire descending from the sky was slowly weakening, the pillar of light beginning to grow unstable. However, the earlier balance was gradually being broken as the accumulated majestic power seemed to be on the verge of erupting completely. The pillar of light gradually grew thicker, devouring and destroying the vaster space around it. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge knew that it would be unwise for him to remain here. Otherwise, he might also be swept into the explosion of the power of the formation. He shrugged, entering the myriad dragon palace alongside the Northern Ocean clone before swiftly leaving, shooting into the distant Great Sea. The region of sea in the surroundings of the Pillar of Light was currently surging, the heavens roiling and the earth overturning. Gazing back, Yin Zhaoge saw that sword light that resembled water from the southeast arriving nearby, stopping as the figure of a white-clothed man appeared. That white-clothed man had the appearance of a youth, his features similar to Kong Jinyuan's. Still, he had a much more stable and experienced air about him. Kong Maosheng. Kong Jinyuan had originally been calling for help. Still, after seeing who it was, he suddenly fell silent, looking at the terrifying pillar of light that was about to erupt and the myriad dragon palace that was gradually getting further and further away. The white-clothed man sighed. His sword light abruptly expanded, not pursuing Yin Zhaoge as he instead descended towards that terrifying pillar of light in an attempt to rescue Kong Jinyuan and flee. Seeing this person draw out his sword, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. "Oh," as a late merging avatar martial saint as well. He is much stronger than Kong Jinyuan. It would also be easy for him to challenge Nong Yuxuan one-on-one. Now, the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners who had originally been approaching from the southwest gradually came to a halt. The power of the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation gathered in this sea region was about to explode. They didn't dare to go any closer, so they passed through this area. The person in the lead appeared, first glancing at the heaven-connecting pillar of light before his gaze fell on the myriad dragon palace on the other end of the horizon. The divine light in his eyes suddenly intensified. Before entering the sea, Yin Zhaoge's final sight was that of meeting this person's gaze. "Ha! Speaking of the devil appears." Yin Zhaoge's expression was rather strange. The leader of the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners who had hurried over was clearly Nong Yuxuan. Nong Yuxuan watched rather unwillingly as Yin Zhaoge and the myriad dragon palace sank into the great sea together, vanishing in an instant. He wanted to give chase, but the terrifying pillar of light in front of him exploded completely. Thunder and fire filled the sky, completely blocking his way. He and the other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners beside him had no choice but to retreat. Nong Yuxuan had also noticed the descendant of the time-flowing sword, Kong Maosheng, who had just arrived. However, he had also vanished amidst the exploding tribulation thunder and blazing fire. Hard to find. The Radiant Light sect martial practitioners who had arrived along with him all had shocked looks on their faces. It really is the heavenly fire, tribulation, thunder formation. Still, from the looks of it now, it is equivalent to it having been destroyed. While only a corner of it has been destroyed, the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Chief are already prepared for it, not giving the Grand Xian dynasty a chance to re-establish the formation. Without the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation, it would be extremely difficult for the Grand Xian dynasty to break through the sword domain of the grinding hut region. An unparalleled, miraculous art. Who was it that did this? Nong Yuxuan was silent for a long time before he slowly said, "It is probably still the Yan Zhaoga's handiwork." The radiant light sect martial practitioners beside him were stunned. A martial grandmaster has such ability? Even merging avatar martial saints would not be able to do this. Nong Yuxuan snorted, "Let's leave this place first." The light pillar completely exploded, numerous bolts of thunder and fire rampaging as blazing underground fire spurted unceasingly from down below, directly burning the surrounding region of sea into a crimson land. For a period of time, the northern region of sea of the whole tower region was directly emptied as not a single drop of seawater could be seen. After a long time, accompanied by the spiritual qi circulation of the heavens and the earth calming down, the fire pith veins finally stabilized once more. The underground fire no longer spurted, the thunder and fire in the sky dissipating completely as well. The tides of the surrounding grate sea rose and fell, only gradually replenishing the region of sea that had been lost. Shocking tides and tempestuous storms had arisen during this period of time. Needless to say, they had ravaged the entire whole tower region, even affecting the seas of the surrounding regions. Within the myriad dragon palace, Yan Zhaoga raised his head and looked at the great hall. Beneath the terrifying impact of the tsunami that virtually distorted space and time, the great hall was shaking unceasingly as well, rocking along with the seawater. I had not thought that Nong Yuxuan would also just happen to be in the vicinity of the whole tower region. Yan Zhaoga sat in the meditative position. From the looks of it, he indeed led people to surround me in another region of sea earlier, only having rushed over to the northern region of the Royal Reed Sea recently. Feng Yunsheng and who both sat opposite him. The former sat quietly and did not speak. As he opened and closed his eyes, blue light constantly flashed in his pupils as he breathed. The latter said, "Young master, from what that Kong Jinyuan said, they were actually searching for someone similar to Miss Sikong. Then, based on their characteristics, they found that Fairy Yu of the North Sea Sword Pavilion. This means that they seem to be like Chen Qi and Ouyang Qi of the Eight Extremities World's Verdant Pill Island, knowing some secrets?" Feng Yunsheng and who had previously already known of the special circumstances of Sikong Qing, Ouyang Qi, Chongning Hiying, and Yu Baoqi being one of the few people of Broad Creed Mountain who were in the know. Having heard Kong Jinyuan's words earlier, they had been able to see some things. Yan Zhaoga nodded slowly. The things that this Kong Jinyuan knows are still limited. It seems that only the most core leaders of the Shunling Nine Swords know the details of the situation, namely that Kong Jinyuan's parents. I just don't know if they're just in the know, or if they actually have someone like Junior Apprentice Sister Sikong, Ouyang Qi, or Yu Baoqi under their control. Yan Zhaoga raised his head slightly as he pondered. Other than that, I just feel that the descendants of Shen Lingzi's lineage are not simply helping the Grand Xian dynasty. They might have some other goal. What we cannot be sure of now is whether their original goal was someone like Junior Apprentice Sister Sikong, or whether they obtained new clues even as they pursued their original goal, causing new problems to crop up. Yan Zhaoga stroked his lower chin, pondering for a moment before he suddenly asked Feng Yunsheng, "Yunsheng, how long can you hold on for now?" The dim blue light within Feng Yunsheng's eyes flickered between bright and dim at times, sometimes bright and sometimes extinguished. "I can currently hold on for 4 breaths of time." Chapter 655. For breaths of time. Yan Zhaoga placed his hands on his crossed knees, tapping lightly on them. "My early improvement is the fastest. I should be able to surpass 5 breaths of time very soon, perhaps even surpassing it." Feng Yunsheng said, "I am preparing to attempt a breakthrough into the martial Grandmaster realm. Passing this threshold, It would not be a problem for me to double the amount of time I have. Yan Zhaoga nodded. Yes, you have to figure this out yourself. Ahu scratched his head, asking, Young master, I wonder if that Kong Jinyuan and the other person will be able to escape from the explosion of the formation. Yan Zhaoga shrugged. Not necessarily. It will depend on their methods, or if anyone comes to their rescue. That kid is at the 3rd level of the martial saint realm at the end of the day, possessing a mid-grade sacred artifact that can exert its full power, other than relying on the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation. It will not be easy to break through its defenses. If I keep bringing him along, it will take a lot of effort to suppress it. I won't have to do anything else then. Send him on his way. Whether he lives or dies will depend on his own luck. Hearing his words, Ahu scratched his head. If he doesn't die and mentions your questioning of him today, will the other party also guess that you are searching for Miss Sikong's secrets, young master? Yan Zhaoga smiled. Whether they guess it or not, they will still come looking for trouble with me. Ahu grinned. Young master, while that Kong Jinyuan looks like a little brat, he is not young anymore, right? Yan Zhaoga said he is indeed not young. Still, as a late merging avatar martial saint, he is still very young. His talent in the martial Tao is not bad, and he probably has a large amount of resources and treasures as well. His cultivation speed is very fast. Still, there is still a crucial point. Yan Zhaoga said slowly, the martial arts that he cultivates are of a very high level, being even higher than the Grand Xian dynasty's 5 Fires true art, the legacies of the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect, as well as the North Sea Sword Pavilion. Also, the martial arts that he cultivates delve into the profundities of the variations of time. After cultivating it to a certain level, he would even be able to control the flow of time within his body to a limited extent. Hearing Yan Zhaoga's words, Ahu blinked. If he slows the flow of time within his body, wouldn't he be eternal? That would have to be at a very high level. He's still far from that. Yan Zhaoga said, still, in the process of cultivating, the flow of time in one's body will be accelerated. Compared to the outside world, 1 day in the outside world might already be 2 or 3 days in one's body. The effect is equivalent to entering another world with a faster time flow from time to cultivate. No matter how much time was sped up, cultivation was still dependent on oneself. If he couldn't improve, then he couldn't improve. He wouldn't surpass an insurmountable obstacle just because time was accelerated. One's lifespan was related to one's physical condition. If one's lifespan didn't increase, simply accelerating the flow of time would be equivalent to reaching the end of one's lifespan faster and heading towards old age. However, if one could maintain a constant rate of improvement, then compared to those in the outside world who had a normal flow of time, those who cultivated the Aeon Light, heavenly tone would be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Each of the 10 scrolls of the primordial heavenly scriptures was a peerless, supreme art, and each of them had boundless, miraculous uses. Ahu imitated Yan Zhaoga as he stroked his lower chin. In that case, that Kong Jinyuan isn't young anymore. Still, from his temperament, he seems to be about the same age as his outer appearance. Yan Zhaoga said nonchalantly, "There's nothing incomprehensible about it. As the saying goes, old people are shrewd, old ghosts are sharp, and old rabbits are hard to catch. Still, this actually doesn't mean that the older one is, the more shrewd they are. Instead, having experienced and seen so many things, one's experience would grow richer and richer. A centenarian who spends 90 years of his life in a constant coma, day and night, can he be as shrewd as someone who has lived 100 years normally, having experienced many things and is accustomed to the affairs of the world? Anyway, I don't believe it. Unless his 10 years of consciousness were filled with endless brilliance, experiencing all sorts of strange things in 10 years that ordinary people would never experience in decades or even centuries, that would be possible. Still, such situations are rare at the end of the day. For us martial practitioners, if we spend 90 of our 100 years painstakingly cultivating in a cave, not mentioning how much our martial prowess would improve, it would be no different from sleeping for 90 years in terms of our daily conduct of the world. It would be of no help at all. What would be of use would still be the remaining 10 years. Yan Zhaoge said, due to the uniqueness of the martial arts that Kong Jinyuan cultivates in, the contrast in this aspect might be even greater. Of course, the main reason should still be him. He is rather arrogant in the first place, and the seniors of his family might also favor him more. Most of the descendants of Shen Lingzi's lineage are probably not like this. Otherwise, I would really suspect whether they are purely being used by the Grand Xian dynasty. As Yan Zhaoge said this, he curled his lips. Just from the current situation alone between the Grand Xian dynasty and Shan Lingzi's lineage, the latter probably holds more authority. Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh. Young master, in breaking the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation this time, the anti-Xian forces owe you a huge favor. At the very least, the North Sea Sword Pavilion will definitely remember it. So what should we do next? Head to the Grinding Hut region? Yan Zhaoge said. Anyway, we should first leave the territory of the whole tower region. I broke the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation, helping the anti-Xian forces greatly. The Grand Xian dynasty and the Shanling Nine swords will definitely not let this matter rest. Not long after Yan Zhaoge had entered the sea with the Myriad Dragon Palace, an extremely terrifying and powerful aura swept through the heavens and the earth from the north of the whole tower region, heading south. The sword light resembled a tide as it enveloped the heavens and covered the earth, all things seemingly falling still wherever it passed. The terrifying light pillar that was agglomerated from the power of the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation in the whole tower region was currently exploding, forming terrifying tides that expanded into the surroundings. That sword light that resembled water, which seemed able to freeze time, suddenly converged at a single point. There, a white-clothed man was currently pushing a youth with all his might as he attempted to flee the purgatory of thunder fire, perilous situations all around him. The sword light that resembled water immediately spun, receiving them. Swept along by this sword light, a treasure that resembled a heart-protecting mirror on the youth's body was instantly stimulated with a powerful defensive force which merged with the sword light. The heart-protecting mirror shook, seemingly returning to the embrace of its true owner. While the thunder and fire were terrifying, the newcomer did not want to face it head-on as he only wanted to rescue the youth from the outskirts and leave. The sword light delayed the thunder and fire for a brief moment before immediately bringing the two people far away. After having avoided the exploding thunder and fire, the sword light halted, a woman appearing. This woman looked to be in her early 30s from the outside, possessing a mature and beautiful appearance. Looking at the two people she had rescued, her gaze was filled with concern and tender love. That white-clothed youth's face was pale. Jinyuan is fine. The woman sighed. It was fortunate that you risked your life to save him, Maosheng. Otherwise, I might not have been able to make it in time. Kong Maosheng smiled weakly. Kong Jinyuan was still unconscious at this moment. That woman stroked his cheek. Rest easy, my son. Mother will definitely avenge you. She lightly tapped on the turbid heavenly mirror armor. The existence that resembled a heart-protecting mirror instantly resembled a mirror as a streak of mirror light shot out, pointing into the distance. Within the Myriad Dragon Palace within the deep sea, Yan Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted as he vaguely sensed something. To be continued. Chapter 656. Yan Zhaoge's heart leapt as he vaguely felt uneasy. A great calamity is indeed upon us. It is just that I wonder if it is the Grand Xian dynasty or the Radiant Light sect. Yan Zhaoge thought as he thought of something. The Northern Ocean clone sat in the meditative position on the ground, unceasingly inhaling and exhaling the essence chi of true dragons within the Myriad Dragon Palace, as well as the remnant dim moonlight of the dim sun cold moon ritual. His true body's figure flickered as he exited the Myriad Dragon Palace. The massive Myriad Dragon Palace rapidly shrinking in size. In the end, the myriad dragon palace, which had originally resembled the residence of immortals, the majestic imperial palace of the Dragon King, had actually shrunk to the size of a grain of rice. True dragons could be big or small. When they were big, they could soar above the 9 heavens. When they were small, they could hide in a cave. The myriad dragon palace that had been forged from the bones of numerous dragons also possessed such capability. Yen Jiaoge raised his palm. The scene of chaos appearing on his palm before the shrunken myriad dragon palace was directly stored within. As the peerless heavenly scripture circulated at full force, Yen Jiaoge's entire person seemed to have entered chaos, blurry and indistinct, formless and boundless. Yen Jiaoge did not exert any force as he simply drifted along with the undercurrents of the deep sea. His heart relaxed a little. He felt as if a thread that had been stuck to his body earlier had been broken, and it also felt as if the dust that had stained his body earlier had been wiped away. What right do you have to track me? That Kong Jinyuan didn't have the ability to leave a mark on my body, so it must be that mid-grade sacred artifact. Pondering for a moment, Yen Jiaoge already understood. Amongst mid-grade sacred artifacts, it can already be considered a rather good item. Not only does it possess shocking defensive power, it also possesses other miraculous uses. Now, Yen Jiaoge could also confirm that this treasure did not belong to Kong Jinyuan alone, instead being something that belonged to a senior of his family. After being injured in the battle with Nong Yuxuan, his seniors were afraid that he would suffer another mishap, and so bestowed it upon him to protect him. It had to be said that this was really a wise choice. Otherwise, Kong Jinyuan would long since have been stabbed to death by Yen Jiaoge's spear. Drifting with the flow, while concealing himself, his speed of advance was too slow, being very inefficient. Yen Jiaoge gradually floated to the surface of the sea. When he turned around to look, the ends of the sky and ocean behind him were enveloped by crimson red heavenly flames and azure violet lightning, and they erupted with waves of intense light and rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth, causing one's heart to palpitate without end. At this moment, an extremely powerful sword light pierced through the thunder fire and sped toward them. The sword light covered the heavens and the earth, and when looked from afar, half of the sky became hazy. Everything around him seemed to have become motionless. Yen Jiaoge nodded slightly. A descendant of Shen Lingzi's lineage, his cultivation base is not low. He sank back into the sea and became silent, hiding in the seawater as if he didn't exist. His body seemed to be transparent. He didn't make any sound, nor did his aura leak out. There was no disturbance in his mind, although they were far away from the center of the explosion. The space above and below the sea were still in a distorted and shattered state. It was a scene of doomsday. While the other party's cultivation base was high, in such an environment, wanting to find Yen Jiaoge, who was circulating the peerless heavenly scripture with everything seemingly returning to nothingness, he would also be at a loss. Without the help of the turbid sky mirror armor, she had no clue. Madame Kang's expression was solemn as she appraised her surroundings seriously, calculating within her heart before suddenly attacking. The continuous sword light spread out and instantly turned into a huge barrier that enveloped the surrounding sea. Everything within the barrier lost its luster and became grayish-white, as if it was about to decay. Everything, including the sea below, seemed to have been sealed in amber, unable to move. Madame Kang's eyes were like torches that illuminated the deep sea as she shifted bit by bit, searching carefully, not letting go of any clues whatsoever. Yen Jiaoge was currently also unable to move amidst the sea. Oh, this is indeed a troublesome figure. Yen Jiaoge knit his brows. The other party had thoughts and was also patient. If she continued searching like this, there would be no place for him to hide sooner or later. That gaze was not sharp, just existing eternally like the long river of time, flowing without end as it emanated a heavy pressure that could not be resisted. Her gaze scanned the various parts of the great sea, neither hurried nor impatient as it was orderly. Madame Kang, seemed not to be worried at all that Yen Zhaoge had already left this region of sea, not worried that her patient searching here would allow him to flee even further away. While the turbid heavenly mirror armor was currently unable to be used, it had already indicated the general direction earlier. With the difference in cultivation bases between her and Yen Zhaoge, she was certain that she would be able to catch up to him, as he would not be able to run too far away. However, having been unable to find Yen Zhaoge in this region of sea, she guessed that Yen Zhaoge must have used some special method to conceal his tracks. While she was unable to find Yen Zhaoge, if he made any major movements, they would not be able to escape her eyes. Therefore, Madame Kong was certain that Yen Zhaoge was in this region of sea before her. As long as she searched carefully, she would eventually be able to find him. This was not blind arrogance. Instead, it was based on her confidence and accurate grasp of her own strength, as she had carefully considered every aspect of it. While her guess was not completely accurate, the chances of something unexpected happening were really too low. Therefore, Madame Kong calmed her heart, searching carefully like a plow, as she virtually wanted to see through every single drop of seawater of this great sea. Her terrifying gaze scanned the great sea, seemingly about to find him. Yen Zhaoge's heart was like the deep sea as he maintained his calm. He could already basically tell that the other party was an expert of the 5th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage. It would not be easy for him to deal with an enemy of this cultivation level. Even if he could wield the extreme yang seal, its effects would also be limited. After all, he only had the power of a single strike, while the extreme yang seal could currently only exert the power of a mid-grade sacred artifact. Moreover, while it had been devastated by the thunder and fire earlier, the turbid heavenly mirror armor in this woman's hands was also a mid-grade sacred artifact. Numerous countermeasures appeared within Yen Zhaoge's mind before they were all overturned by him the next instant, until Yen Zhaoge's gaze turned cold as his mind vaguely entered the darkness by the side. Earth-devouring burner. Without any prior indication whatsoever, Yen Zhaoge vanished from the spot. In the sea where he had been, there was only a small black incense burner left. Yen Zhaoge seemed to be standing amidst the boundless darkness, quietly looking at the lightless void in front of him. There seemed to be a pair of eyes opening there, looking straight at him. As Yen Zhaoge's cultivation base grew higher and higher, his strength grew stronger and stronger. His connection with this strange treasure also grew stronger and stronger, allowing him to do many things that he had been unable to do in the past. For example, right now, his actual body with form and substance had entered the earth-devouring burner. Although he was unable to activate the earth-devouring burner to actively devour other things, there was no harm in coming in himself. This place seemed to be an independent space of its own. It was just that Yen Zhaoge was uncertain whether this strange little black incense burner would be able to help him evade the search of a 5th-level martial saint. He stared at a pool of water in the dark void before him, and after a moment of thought, he decided to step into it. This was a place he had never set foot in before. To be continued. Chapter 657. Could it be he has already left this region of sea before this? A quizzical look appeared on Madame Kang's face. She carefully searched through this region of sea, yet was unable to find Yen Zhaoge. There were many other life forms within the sea, all sorts of strange or ordinary things. Still, she was unable to find the target she was looking for. Madame Kong inhaled deeply, contacting the other Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners for help whilst carefully searching the region of sea before her once more. If Yen Zhaoge had not been in this region of sea previously, he would have long since been far away by now. With his direction unclear, there was even less meaning in pursuing blindly now. She might as well believe in her initial judgment and check once more, just in case she had misjudged him earlier, letting the other party hide right under her nose. Deceiving her, that would really be too stifling. Sadly, however, searching once more, she still found nothing. Even the experienced Madame Kong felt at a loss at this moment, as she could not help but suspect that her earlier judgment had been wrong all along. But how did he escape? Madame Kong raised her head, frowning as she gazed into the distance. Before her was the depths of the vast, limitless sea, the bottom of which was filled with rocks and reefs. Amidst the rocks there was an ordinary-looking black incense burner that did not seem unusual in the least. It was as if someone had carelessly fallen into the sea on a boat passing by, sinking to the bottom of the sea as it was gradually buried by the sand and sand. It was just like all the other random things that had accumulated over the years within this vast sea. Currently, Yanjiaoge was within the earth-devouring burner, yet a whole new heaven and earth had appeared before his eyes. Within his field of vision was a vast, boundless ocean. While there were no winds or waves on the surface of the sea, it emanated a feeling of deathly stillness. This was even more terrifying than shocking waves. Beneath the oppressive aura, the sea and the sky seemed to have condensed into a solid mass. Yanjiaoge raised his brows slightly. Where was this? While the scene before him was realistic, it was like a reflection in the water as ripples surfaced, shaking slightly. Suddenly, a heaven-shocking storm soundlessly arose on the surface of the sea that was quiet to the point of seeming solid. The hurricane swept along the seawater, shooting straight into the nine heavens, resembling a heavenly pillar as it connected the gloomy sky and the strange great sea. Dazzling electricity flickered amidst the storm, resembling dancing silver dragons. Yanjiaoge narrowed his eyes at this scene before him. On the surface of the sea that was originally calm and tranquil, one after another, tornadoes mixed with lightning and seawater soared into the sky one after another, tearing apart the entire space and turning this part of the world into a purgatory in an instant. On the vast and boundless sea, there were storms and thunderbolts everywhere. Lightning and seawater wreaked havoc. It was as if nature had created the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation. Before such might of the heavens and the earth, even a seeing divinity martial saint like Madame Kong appeared insignificant. Yanjiaoge muttered to himself, "It's a little like the endless magnetic storms of legend." While he had not seen it with his own eyes, Yanjiaoge had read about it in scriptures. Comparing it to the scene before him, it was extremely similar. Back when he had stayed at the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar, he had learned about this from conversing with the Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners. There were such places in the Royal Reed Sea where endless magnetic storms often wreaked havoc, resembling a great furnace of the heavens and the earth. There were countless dangers within, and even a martial saint expert would not be able to survive if he entered. One of the most troublesome aspects of this natural disaster was that it came without warning. It instantly devoured countless lives, being hard to resist or evade. While that region of sea also contained many rare treasures that were hard to find in the outside world, most people did not dare to venture deep into it in search of treasures. Too many corpses of experts were buried within this dangerous land. Even if you were a hegemon of a region or a supreme genius, having entered there, your life would no longer belong to you, as it would be controlled by the fickle heavens and earth itself. Yanjiaoge looked there silently, pondering. I heard that the endless magnetic storms are currently at their fiercest. There is no rush. The endless magnetic storms before him left as quickly as they had come, coming very quickly. The surface of the sea became as calm as still water once more, not even a single ripple having arisen. However, having already witnessed the might of the storms, Yanjiaoge did not dare to underestimate this calm in the least. Now, a massive whirlpool suddenly appeared on the calm surface of the sea, millions of tons of seawater rotating and spreading into the surroundings, revealing a piece of land at the bottom of the sea. Yanjiaoge narrowed his eyes, gazing over carefully. He saw the ruins of a palace towering at the bottom of the sea, its walls broken and dilapidated as it appeared ancient and desolate. While the dilapidated palace did not seem conspicuous, it immediately drew Yanjiaoge's full attention. That's strange. Massive suction force was hard to resist. Yan Zhaoge could only feel as though his soul was about to be sucked into this illusory image, being sucked into that dilapidated palace. It was as though there was some power within that palace that could ignore the restrictions of space and the mind, directly sucking those who were paying attention to it over to its front. Yan Zhaoge composed himself, looking over carefully. There seemed to be a massive box within the great hall. The box was made of metal, a strange jet-black luster circulating around it, causing all those who looked at it to unknowingly sink within. 2 ancient characters were inscribed on it. After identifying them, Yan Zhaoge's expression involuntarily turned rather strange. Devouring heaven, devouring heaven, devouring earth? Yan Zhaoge smiled. Interesting. The scene before him gradually vanished, returning to darkness as only a pair of indistinct eyes remained. Yan Zhaoge calmly met those eyes. A moment later, those eyes vanished. Yan Zhaoge calculated the time for a moment. Then he exited the earth-devouring burner, reappearing at the bottom of the sea. It shouldn't be to the point where her gaze just happened to sweep over just as I came out, Yan Zhaoge thought as he appraised his surroundings. He could feel the activity of martial practitioners in the vicinity, even feeling very powerful auras. Still, Madame Kong was already no longer here. As a mid-seeing divinity martial saint, she had many things that required her attention. She did not have so much time to waste on a martial grandmaster. Even if this martial grandmaster possessed extremely terrifying strength, she could not see the end of it. Also, Kong Jinyuan had not really perished at Yan Zhaoge's hands at the end of the day. While Madame Kong had left, she clearly had no intention of giving up on finding trouble for Yan Zhaoge. There were Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners active in the nearby region of Xi as they paid attention to Yan Zhaoge's tracks. As soon as they discovered him, peak experts would probably rush over to deal with him. Still, these people won't be able to. Yan Zhaoge smiled, his figure now beginning to move, ingeniously evading the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners. After advancing for a while, Yan Zhaoge summoned the myriad dragon palace, once more leaping within. Still, just at this moment, a powerful aura approached from the distance. The sword intent of the time-flowing sword of the Aeon Light heavenly scripture. Yan Zhaoge was currently rather sensitive towards this martial art. Oh, it can't be that accurate, right? Chapter 658. The sword intent of the time-flowing sword appeared nearby again. This caused Yan Zhaoge to be rather taken aback. It couldn't be that just having emerged from the earth-devouring burner, he would just happen to encounter a figure of the Shunling 9 swords, right? However, very quickly, Yan Zhaoge sensed that the sword intent seemed to have only been passing by this place, passing by temporarily. The water-like sword light streaked across the sky. Wherever it passed, time and space seemed to become sluggish, dull, and colorless. It was not Madame Kong from before, but another martial practitioner who cultivated in the time-flowing sword. After analyzing the sword light and sword intent within, Yan Zhaoge had a general idea. Like Kong Jinyuan and that white-clothed man, they're both late merging avatar martial saints. However, he is weaker than the white-robed man and stronger than Kong Jinyuan. What's this? A faint fragrance suddenly entered Yan Zhaoge's nose, causing him to be taken aback. It's coming from him. Is this the smell of the heavenly ceremonial incense? For a martial artist with such a high cultivation, the things they carried on their bodies, let alone putting them into their shadow-shrinking pouches, even if they held them in their hands, surrounded by true essence, they would not emit any aura or smell. It was fine if the treasure itself was too powerful, but if it was not extraordinary, it was extremely rare for a martial saint to be unable to completely stop its aura from flowing out. As far as Yan Zhaoge knew, there were only a few of them in total. A delicate fragrance suddenly appeared, like orchids and musk, with a hint of the fragrance of the earth. The taste itself was nothing special, but when combined with the current situation, it was exceptionally different. In Yen Zhaoga's impression, it was extremely similar to a treasure known as the bearing heaven's ceremonial fragrance recorded in the records. However, the raw materials for the bearing heaven's ceremonial incense were rare, and it wasn't easy to refine. Its value wasn't high, and its use was very simple. Why would one of the Shunling 9 swords have such an item? Was it just a coincidence? Connecting this to the fact that the other party was of the direct lineage of the Jade, clear lineage, Yen Zhaoga felt that things were not so simple. After pondering for a moment, Yen Zhaoga gave chase. His movement was obvious, and the person in front of him immediately sensed it. The sword light paused slightly, and his figure appeared, and he suddenly turned his head. This person looked extremely old. His body was stooped, and there were even age spots on the skin that was exposed outside his clothes. He looked old and had one foot in the grave. However, his eyes did not seem old at all. Instead, they were filled with youthful vigor. Seeing the appearances of Yen Zhaoga and the Myriad Dragon Palace, the old man was clearly taken aback. You are the one who injured Jin Yuan." While he was surprised to see Yen Zhaoga here, the old man's movements were not slow as he directly chopped over with his sword. Yen Zhaoga similarly acted immediately, leaping out of the Myriad Dragon Palace along with the Northern Ocean clone, lunging towards their opponents. On the sea, which had not been peaceful for long, another great battle broke out. This old man's strength was above Kang Jinyuan's, and he was also much more cautious. A ray of sword light alternated between fast and slow, covering the entire sky. After discovering that he was unable to deal with the combined might of Yen Zhaoga and the Northern Ocean clone, he did not fly into a rage out of humiliation, as he instead felt a chill in his heart. This old man calmed himself down as he battled with Yen Zhaoga, intending to defend and await reinforcements, drawing the other Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners over before joining forces to capture Yen Zhaoga. Yen Zhaoga and his clone joined forces to launch a pincer attack, preparing to lock this old man within the Myriad Dragon Palace as well and slowly torture him. The old man was even more cautious as he expanded his sword light, seeking to avoid any mistakes rather than success. It was only when Yen Zhaoga showed signs of retreating that he chased after him with his sword light, not letting Yen Zhaoga escape. After discovering that it was Yen Zhaoga's trap, he immediately retreated. Yen Zhaoga raised his brows, seemingly not wanting to battle here for a long time as he turned, immediately wanting to leave. That old man expanded his sword light, entangling him once more. However, Yen Zhaoga did not seem to be drawing the snake out of its hole this time, as he was truly determined to leave. As the old man carefully held back somewhat, he really let Yen Zhaoga escape the battlefield, fleeing into the distance. Seeing Yen Zhaoga leave, the old man frowned, saying, "Little dog, you're going to flee just like this?" His tone was disdainful as his voice traveled far into the distance. Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoga halted, looking coldly at that old man. The old man rejoiced inwardly as he continued, saying disdainfully, "And I thought that you might be capable, but you are just someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong." Yen Zhaoga laughed coldly. "Someone who has been beaten by me to the point that he can only shrink into his shell like a turtle. Boasting so shamelessly, isn't it laughable?" The old man smiled leisurely. "It's you, little dog, who has repeatedly run into walls, only being able to lower your head and leave, right?" "Huh." Yen Zhaoga laughed coldly, his figure abruptly turning in midair, instantly returning before the old man at a speed even faster than when he had left. Seeing him return, that old man could not help but heave a sigh of relief, feeling secretly pleased with himself. His words did not relax as he continued trying to provoke Yen Zhaoga's anger, having just been taught a lesson. You still don't learn from it. Come, come, come. Let this old man give you some pointers." Saying thus, he expanded his sword light, clashing with Yen Zhaoga once more. However, while his tone was disdainful and relaxed, he was a little more proactive this time. The young man before him had an anxious look on his face. While his anger had been provoked, It looked like he was about to calm down again after his rage had passed. As soon as he calmed down, he knew that he could not stay here for long, as he would have the thought of leaving once more. While provoking him with words was effective, the more times it happened, the less effective it would be. He can't be allowed to escape, the old man thought as he struck out with his sword. After 2 moves, Yanjauga seemed to have calmed down somewhat as he glanced hatefully at that old man. Seeing that victory would not be decided within a short period of time, he turned and left. The old man tried to provoke him again, but Yanjauga did not fall for it as he continued fleeing. This time, however, the old man was prepared for this. His sword light expanded as he sped in pursuit, still entangling Yanjauga's departing figure. Now, however, his heart suddenly leapt. Yanjauga's face that appeared before him was calm and without fluctuations, as a hint of a smile could even be seen at the corners of his mouth. Where was his anger and irritation in the least? The old man cursed inwardly. Not waiting for him to change his stance, Yanjauga and the Northern Ocean clone stabbed out simultaneously, one wielding the dark feather slaughtering golden spear, and the other wielding the fish dragon spear. The 2 executed the exact same move, yet a variation that had never occurred before appeared. The phenomenon of great waves surging to the heavens appeared amidst space as a Kuenping the size of a continent bobbed amidst the boundless ocean. This Kuenping abruptly opened its mouth, a terrifying suction force emanating from within. Yanjauga's and the Northern Ocean clone's spears drew an arc amidst space, each forming a semicircle as they merged. The old man's sword light was instantly sucked in. I've fallen for it. I've delivered myself to their doorstep now. The old man was greatly shocked as he saw the great gate of the myriad dragon palace open, a terrifying suction force emanating from it as well. Old dog, let me give you some pointers. Yanjauga's smile turned savage as he forcibly dragged the other party into the myriad dragon palace. P.S. I recommend a female-oriented book. The title is Yun Shu, book number 100/367/3424. The author is a cute girl. Maybe God, to be continued. Chapter 659. Yanjauga's Northern Ocean clone had been obtained by refining the cadaveric shell of another. He had originally been a martial saint with a stable foundation, as he would not easily be able to cultivate in other arts. Therefore, he had never cultivated in the primordial martial arts of the jade, clear lineage like the peerless heavenly scripture and the cyclic heavenly scripture. However, Yanjauga naturally had supreme martial arts suitable for him, causing his strength to grow stronger and stronger. After the foundation of the initial Fuyao art had been established, it had been the famed supreme martial art of pre-great calamity times, the great wilderness fishrock art. Throughout history, the human body had cultivated the Kuenpeng's Tao of power. It was the most powerful technique. Yanjauga simulated the great wilderness fishrock art with a peerless heavenly scripture, attacking alongside the Northern Ocean clone, manifesting the phenomenon of a fish rock. The old man continued to defend himself with all his might like before, and was barely able to hold on. Now that he had taken the initiative to attack, it was hard for him to redeem himself as he was directly swept along by Yanjauga and forcibly sent into the myriad dragon palace. As soon as they entered, the doors of the palace closed with a bang. Then they sank into the sea and disappeared in an instant. Having entered the myriad dragon palace, that old man gave a muffled snort. What a crafty kid! With a flip of his palm, a long sword that gleamed with a piercingly cold light appeared in his hand. Sword Chi surged violently, and its momentum skyrocketed. Having heard the rumors, and learnt that Yanjauga possessed a strange bamboo cane that could suppress low-grade sacred artifacts, this old man had not used his accompanying sword artifact before this. But now that they were fighting for their lives, it went without saying which was more important between their own lives and the saint weapon. If he could carve out a path of survival, even if his sword was damaged, he could only accept it and seek revenge in the future. The Grand Xian dynasty is unable to achieve a sacred artifact for every saint of martial. However, from the looks of it, the descendants of your Shen Lingzi's lineage indeed all have sacred artifacts with them. Their wealth is not just ordinary. Seeing that he had finally moved his sword, Yan Zhaoge did not mind it at all. Purple light flickered within his hand as that dark green bamboo cane appeared, striking downwards. Hearing his words, the other party's expression turned strange. Seeing the dark feather slaughtering golden spear in Yan Zhaoge's hands, the imperious cold martial armor on him, and the fish dragon spear in the hands of the Northern Ocean clone, the old man was angered to the point of feeling stifled within his chest as he was rendered speechless. The old man composed himself and pointed the sword in his hand. The piercingly cold sword light fused with the sword Tao of the time-flowing sword, and they transformed into rays of light that covered the sky. He attempted to obtain victory through the variations of his sword arts, avoiding Yan Zhaoge's dark green bamboo cane and attacking Yan Zhaoge himself. If he could force Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone to retreat, he would have a chance to charge out of the Myriad Dragon Palace. Oh, not a bad sword. It's on par with my fish dragon spear. It's one of the best low-tier saint weapons. Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly, but this caused the old man's face to turn even darker. He only praised the sword, but not the sword Tao or the person. But soon, the old man no longer had the time to be depressed. Wherever the dark green bamboo stick went, the rainbow light that filled the sky was shattered. Yan Zhaoge's dark feather, slaughtering golden spear, and the Northern Ocean clone's fish dragon spear came together, blocking that old man's glorious rainbow sword. In the next moment, the dark green bamboo cane struck down, causing the rainbow sword's sword light to dim. As this old man flipped over to avoid it, Yan Zhaoge's bamboo cane immediately followed up with a strike, landing on his shoulder. His entire body shook from the blow, and a shadow shrinking pouch dropped down. Yan Zhaoge's eyes flickered slightly. The old man was greatly shocked. Yan Zhaoge and his clone attacked together, each spear faster than the previous as they forced him into retreat. The Northern Ocean clone made a grabbing motion, that shadow shrinking pouch already arriving within his hands. A faint fragrance emanated from within, precisely the scent that Yan Zhaoge had noticed earlier. It indeed originated from this old man. Let go! The old man panicked greatly as he charged forward, yet was forced into retreat by Yan Zhaoge once more. Streams of dragon qi descended from the Myriad Dragon Palace, resembling chains as they surrounded that old man, wanting to trap him. The old man shifted left and right. Where the sword light of the glorious rainbow soared past, the chains of dragon qi instantly shattering. However, having just displayed his might, Yan Zhaoge's bamboo cane struck down once more. Yan Zhaoge was no longer in a hurry now, as he instead began to take a defensive stance, stably guarding the entrance of the Myriad Dragon Palace. It was fine as long as the other party was not able to escape. His Northern Ocean clone retreated to the side, opening that shadow-shrinking pouch. While he had never seen the actual thing before, only having read the descriptions in books, Yan Zhaoge could be certain at first glance that the fragrance contained within was precisely the bearing heaven ceremonial fragrance that he had guessed earlier. While the space within the shadow-shrinking pouch was vast, it was currently stuffed full to the brim. There were only those few things within, but each of them was an extremely massive amount. For example, the sky-bearing ceremonial incense weighed at least 50 kilograms. As for the other treasures, the amount was even more ridiculous. Some of them were extremely rare and expensive. With such a large number of them, they could be considered priceless treasures. Although some of them were produced in very small quantities, their value was relatively limited. They only had one function and were not very valuable. When these items were placed together, they did not seem to be related to each other in the eyes of ordinary people. Even sacred grounds like the dim darkness sect the Radiant Light Sect, and the North Sea Sword Pavilion would only value one or two of these treasures that were more valuable. However, in Yen Zhaoga's eyes, it was only like a thunderclap had resounded out of nowhere, bearing heaven's ceremonial fragrance, earth ocean lung crystals, prime chaos soil. Yen Zhaoga's gaze was heavy. Adding a few more things, they would be the materials required to establish the bearing heaven effecate formation that is used to communicate with the earthly deity of the Earth Queen. The Earth Queen's earthly deity was also known as bearing heaven's law, great virtue, great Earth Queen's earthly deity, also known as bearing heaven's law, Earth Queen's earthly deity. As the saying goes, the imperial sky and the earth. The imperial sky is above and the earth is below. The earth, here referred to the earthly deity of the Earth Queen, commonly known as the Earth Queen. Taoism had the 3 clear lineages and 4 imperials. The 3 clear lineages naturally referred to the founders of the 3 clear lineages. The earthly deity of the Earth Queen was one of the 4 imperials. She controlled yin and yang, nourishing all things as she was like the mother of the earth. In pre-great calamity times and even more ancient times, she had been a major figure who stood above the heavens. Looking at the item in his hand, countless thoughts instantly flashed through Yen Zhaoga's mind. Shan Lingzi's lineage and even the founding ancestor of the Grand Xian dynasty, King Xianwen and the others, had all come from outside the Royal Reed Sea, setting up camp here. What exactly was it for? The bearing heaven effecate formation had no other use. In pre-great calamity times, due to special circumstances, the Earth Queen had not resided in the divine palace of the heavenly court for a long time. Her subordinates had set up this formation in order to constantly remember and sense this bigwig. In this current era, someone had set up this formation and maintained it for so many years. What did they intend to do with it? The Grand Xian dynasty should have persisted in collecting these materials and treasures all these years. Sadly, due to the rise of the rebellion against the Xian, many places had broken away from the control of the Grand Xian dynasty, falling into the hands of powers like the North Sea Sword Pavilion. The materials they had accumulated earlier had gradually been depleted. Could this be the reason why Shan Lingzi's lineage had finally been unable to restrain themselves from leaving their seclusion? It was not that they were concerned about the stability of the Grand Xian dynasty. Now that the Grand Xian dynasty had regained the upper hand and regained much of their territory, they had also regained many precious resources. They had immediately begun collecting them nonstop. What had they set up the bearing heaven effecate formation for then? Had they accidentally discovered the legacies of this bigwig in the Royal Reed Sea and were attempting to excavate them? Or were they trying to find the earthly deity of the Earth Queen? Had this bigwig still existed after the Great Calamity? Logically speaking, he should have. Still, if the Great Calamity had been man-made and not a natural disaster, it would be hard to say after the Great Calamity whether it was worlds like the 8 Extremities world, the vast ocean world, or this world beyond worlds. News of peak figures of pre-great calamity times had seldom been heard of. Yen Zhaoga licked his lips, an unexpected surprise. Chapter 660. The great calamity of the past had always been on Yen Zhaoga's mind. After the calamity, not only did the great thousand worlds experience a calamity, but many of the powerful experts who were active before the calamity had also gone silent. This was one of the main reasons why Yen Zhaoga insisted that the matter that year had been man-made rather than a natural disaster. Now that he had learnt of the secret of Shan Lingzi's lineage, which seemed to have touched upon the tip of the iceberg that had been concealed that year, Yen Zhaoga felt even more excited. As the old saying goes, the more you know, the faster you die. However, if they knew too little, they could still die easily. Moreover, they would die without knowing why. Perhaps they would be sold by others and even earn money for them. Yen Zhaoga had already vaguely guessed something at the very depths of his heart the moment he had smelled the bearing heaven ceremonial fragrance. Now that his conjecture had been confirmed, he was pleasantly surprised, but also felt that it was as he had expected. Great waves surged within Yen Zhaoga's heart. but he did not reveal too much of it on his face. At this moment, the old man who was fighting with him was both angry and anxious. The bearing heaven's ceremonial incense and the other materials had already been used up and needed to be replenished. After stirring up a frenzy and suppressing the anti-Shin army and reclaiming a large amount of lost land, they hurriedly began to collect again. Some of these things were very precious, and some were not so valuable. However, they had one thing in common, and that was that they were all very rare. After a large-scale search, it was almost impossible to collect such a large amount of various materials in a short period of time. In order to deceive others, he had journeyed alone. In the end, he had been blocked by Yen Zhaoge here. The old man felt regret within his heart. He had still unconsciously underestimated Yen Zhaoge, such that he had instead fallen into such an awkward situation. If he had been intent on fleeing or defending and waiting for reinforcements, he wouldn't have suffered such a huge setback. If he was unable to take back the shadow, shrinking pouch, even if he could escape now, it would be very hard for him to give an account to the others when he returned. This was especially so when he had seen Yen Zhaoge take out one of those treasures, the earth-ocean lung crystals, in large quantities on the spot. The Northern Ocean clone drew out a great amount of brown crystal sand from his shadow, shrinking pouch. Red light flickered in the brown crystal sand like dancing flames. It was as if each grain of sand was a world of its own. Within each grain of crystal sand, there was a small flame dancing. A large amount of crystal sand gathered together, forming a majestic aura. As the flame flickered, the brown crystal sand that had gathered together was like a human's lungs, breathing continuously. A large amount of spiritual energy was sucked in and out, circulating nonstop. Yen Zhaoge smiled. Earth-ocean lung, crystals, good stuff indeed. It is perfectly suited for my clone. Thank you. In the lower worlds, like the 8 extremities world, this was a treasure that had already gone extinct. The Northern Ocean clone extended his palm, light surging within it as the sound of tides vaguely resounded. The brown crystal sand was engulfed by the light and instantly changed its appearance. Large amounts of crystal sand shattered and turned into rolling smoke. The Northern Ocean clone abruptly inhaled deeply. The brown smoke instantly transformed into an earth dragon, being absorbed into the Northern Ocean clone's body. At the same time, the Northern Ocean clone assumed a fist stance, manifesting his martial true intent. True essence floated above his head, condensing into a real scene. It was as if the primordial world had reappeared. Within the boundless, desolate, ancient sea, there was an incomparably massive Kuin Pung bobbing up and down. When it entered the water, it was a Kuin, and when it came out, it was a Pung. Now, as the Northern Ocean clone unceasingly absorbed the earth-ocean lung crystals, the scene condensed of his martial true intent above his head gradually began to change as well. The sea was still there, but no longer so wild and ancient. The earth's crust at the bottom of the sea was changing unceasingly. Underground fire would occasionally erupt, but most of the time it was a gradual change. With the passing of time and the passing of time, the blue sea turned into mulberry fields as the world changed. However, that powerful Kuin Pung had existed for millennia. Not only did it not decay or age, it instead grew stronger and stronger as time passed. Meanwhile, the aura emanating from the Northern Ocean clone grew stronger and stronger as well, rising unceasingly as though there was no end to it. Seeing this, the old man felt even more bitter. It's actually like this? The earth-ocean lung crystals actually just happened to be able to assist him in advancing to a higher level, benefiting the martial arts he cultivates in as well. The martial arts he cultivates in are one with the body, avatar, and soul. The earth-ocean lung crystals just happen to be of great help to him. Without such a great amount of earth-ocean lung crystals, who knows when he would have been able to take that step. Now, however, the old man felt the urge to smash his head against a wall at this moment. Earth-ocean lung crystals were extremely rare and not so easy to gather. His own people had spent a great deal of effort as well. Such a large amount of earth-ocean lung crystals was usually very rare. It was only because the Grand Xian dynasty had mobilized a great amount of manpower and resources that they had been able to gather so many within a relatively short period of time. Otherwise, if Yan Zhaoge had gone searching for them himself, even if he knew where they were, it would have been very difficult for him to harvest so many within a short period of time. While the quantity would still be of help to the Northern Ocean clone, the effect it would be able to play would naturally be reduced as a result. How would it be like now, the oceanic amount of brown crystal sand being unceasingly broken apart before being unceasingly absorbed and refined by the Northern Ocean clone within his body? The Northern Ocean clone had previously also unceasingly refined and absorbed the dense chi of true dragons of the myriad dragon palace, tempering his body and establishing a firm foundation. Now that he had obtained the fortuitous encounter of the earth-ocean lung crystals, he instantly had a stepping stone towards a higher level. The Northern Ocean clone's aura rose unceasingly until, at a certain moment, he seemed to have broken through a bottleneck. The scenes formed of roiling true essence above his head were suddenly retracted, completely vanishing. Vast light that was half black and half golden flickered within the eyes of Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, resembling the vast ocean, resembling the great earth, resembling the sky. A faint silhouette of a human seemed to surface within the pupils of the Northern Ocean clone before quickly vanishing. While that silhouette was very faint, it could still be seen that it bore a 50% resemblance to the Northern Ocean clone and Yan Zhaoge himself. It was precisely the soul that had been born from the Northern Ocean clone after Yan Zhaoge had refined it, being closely connected to Yan Zhaoge's own soul as they were like two bodies of a single body. That old man's heart thumped heavily, the powerful force emanating from every single movement of the Northern Ocean clone caused his heart to palpitate. He was also familiar with the Northern Ocean clone's current state. Chi and blood, fleshly body, soul, martial true intent, all merged perfectly as one, being indistinguishable from one another. Third level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage. "Thank you for your great gift," Yan Zhaoge chuckled, retreating as he no longer clashed with that old man. That old man could no longer care about the heaven-bearing, ceremonial fragrance and the other lost treasures, as he only wished to be able to leave this place alive. Yet Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone descended from the sky, instantly arriving before him. Light that was half golden and half black simultaneously surged from the acupoints of the Northern Ocean clone's entire body, a violent force shaking the surrounding space. The sword intent that was able to slow down the flow of time in the surrounding space was actually affected by the Northern Ocean clone's martial true intent at this moment. Time seemed to flow in reverse, everything returning to the prehistoric era. The old man wielded his glorious rainbow sword, but Yan Zhaoge had already handed the dark green bamboo cane from his own hands to the Northern Ocean clone. As the Northern Ocean clone's cane descended, the sword light instantly dimmed. Meanwhile, the ferocious fish dragon spear roared out from his other hand. To be continued. Chapter 661. The Northern Ocean clone had successfully attained the third level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage, having refined a great amount of dragon chi to temper his body, absorbing a portion of the power of dim moon and cultivating in the great wilderness fishrock art. The Northern Ocean clone's strength had improved yet again. Today, after obtaining the Earth-Sea lung crystals, he had successfully taken the final step. Thanks to his accumulated experience, the Northern Ocean clone felt relaxed as he passed the incomparably difficult bottleneck that many would find incomparably difficult. Everything fell into place. While that old man was also an expert of the third level of the martial saint realm, also cultivating in a supreme martial art like the Aeon Light heavenly scripture, possessing extraordinary strength, he was still an expert of the third level of the martial saint realm. However, against that dark green bamboo cane of Yan Zhaoge's, his sacred artifact, the glorious rainbow sword, was hard-pressed to play a role. Yen Zhaoge directly removed the imperious cold martial armor, putting it on the Northern Ocean clone as well. The Northern Ocean clone, who had already been ferocious to the heavens in the first place, grew even more ferocious. The outcome of this battle was thus determined. Within the myriad dragon palace, streams of dragon chi transformed into chains, completely sealing off that old man's paths of retreat. He couldn't beat them, and he couldn't run away either. Yen Zhaoge attempted to capture this old man alive. Since the other party bore the heavy burden of transporting the heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance and the earth-ocean lung crystals, he would most likely have some understanding of the situation regarding the heaven-bearing effecate formation. While they were both at the third level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage, this person clearly knew more than that profligate Kong Jinyuan. However, this old man was very fierce and did not fear death like Kong Jinyuan. At the end, seeing that there was no hope of escaping, Yen Zhaoge even had the intention of capturing him alive. He clenched his teeth and actually took the initiative to collide with the Northern Ocean clone's spear. The Northern Ocean clone acted as he wished as he decisively retracted his force. The old man, on the other hand, assumed a posture of dying together with the enemy, completely disregarding his own safety, seizing the opportunity to attack fiercely. Yen Zhaoge shook his head slightly, the Northern Ocean clone stabbing out with his spear, piercing through this opponent's chest. The color of life quickly faded from the old man's eyes, and his entire body decayed. Before he died, his eyes were filled with unwillingness, but it was not because of his own defeat. "Little thief, you ruined my plans. I will not let you go." Looking at him, Yen Zhaoge suddenly smiled. "Old ghost, you have instead helped me achieve my great goal. Thank you." The Northern Ocean clone retrieved the glorious rainbow sword from that old man's hand. Yen Zhaoge extended his palm, pressing down on that old man's dantian as chi that resembled chaos invaded within. His opponent, who was on the verge of death, muttered with difficulty, "You want to pry into my sect's ultimate technique? It's useless. How could you see through it so easily? You." His eyes suddenly widened. This, Yen Zhaoge's expression was mild as the true essence that resembled chaos within his palm entered the body of the old man, gradually forming the phenomenon of peerless infinity. The veritable essence energy in the other party's body that was on the verge of dissipating seemed to have turned into a river of time, gushing endlessly. But at this moment, time seemed to be flowing in reverse. Everything returned to the beginning, before the heavens and the earth were separated, before the primordial world was formed. Within Yen Zhaoge's mind, numerous patterns of light gradually lit up, arranged chaotically without any form of order. But everything was marvelous in its own way. It was as if he was once again standing on the river of time, extricating himself from it and overlooking the vicissitudes of life. While it is incomplete, it has already benefited me greatly. The corners of Yen Zhaoge's mouth arched upwards slightly, feeling extremely happy. Looking at the disbelieving expression on that old man's face, Yen Zhaoge laughed lightly. "How much do you understand about the time-flowing sword that you cultivate in? Do you know what it is?" "Ian, light, heavenly, book," the elder said with difficulty, exhaling more air than inhaling. It seemed like he was about to die. Yen Zhaoge nodded lightly. "Aeon light heavenly scripture, one of the later heaven 6 scriptures of the primordial heavenly scriptures of the jade, clear, direct lineage. Since you know the name of the Aeon light heavenly scripture, you should also know about the 10 volumes of the primordial heavenly scriptures. The peerless heavenly scripture is the head of the 10 volumes, the source of all techniques." The old man was tongue-tied, unable to catch his breath, and died with everlasting regret. Yen Zhaoge retracted his palm, shaking his head. The Northern Ocean clone carried this old man's corpse away, while Yen Zhaoge himself pondered as he looked at the glorious rainbow sword in his hand. Previously, I was still complaining that I didn't have a single saint weapon in my hands. Now it's here. Yan Zhaoga could not help but laugh as he lightly flicked the sword within his hand. The concept contained within this sword was not completely compatible with the Aeon Light, heavenly scripture, and the time-flowing sword. Yan Zhaoga had just clashed with that old man and analyzed the true intent of his martial Tao. This sword should not have been forged by him himself. Perhaps it had been gifted to him by someone else. Or perhaps he had obtained it through a fortuitous encounter from the outside world. Still, the quality of this glorious rainbow sword was extremely high, as it was an elite amongst low-grade sacred artifacts. With the fortuitous encounters of the myriad dragon palace and the dim sun cold moon ritual, my accumulation far surpasses that of ordinary people. I do not have to painstakingly cultivate like other transcending mortality martial grandmasters, advancing slowly and painstakingly. Yan Zhaoga pondered. With the peerless heavenly scripture as a foundation, the combination of the fleshly body and the soul of the martial Tao would be incomparably difficult for others, even filled with danger. Yet, it is not difficult for me. It's just that, is this enough? Muttering to himself, Yan Zhaoga suddenly laughed. A man's heart is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The ancients did not deceive me. Between having lofty aspirations and biting off more than one can chew, there is often only a single step. Yan Zhaoga lightly flicked the blade of the glorious rainbow sword, causing the sword chi of this sacred artifact to roil as it resisted unceasingly. His gaze gradually turned resolute. In pre-great calamity times, the heavens were filled with immortals and divinities. How many still remain after that tribulation? Even they are like this, let alone mortals? If I want to jump out of the well, I would have to try a path that no one has walked before, or that few have walked before. As Yan Zhaoga clashed with that old man, the battle situation in the northern part of the Royal Reed Sea was also progressing like a raging fire. The all-encompassing thunder and fire of the whole tower region caused the entire heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation to change. The spiritual chi flow in the region of the North Sea became chaotic as well, naturally alerting the anti-Shin forces of the grinding Hut region's sword domain. Making use of the Grand Xian dynasty's instability, the anti-Shin forces decisively launched a counterattack, causing the Grand Xian dynasty to be even more troubled as both sides clashed. Meanwhile, both the Grand Xian dynasty and the anti-Shin forces were rather puzzled by what exactly had happened in the whole tower region. Avoiding the final explosion of the light pillar, Nong Yuxuan and the other radiant light sect martial practitioners also clashed with the local Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners. After shaking off their pursuers, Nong Yuxuan's group unexpectedly returned to the northern region of sea of the whole tower region. Looking at the great sea that still seemed to be boiling, Nong Yuxuan pondered in silence. The radiant light sect martial practitioner beside him could not understand it. How did a martial grandmaster do it? Yuxuan, you are the person of our sect who has researched the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation the most. Those of the Grand Xian dynasty who are stronger than you in this aspect can be counted on one hand. Can you understand how that kid from the lower worlds did it? Hearing his words, Nong Yuxuan did not answer as his figure sank, directly entering the great sea and descending to the bottom of the sea, close to the earth's crust. There, blazing underground fire would still erupt from time to time. To be continued. Chapter 662. A ferocious formation like the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation would cause shocking destruction after it was activated. Even the formation itself would dissipate as a result. If it was to be used again, it would have to be set up anew. There was no need to mention the damage and changes to the characteristics of the landscape as well as the circulation of spiritual chi in the surroundings. Currently, the northern region of sea of the whole tower region had virtually changed completely. Still, in the eyes of someone like Nong Yuxuan, who had a deep understanding of the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation, there were still some clues that could be found. He silently looked at everything before him, falling into deep thought. A radiant light sect elder beside him frowned. "We can't stay here for too long." While the Grand Xian martial practitioners of the whole tower region are currently in the dark, having received the news over at the Grinding Hut region, the Grand Xian dynasty will send experts of higher cultivation bases over to investigate the situation. Nong Yuxuan waved his hands, not saying a word. Everyone else could only wait patiently. However, as time passed, Nong Yuxuan continued to stare at the depths of the sea in a daze. They could only urge him once more. When everyone's patience had virtually run out as they urged him time and time again, Nong Yuxuan finally said, "All right, let's go." Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, their spirits rising slightly at the same time. Those of the Radiant Light sect speedily retreated, leaving the northern region of Sea of the whole tower region once more. As they left, their gazes fell on Nong Yuxuan. Nong Yuxuan's face was sunken as water. If I did not see wrongly that Yan Zhaoga should have first pierced through the reefs at the bottom of the sea of the whole tower region, shaking the fire pith veins buried beneath. And it was not a simple technique. He should have struck 9 times, forming the momentum of 9 stars in a row, locking the fire pith veins in place, stimulating them to resist and erupt. Those of the Radiant Light sect exchanged looks, Nong Yuxuan saying, "Because the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation set up by the Grand Xian dynasty caused the spiritual qi flow of the earth veins here to be unstable. That kid was able to succeed so easily." The eruption of underground fire triggered the true Yin wood green formation talisman that the Grand Xian dynasty had set up in the whole tower region. Normally speaking, the power of an ordinary eruption of underground fire would not be sufficient to activate the true Yin wood formation talisman. However, the momentum of the 9-star alignment ingeniously drew in the earth veins of the entire whole tower region, achieving the effect of winning big with a small amount. Nong Yuxuan let out a long breath of turbid air. As soon as the true Yin wood green formation talisman was activated, the heavenly fire tribulation thunder that had been accumulated in the skies of the whole tower region due to the grand formation was instantly drawn down from the skies. The earthen fire erupted in 9 pillars of fire, formlessly forming a small and intricate formation that had the effect of gathering. Therefore, the lightning fire that descended from the heavens did not descend upon the entire whole tower region, but was instead gathered together, accurately landing in the northern region of the sea, resonating with the earthen fire and finally becoming one. After saying that, Nong Yuxuan pursed his lips. That should be it. Other than this method, I can't think of any other method. At this point, he didn't finish his sentence. Only after observing and researching for a long time did he understand Yan Zhaoga's methods. Within it, he had relied on many clues and deduced the process from the results. Before Yan Zhaoga had made his move, he had asked Nong Yuxuan to come to the whole tower region himself. Even if he knew that the heavenly fire tribulation thunder grand formation had been set up here, it would still be very hard for him to break through it. After all, the grand formation had already been established, just that it had not yet been activated. Witnessing all this and understanding the intricacies behind it, Nong Yuxuan also sighed emotionally at how one could actually do something like this. The other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners were even more stunned. This was actually thought of by that kid from the lower worlds. Could it have been a fluke? Someone said disbelievingly. Nong Yuxuan shook his head, saying decisively, impossible. 9 stars aligned to probe the fire pith veins. It is easy to say, but the 9 locations are all carefully chosen. If even one of them is wrong, it would be impossible for there to be any effect at all. They all have to be extremely accurate, and it would be impossible to guess them. For martial saints, stimulating the fire pith veins was not hard. What was hard was knowing where to do it. A Radiant Light sect elder said slowly, the youngster from the lower worlds who hailed from the Sacred Sun clan once mentioned that this Yan Zhaoga's attainments and formations are rather high, even grasping a powerful battle formation like the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation that was lost after the Great Calamity. From the looks of it now, he is indeed no ordinary figure. Another elder sighed. This kid is indeed a scourge. From the looks of it earlier, he has already formed a relationship with the dim darkness sect. With what happened today, the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island might protect him as well. A female elder retorted. While he is extraordinary, his cultivation base is limited at the end of the day, also coming from a small place like the Eight Extremities world. The dim darkness sect aside, would the other sects clash head-on with our sect for the sake of such a minor figure? At most, they would just help him conceal his tracks and return a personal favor. Who knows, they might also take a liking to the many treasures and spirit diagrams that this kid possesses. The Radiant Light sect elder beside her shook his head. The North Sea Sword Pavilion is hard to say. Even if it is, as you say, they will not offend our sect for the sake of this kid. Concealing him or concealing his tracks would already be very troublesome. Someone suggested, why don't we ignore him for now and find a chance to attack the Eight Extremities world instead? That female elder shook her head. We still cannot be certain whether that supreme sun treasure was brought to the world beyond worlds by him or left in the Eight Extremities world. It would be fine if it was in the Eight Extremities world, but in the world beyond worlds, if he continues to hide or simply leaves the Royal Reed Sea, it would be even harder to find him then. Moreover, the Grand Qian dynasty is currently attacking urgently. It would not be good for our sect to split its forces. Nong Yuxuan now said slowly, it would be fine if we let the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island not owe him a favor. He paused for a moment before adding, perhaps we can also get them to owe our Radiant Light sect a favor. The surroundings fell silent, all exchanging glances. Everyone virtually instantly understood Nong Yuxuan's meaning. They already knew how the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation had been broken, someone asked in a low tone. Who are those who were present then? Nong Yuxuan said, besides us and the Yen Jiaoge, there are only those of the Shunling 9 swords of the Grand Qian dynasty. The gazes of those of the Radiant Light sect all flickered slightly. There would not even be a need to silence them now. For the North Sea Sword Pavilion, the Dim Darkness sect, and Coppermen Island, it did not need to be said whether it was more trustworthy for them to speak or for those of the Grand Qian dynasty, who were all members of the anti-Qian camp. Moreover, those of the Shunling 9 swords knew that the Radiant Light sect was in conflict with Yen Jiaoge. Now that they were in conflict with Yen Jiaoge as well, in order for the Radiant Light sect and Yen Jiaoge to clash, they might be happy to see Yen Jiaoge suffer a setback. Nong Yuxuan surveyed everyone. More importantly, that Yen Jiaoge is someone who doesn't like losing out, having his credit falsely claimed by me. He will definitely not be resigned to it. We have always been worried about not being able to find his whereabouts. Now we can infuriate him and make him jump out himself. If he dares to do so, we can slaughter him. Everyone smiled and nodded without saying a word. To be continued. Chapter 663. The anti-Qian side and the Grand Qian dynasty were both concerned that something was wrong with the heavenly fire, tribulation, thunder grand formation. Now, news suddenly spread that the one who had done this, which was a great scheme for the Grand Qian dynasty and a great meritorious deed for the anti-Qian forces within the Grinding Hut region's sword world, was an elder of the Radiant Light sect, the #1 expert of the senior generation, the Starlight Wisdom King Nong Yuxuan. The news gradually gained the approval of many people. The North Sea Sword Pavilion and the other anti-Qian powers were all rather wary of the Grand Qian dynasty's heavenly fire, tribulation, thunder formation. They would usually study it as well, striving to understand the enemy and come up with a way to break it. Nong Yuxuan's name was renowned outside of the Grand Qian dynasty, as he was an elite expert in the study of the heavenly fire, tribulation, thunder formation. While he was unable to set up such a grand formation, his deep understanding of formations was something that many experts of the Grand Qian dynasty were inferior to. It could be said that, apart from the experts of the Grand Xian dynasty in the Royal Reed Sea, if there was anyone who could break this formation, the first person everyone would think of would most likely be Nong Yuxuan. When the news reached the Grand Xian dynasty, Madame Kong of the Shunling Nine Swords first summoned Kong Maosheng. Maosheng, are you certain that it isn't that Nong Yuxuan's handiwork? Madame Kong asked. Kong Maosheng answered calmly that Nong Yuxuan appeared for an instant at that time, arriving even later than I did. However, before I arrived at the Northern Sea region of the whole Tower region, I dare not confirm what happened there and whether or not Nong Yuxuan appeared. Madame Kong nodded. We will have to ask Jin Yuan. The two of them went to the room where Kong Jin Yuan was resting. Kong Jin Yuan should have woken up by now. Seeing Madame Kong, he instantly cried out joyfully, Mother! But when he saw Kong Maosheng, his expression became somewhat complicated. Seeing this, Madame Kong instantly sighed to herself. Kong Jin Yuan bit his lips and averted his gaze, refusing to look at his half-brother. He was willing to owe anyone but Kong Maosheng. Ever since he was young, his parents had always valued Kong Maosheng more, praising him incessantly. However, they had always criticized him and used Kong Maosheng as a comparison. Forget about his father. He was his mother's flesh and blood. I will definitely be stronger than him. Madame Kong felt rather helpless. Her husband's original wife had died early, leaving behind his eldest son, Kong Maosheng. When she had married into the household, Kong Maosheng had still been young. Actually, it could be said that he had been brought up by her. They were both her husband's sons, so she didn't want to be mean to Kong Maosheng. She even gave him preferential treatment. Kong Maosheng was also very respectful and filial to her. Over the years, he had been like Kong Jin Yuan, directly calling her Nyangqin and nothing else. The relationship between mother and son was actually quite good, not much different from that of biological children. Of course, if one had to make a comparison, her youngest son, Kong Jin Yuan, was the one she doted on the most, her flesh and blood. It's just that Kong Jin Yuan's temperament, compared to his elder brother Kong Maosheng, was a lot more frivolous and arrogant. While the two brothers' current cultivation bases were similar, as Madame Kong saw it, her youngest son still lacked many things. He wanted to discipline her strictly, but at the critical moment he couldn't bear to do so, which made her worry. In front of his mother, Kong Jin Yuan was still very well behaved. Seeing that his mother seemed to have come for something, he asked, Is something the matter, mother? Madame Kong nodded. That's right. Jin Yuan, I remember you mentioning after you awoke that the person who destroyed the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation was a Yen Zhaoga who injured you? Kong Jin Yuan instantly ground his teeth. It was precisely that bastard. Madame Kong looked at him earnestly. Jin Yuan, are you absolutely certain? Kong Jin Yuan opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Seeing his mother's serious expression, he could not help but ponder for a moment before answering. I did not personally witness how he did it, but he once mentioned that he wanted to borrow the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation to break the turbid Heavenly Mirror armor that you gave me. Was it because he knew that something had already happened to the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation at the time, therefore bringing me there? Or was it because, after bringing me there, he personally tampered with the Grand Formation? I am not sure. I was trapped by him in that palace that was filled with the chi of true dragons at the time. By the time I emerged from the palace, something had already happened to the Grand Formation. Hearing this, Madame Kong nodded slowly before saying, To King Xuanmu and a limited number of people, you can truthfully explain what had happened. Still, to everyone else, especially those of the Antishan forces, you have to say that it was the Radiant Light Sex Nong Yuxuan who destroyed the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation. Kong Jin Yuan was dazed as Madame Kong said, Don't be hasty. I will naturally explain the details to you. Saying thus, her expression changed as she turned and looked over. A voice resounded from outside. The Radiant Light Sex Nong Yuxuan should not be at this level. It must have been done by someone else. The Radiant Light sect is now falsely claiming credit for it. Let us add fuel to the fire, letting them fight amongst themselves properly. Madame Kong was rather taken aback. Senior Apprentice Brother Chi, why have you come to the North Sea? Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan felt surprised, as well as they hurriedly greeted Senior Apprentice Uncle Chi. A tall, middle-aged man walked in, his face sallow and his gaze cold. He snorted lightly, replying via sound transmission, Junior Apprentice Brother Liao has gone missing. The heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance, earth ocean lung crystals, and the other materials that should have been sent back by him have all disappeared without a trace as well. I could only make a trip over to see what exactly happened. Madame Kong was instantly taken aback. Who did it? Immediately afterwards, her face sunk as she clearly also recalled that the materials that had been sent back this time would likely be very hard to gather within a short period of time. It might even cause a major incident to go awry. The middle-aged man said in a heavy tone, "It might be that fella surnamed Yen whom you mentioned earlier." Junior Apprentice Brother Liao seemed to have discovered him and left behind some markings, also calling for the nearby Grand Xian realm martial practitioners to hurry over. However, by the time they arrived, Junior Apprentice Brother Liao's whereabouts were already unknown, with no further news of him. Madame Kong was silent for a moment before she said, rather guiltily, "I have been busy looking after Jinyuan and Maosheng these past few days. I have been negligent." The middle-aged man shook his head. "This is not the time to speak of this. If Junior Apprentice Brother Liao has really been harmed by that fella, we have to think of a way to ferret him out right now. I have also heard of the matter of someone from the Radiant Light sect running out to falsely claim credit for it. There might be some unexpected gains. There is indeed no harm in us adding fuel to the fire." His gaze was cold. "I heard that there is enmity between the Radiant Light sect and this fella as well. We can make use of them to help us find that fella and rescue Junior Apprentice Brother Liao, or take revenge for him, at the same time also wresting back the materials that Junior Apprentice Brother Liao transported back then. At that time, I will rush back with those things. It should not be a problem. I am just afraid that some of the materials might already be missing. Therefore, I have personally made a trip here. If there are any problems, we can make adjustments at the last minute, getting King Xuanmu to help us gather them." Madame Kong nodded. "Senior Apprentice Brother Chi, everyone has always known about your attainments in formations." While this middle-aged man Chi Wei was not famous, he could virtually be said to be the number one in formations in the Grand Xian dynasty, as well as the current number one formation Grandmaster of the Royal Reed Sea. While he was also an expert of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm like Madame Kong was well aware that if Chi Wei was given sufficient time and space to set up formations, he alone would be able to slay many experts of the same cultivation level. Chi Wei was not a descendant of Shen Lingzi's lineage. Instead, he was a descendant of another expert who had come to the Royal Reed Sea alongside King Xianwen and Shen Lingzi the Ear, the formation Grandmaster Daoist Shi. Their 3 lineages stemmed from the same source. Therefore, they were all of the same lineage. It was usually Chi Wei who presided over the heaven-bearing effecate formation. Now that he had personally left the Royal Reed Sea this time, he had clearly been forced into a corner. To be continued. Chapter 664. Chi Wei and Madame Kong exchanged glances, their expressions both very solemn. Madame Kong pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, "That youth called Yen Zhaoga is rather strange. Could he have seen through the matter of us setting up the heaven-bearing effecate formation?" "Huh." Hearing her words, Chi Wei's gaze turned colder. "This youth is very knowledgeable," Madame Kong said calmly. "According to Jinyuan, he is also very interested in our search for Yu Baoqi. He seems to know something about it." Chi Wei said coldly, "All the more we cannot leave him alive then. The fewer people who know about the heaven-bearing effecate formation, the better." Madame Kong said, I have reported this to the 2 senior apprentice uncles. They also said that the heaven-bearing effecate formation is of utmost importance. That Yu Baoqi is likely related to another major figure, being an unexpected gain. It would be best if we could deal with it in passing. Still, at the end of the day, we still have to focus on solving the riddle left behind by the Earth Queen. Now, she sighed, I secretly got junior apprentice brother Liao to send the heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance and the other treasures over to you as soon as possible. Never would I have thought that, Chi Wei said. Anyway, find that fella surnamed Yan as soon as possible. Yan Zhaoge sat within the myriad dragon palace amidst the deep sea. Above his head was his true martial avatar, condensed from his martial true intent. Yan Zhaoge's true martial avatar changed unceasingly, from the initial peerless infinity of chaos to a massive divinity that could overturn the heavens and the earth before transforming into a giant that stood atop a true dragon and was surrounded by clear qi. In the end, it turned into a long sword that was incomparably vicious. The sword transformed into peerless infinity of chaos once more, retracting above Yan Zhaoge's head. Yan Zhaoge opened his eyes, divine light surging within them that shook the surrounding area. His heart jolted slightly as he swiveled his head, seeing Feng Yunxing walk out from the depths of the palace. Already a martial grandmaster? Yan Zhaoge smiled. While I was unable to break my father's record in the 8 extremities world, it is already very fast, not slower than mine. Feng Yunxing said, I cannot compare to you and chief apprentice uncle. My foundation is not as solid as yours. I have borrowed the qi of true dragons in this myriad dragon palace, as well as the many conveniences of the dim sun, cold moon ritual. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Speaking of the dim sun, cold moon ritual, I feel that you should actually expel the power of dim moon from your body, only retaining the power of cold sun. That would instead be better. Because of the cold sun divine saber, Feng Yunxing had absorbed close to 80% of the total power of cold sun. Or rather, it was the cold sun divine saber that had absorbed close to 80% of the power of the cold sun. Feng Yunxing's life was intertwined with the cold sun divine saber, and they were one and the same. On the other hand, Feng Yunxing did not absorb much of the power of the dark moon. After all, Feng Yunxing's current cultivation level was rather low. That's exactly what I'm thinking, Feng Yunxing said. I vaguely sensed something during my secluded cultivation this time. Yan Zhaoge said, you might as well just give it to me. I can use it to temper my new supreme martial art. Feng Yunxing nodded and sat down cross-legged. Her pupils abruptly changed in appearance, flickering with dim blue radiance as they resembled 2 cold suns. Black light flickered amidst the dim blue radiance. Feng Yunxing's body shook as she opened her mouth, streams of black light surging out before condensing into a jet-black dim moon in front of her. The moonlight seemed to be blazing, causing one to feel blazing hot. Yet it also contained a cold, clear, and extinguishing intent. Seeing the power of dim moon fly out from her mouth, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. This meant that Feng Yunxing had long since thought of this, having accurately judged her own cultivation base. She had not deeply refined the power of dim moon, instead keeping it in isolation, condensing it into an orb outside her body now. With just a thought, Yan Zhaoge's true essence transformed into streams of clear qi that flew out, enveloping that orb in the form of a full black moon. The orb was brought to the top of Yan Zhaoge's head. Yan Zhaoge's Baihui acupoint emitted a brilliant glow. Beneath the radiance, that black orb slowly descended, about to be kept within Yan Zhaoge's body. Finally, Yan Zhaoge's eyes suddenly swiveled as that black orb halted its descent. Feng Yunxing was taken aback. Is there something wrong? There's nothing wrong. Yan Zhaoge stared at her slyly. It's just that. Do you mind if I swallow it with my mouth as well? Feng Yunxing instantly did not know whether to laugh or to cry. having rarely seen Yen Zhaoge like this that year. She was neither embarrassed nor angered as she rolled her eyes at Yen Zhaoge. It would be this little girl's honor. Why don't I go over and feed you? Yen Zhaoge had yet to speak when Ahu suddenly came over from the side, staring excitedly as he nodded unceasingly, Of course, of course! Pan Pan opened his big eyes that resembled copper bells as he also came over, his two front paws clasped before him as he made a clapping gesture. Go! Yen Zhaoge rolled his eyes. Being surrounded by so many people, his mood instantly plummeted greatly. Feng Yunsheng looked like she was smiling, whilst also not, as she looked exasperatedly at the two spectators by the side. Exchanging glances with her, Yen Zhaoge both laughed. Amidst their laughter, Yen Zhaoge raised his head, opening his mouth as he directly swallowed that black orb condensed of the power of dim moon. A brutal, extinguishing sword intent instantly emanated from his body. That sacred artifact, the glorious rainbow sword, returned to his hands, shaking unceasingly. Ahu and Pan Pan both sat dejectedly by the side. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing smiled as she shook her head, a slight flush appearing on her face as well. After calming herself, she closed her eyes and began cultivating her qi once more. After a long time, Yen Zhaoge opened his eyes, keeping the glorious rainbow sword as he stood up and stretched lazily. I wonder what the current situation is in the Royal Reed Sea. He controlled the myriad dragon palace to traverse stealthily within the sea for a period of time before surfacing to the surface. He had caught a new tongue and asked for news. The current situation in the Royal Reed Sea had indeed changed once more. With a corner of the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation having been broken by him, the entire grand formation had been affected as it was hard for them to target the North Sea Sword Pavilion's sword domain in the Grinding Hut region. The Grand Xian dynasty could only compete head-on with the anti-Xian forces. Both sides had victories and defeats in their battles. The anti-Xian forces relied on the geographical advantage of the Grinding Hut region's sword domain and the North Sea Sword Pavilion's Guardian Grand Formation, causing the Grand Xian dynasty to be hard-pressed to succeed in the short term. Recently, news had spread that the Grand Xian dynasty had suddenly retreated from the North Sea, their spearhead now being directed at the Radiant Light sect. The experts of the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect, and Copperman Island had all gathered at the North Sea Sword Pavilion before this. If they wanted to reinforce the Radiant Light sect, they would have to leave the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region. However, if the Grand Xian dynasty was still acting as a diversion, still targeting the anti-Xian forces of the Grinding Hut region, it would be very easy for them to ambush those who were rushing to reinforce the Radiant Light sect along the way. If the anti-Xian forces did not reinforce them, the Grand Xian dynasty would simply attack the Radiant Light sect. Having the initiative, the Grand Xian dynasty had more choices, while the anti-Xian forces would be in a much more difficult situation. Still, it was unknown whose idea it was, but the anti-Xian forces displayed shocking decisiveness. They immediately left the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region, pursuing the Grand Xian dynasty who had retreated from the North Sea, biting onto their tail, not giving them any time to set up their plans as they prevented them from setting up any traps or ambushes. Having lost their geographical advantage, the anti-Xian forces were weak. The Grand Xian dynasty wanted to turn around and counterattack, but the anti-Xian forces retreated towards the Grinding Hut region once more. The Grand Xian dynasty did not pursue, wanting to leave the North Sea, but the anti-Xian forces caught up with them once more. Anyway, the two sides fought and stopped, entangled together as they fought unceasingly. The situation was rather similar to that between Yen Zhaoge and that old man earlier. Even as he clashed, he was also unceasingly playing mind games. Other than the overall situation, there was also some other news that drew Yen Zhaoge's attention. For example, everyone was praising that the one who had broken the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation was a martial practitioner of the Radiant Light sect. This person was called Nong Yuxuan. Hearing the news, Yan Zhaoge blinked. To be continued. Chapter 665. Yan Zhaoge blinked, looking rather amusedly at the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioner he had captured. Nong Yuxuan broke the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation? How did he do it? When? That person said, I heard that it was in the whole tower region. I am not clear on the specifics. Yan Zhaoge smiled, asking, Who spread the news? The other party answered, The Radiant Light sect is not clear on the specifics. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, searching over the sea once more. This time he found a North Sea sword pavilion martial practitioner. Starlight Gnome pierced through the fire pith vein of the whole tower region's northern region of sea with the 9-star alignment technique, causing the spiritual chi of the earth veins to fluctuate as underground fire spurted out. This underground fire triggered the true Wood formation talisman that the Xian traders had set up in the whole tower region. Then, the talisman in turn caused the heavenly fire tribulation thunder in the sky to descend prematurely. Because of the gathering of the underground fire, the descending thunder and fire was also gathered together in the northern region of sea of the whole tower region, not harming any other places. Starlight Gnome really put in a lot of effort. The other party spoke unceasingly, repeatedly sighing in praise. A corner of the whole tower region having been shaken prematurely, the entire heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation having been affected, its effects greatly reduced. The sword domain of our anti-Xian army in the Grinding Hut region is impregnable as a result, the Xian traders being hard-pressed to break through. The Radiant Light sect has helped us, making such a huge contribution to the entire anti-Xian cause. Now that they are in danger, we should naturally assist them in fighting the Xian traders together. Yan Zhaoge looked like he was smiling, whilst also not as he asked, You all believe Nong Yuxuan's words? That North Sea sword pavilion martial practitioner looked rather quizzically at Yan Zhaoge. This is only natural. Outside of the Grand Xian dynasty in the Royal Reed Sea, the one who has researched the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation the most deeply should be Starlight Gnome. This is something that everyone knows. The facts have proven that he indeed lives up to his reputation. Yan Zhaoge chuckled. From a certain perspective, he felt that Nong Yuxuan indeed had some research on the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation. After all, he did not witness it with his own eyes. He could only speculate based on the traces he observed afterwards. Due to the eruption of thunder and fire, only a few traces had been left behind. It was purely hindsight. Yan Zhaoge did not speak further with this North Sea sword pavilion martial practitioner, just asking, Oh, I wonder where this great hero is now. The other party did not suspect anything and replied, I heard that he's in the heavenly inheritance continent now. The anti-Xian army pursued the retreating Grand Xian dynasty, the two sides constantly engaged in a battle of attrition. The heavenly inheritance continent had just left the grinding hut continent. Compared to the pursuing anti-Xian army, it was at the back. That North Sea sword pavilion martial practitioner said matter-of-factly, Starlight Gnome has performed a miraculous service, breaking through the Xian traders' heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation. He definitely bears a grudge against him now, so he should be more cautious. Yan Zhaoge chuckled. The heavenly inheritance region? He headed north towards the heavenly inheritance continent. Within the myriad dragon palace, who ground his teeth in fury. Young master, this surnamed Nong really is a scum. Yan Zhaoge chuckled. How could it be so easy to take my credit? He smacked his lips. However, it does seem like a trap to lure me to him. Hearing this, Feng Yunqing's gaze turned stern. He has already refined a large portion of the Rahu Saber's power. He is not afraid of the cold sun, divine saber suppression towards him. That is most likely the case. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why he is so confident. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. Either many experts of the Radiant Light sect have set up a trap to surround and kill me, even having seen divinity martial saints preparing to ambush me. Or he is currently able to wield a large portion of the Rahu Saber's power, not being affected by the cold sun divine saber. At the same time, it would be equivalent to him possessing a mid-grade sacred artifact. The great battle between the Grand Xian dynasty and the anti-Xian forces was currently at a stalemate, raging like a raging fire. The Radiant Light sect might even become the Grand Xian dynasty's target. Under such circumstances, it would be very difficult for the Radiant Light sect to dispatch a great number of experts to deal with Yan Zhaoge, especially when their peak experts would most likely be unable to extricate themselves. Therefore, it was more likely that Nong Yuxuan and a few other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners would be responsible for this matter alone. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. If he is already able to wield a large portion of the Rahu Saber's power, he would be able to restrict my extreme yang seal. If he does not just have the power for a single strike, it would be even more terrifying. Ahu grinned. Young master, if that is so, it would be a little troublesome. Nong Yuxuan himself was already an elite amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. As he sought the power of dim sun and cold moon, he was also able to single-handedly suppress the combined attacks of Kong Jinyuan, who was also a late-merging avatar martial saint, as well as another dim darkness sect elder at the second level of the martial saint realm. Even when he had been injured by Yan Zhaoge, Nong Yuxuan had still been able to reverse the situation and defeat Kong Jinyuan, who was in pursuit of him. As long as the power of the Rahu Saber was not countered by the cold sun divine saber, even if he only had a single chance to attack, being able to nullify the power of the extreme yang seal would already be sufficient for Nong Yuxuan. Moreover, even if there were not too many fellow disciples accompanying him, Nong Yuxuan would not be alone. Since he intended to kill Yan Zhaoge, he would naturally have to make proper preparations. After a few exchanges earlier, Nong Yuxuan no longer dared to underestimate Yan Zhaoge. Feng Yunxing pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, "Perhaps there is still a way." As Yan Zhaoge looked at her, Feng Yunxing raised the cold sun divine saber in her hand. "I can take a bit of a risk." "Oh." Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted as he understood what she wanted to do, his expression involuntarily turning rather strange. "I already said back then, I am someone who likes to take risks, often causing major movements. Therefore, I found a housekeeper to manage me, able to rein me in at critical times. From the looks of it now, however, it seems like I found someone even crazier than me." Feng Yunxing smiled. "I also said it back then. Who knows? She might even be crazier along with you." Yan Zhaoge felt pained. "I really boarded a pirate ship." After a few jokes, Yan Zhaoge asked solemnly, "How many breaths of time can you hold on for now?" 12 breaths, Feng Yunxing answered solemnly as well. "I am going to take a risk and not throw my life away. I understand this principle." Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, "At that time, I will look at the specific arrangements of the other side before making a decision. The Grand Xian dynasty might have the intention of reaping the benefits of a third party's conflict." Emerging from the deep sea, Yan Zhaoge's group arrived at the Heavenly Inheritance region. From his conversation with that North Sea Sword Pavilion martial practitioner earlier, Yan Zhaoge had already learnt that other than Nong Yuxuan, Yu Baoqi was coincidentally here as well. Apart from that, there were also dim darkness sect martial practitioners. Still, they were not people Yan Zhaoge was familiar with. When Yu Baoqi had been informed by the other North Sea Sword Pavilion martial practitioners and hurried over to see Yan Zhaoge, her expression had been solemn. The first thing she asked upon meeting him was, who exactly was it that broke the heavenly fire, tribulation, thunder formation? Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Since you have asked this, it means that you too are suspecting it." Yu Baoqi was silent. She had heard Yan Zhaoge mention that there was a way to break the heavenly fire, tribulation, thunder formation. But she had fled after Kong Jinyuan had appeared. She had not witnessed Yan Zhaoga capturing Kong Jinyuan and breaking the Grand Formation. It was just that after knowing that there was enmity between Yan Zhaoga and the Radiant Light sect and looking at the current situation, she could not help but feel suspicious. To be continued. Chapter 666. Yan Zhaoga smiled. The one who broke the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation was naturally me. As for a certain person, surnamed Nong, he merely faked his fame and stole credit. Looking at Yan Zhaoga, Yu Baoqi fell silent for a time. She thought for a moment, then said, "If you don't mind, I'll take you to see Elder Qi of our sect, who's in charge of the Heavenly Inheritance Continent." Yan Zhaoga laughed. The martial practitioners of the various great sects here might as well be invited to act as witnesses. Seeing Yan Zhaoga so certain, Yu Baoqi could not help but glance at him, pondering for a moment before saying, "Elder Qi will have to decide." Yan Zhaoga said nonchalantly, "The guest follows the host's wishes." They set out together, but who knew that not long after, the horizon in the distance lit up with boundless radiance, illuminating the world into a vast expanse of whiteness. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoga smiled. "As expected, you were specifically waiting for me to come." Yu Baoqi felt rather awkward as she knew that it was most likely her fellow disciples who had leaked the news, such that those of the Radiant Light sect had learnt so quickly that Yan Zhaoga had arrived in the Heavenly Inheritance region. Although it might have been an unintentional mistake by her fellow disciple, she still felt ashamed. On the other hand, Yan Zhaoga's expression was as per usual as he saw a few streaks of light speedily arriving before him. Stopping, a few figures appeared behind them. The person in the lead was precisely Nong Yuxuan. Under his lead, the group of Radiant Light sect martial practitioners vaguely formed an encirclement. Nong Yuxuan stared at Yan Zhaoga as a Radiant Light sect elder beside him looked at Yu Baoqi, saying, "This person has repeatedly offended our sect, even killing and injuring our martial practitioners. Now, we must properly settle this debt with him. Fairy Yu, please do not interfere." Yu Baoqi frowned slightly. "He is now a guest of our sect." Nong Yuxuan said indifferently, "I will personally apologize to Pavilion Master Gu after this matter is over. For now, your esteemed sect should not get involved." Yu Baoqi's eyes narrowed. She could tell that the other party's tone was flat, but it revealed a firm will and determination. His killing intent was awe-inspiring and unshakable. Yan Zhaoga smiled. "You want to kill me now. How much of it is because of our past enmity, and how much of it is to silence me lest others know that you stole my contribution in breaking the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation?" A Radiant Light sect martial practitioner roared furiously, "Nonsense!" Nong Yuxuan's expression was calm. "That is not important. What is important is that you dared to show your face." He looked rather strangely at Yan Zhaoga. "It looks like the thing is on you and was brought to the world beyond worlds by you. Otherwise, you would not be so bold." A faint smile appeared at the corners of Nong Yuxuan's mouth. "This really couldn't be any better." Yan Zhaoga spread his palms apart. "Looks like you didn't learn your lesson, ah?" Nong Yuxuan stepped on the air, striding forward. "Then let's give it a try." At this moment, a vast and vigorous sword intent came from another direction. The sword light flashed, and the sword energy swept through the world like a tidal wave. Upon seeing this, Yu Baoqi heaved a sigh of relief. Then, an old man appeared in front of everyone. Nong Yuxuan's expression did not change. "Elder Qi, this sect has to settle some personal grudges. I hope that your sect will not interfere." The North Sea Sword Pavilion's expert, Elder Qi, who was in charge of the situation here, cast his gaze on Yu Baoqi. "What's going on?" After glancing at Nong Yuxuan and the other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners, Yu Baoqi explained the situation to Elder Qi via sound transmission. After hearing what had happened, the other party's expression turned grim. He looked at Yan Zhaoga rather suspiciously. Yan Zhaoge was currently gradually gaining fame in the Royal Reed Sea as well. While he was still a martial grandmaster, he was already no longer an ordinary figure. It was just that, compared to Nong Yuxuan, who had made a name for himself many years ago, his reputation was clearly inferior. This made Elder Qi a little doubtful. After all, if it was really as Yan Zhaoge had said, the effects of this matter would be extremely bad. However, Elder Qi had no choice but to be cautious in the current situation. Behind Nong Yuxuan stood the Radiant Light sect, one of the 4 major powers of the Royal Reed Sea that stood against the Grand Xian dynasty, experts as common as clouds. In the process of resisting the Grand Xian dynasty, the Radiant Light sect played an important role. The North Sea Sword Pavilion was attacked by the Grand Xian dynasty. The chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan, had brought along the high-grade sacred artifact, the Sun Moon Wheels, to personally reinforce the grinding hut region of the North Sea, helping the North Sea Sword Pavilion resist the Grand Xian dynasty. The Radiant Light sect itself was threatened by the Grand Xian dynasty because of this. As for Yan Zhaoge, however much of a heaven-defying genius he was, he would definitely be unable to compare to the Radiant Light sect at this current stage. It would be fine if the evidence was conclusive, but if both sides insisted on arguing, it would cause a huge mess if it wasn't handled properly. Yu Baoqi had first brought Yan Zhaoge to see Elder Qi out of consideration for this. The clash that had occurred during the dim sun cold moon ritual had already caused more and more people to know that there was conflict between Yan Zhaoge and Nong Yuxuan. While few people understood the specifics of the situation, the two sides were definitely at loggerheads with one another. And now, something like the possibility of stealing credit had happened. The situation was already on the verge of erupting at any moment. If Elder Qi had not arrived, the two sides would definitely have already directly clashed. Now, numerous streaks of light arrived from different directions. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge could not help but smile. The ones who had arrived were martial practitioners of the Dim Darkness sect and Copper Men Island. Nong Yuxuan, Elder Qi, and the others were all late merging avatar martial saints. As they vaguely formed a stalemate, it naturally drew the attention of many. Only after arriving did they discover that there was something else going on. A longtime elder of the Radiant Light sect said coldly, "Everyone with the Grand Xian dynasty currently before us, we shouldn't be wasting time on such a minor matter, right? Our sect can handle it ourselves." How would Yan Zhaoge not be able to tell what he was implying? With a powerful enemy like the Grand Xian dynasty on the outside, between the mighty Radiant Light sect and a mere martial grandmaster, was there even a need to say anything? Even if this martial grandmaster was powerful, able to battle merging avatar martial saints and possessing boundless potential, how could he compare to the entire Radiant Light sect? The gaze of that Dim Darkness sect elder flickered slightly. This young master Yan Zhaoge is a guest of my Dim Darkness sect, also being irreconcilable with the Grand Xian dynasty. Currently, the rebellion against the Xian dynasty is of utmost importance. Even if you all have personal enmity, you should still wait for now. Those of the Radiant Light sect all frowned slightly. No, we must slay this little scum today. That Dim Darkness sect elder asked casually, "What are you in such a rush for?" Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly. "From what I know, the Bright Starlight King is someone that the Radiant Light sect is heavily groomed, even having a high chance of succeeding as the next chief. However, such a person has actually done something, like falsely claiming credit. It's not that he can't do it, it's just that the way he eats is really a little unsightly." A cold light instantly flickered within the eyes of that Dim Darkness sect elder as he stared at Nong Yuxuan. "Oh, this is interesting." Nong Yuxuan ignored that Dim Darkness sect elder, instead saying mildly as he looked at Yan Zhaoge, "Just based on these words of yours alone, I can convict you of the heavy crime of disrupting the morale of the army and wrecking the rebellion against the Xian dynasty." The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched lightly upwards. Doing things in secret is a double-edged sword. Even as you deceive your enemies, you can also deceive your own people. Chapter 6, 67. Yan Zhaoge's words caused everyone present to feel rather puzzled, not understanding what he meant. They all thought that he was referring to the matter before them. A Radiant Light sect elder appeared displeased. Nonsense. That dim darkness sect elder mocked. If you don't want others to know about it, don't do it. Since you are in such a rush to kill him, it shouldn't be to silence him. The Radiant Light sect and the dim darkness sect had long-standing enmity. If not for their common enemy, the Grand Xian dynasty, the two sides would long since have engaged in an endless battle to the death. While they were both currently in the anti-Xian camp, they were still usually not on good terms. Even if it was not to the extent of opposing for the sake of opposing, the dim darkness sect would naturally be happy to see an important figure of the Radiant Light sect, like Nong Yuxuan, lose his reputation. While the fruits of the dim sun cold moon ritual having fallen into Yan Zhaoge's hands left those of the dim darkness sect feeling rather despondent, it was the Grand Xian dynasty's attack that had caused the ritual to fail at the end of the day. Yan Zhaoge had only just happened to be there. If the remnant power of the ritual had not fallen into Yan Zhaoge's hands, it would most likely have fallen into the hands of the Radiant Light sect's Nong Yuxuan. As compared to the latter, the dim darkness sect would definitely find it easier to accept the former outcome. Now that there was a chance to make the Radiant Light sect suffer a setback, the dim darkness sect would definitely not hesitate to stand on the same side as Yan Zhaoge. Someone in the Radiant Light sect's camp laughed coldly, like leeches that have smelled blood. Just the slightest sign of trouble from our sect, you will immediately rush over. If you want to take advantage of us, look at the situation first. Who doesn't know that our sect's Elder Nong is extremely proficient in the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation that even few in the Grand Xian dynasty can compare to? He glanced at Yan Zhaoge. Is such a major matter something that a martial grandmaster can accomplish? That would be the greatest joke of the world. That dim darkness sect elder had a composed look on his face. Since that is so, what are you in such a rush for? This elder did not know whether Yan Zhaoge's words were true or not, but he recalled something. When their sect's dim, sun, cold moon ritual had been in progress, Yan Zhaoge had actually followed the power of the ritual all the way from the branch altar to the main altar, and had actually been completely unscathed. Whether it was intentional or not, at the very least, this meant that Yan Zhaoge was quite accomplished in the Tao of formations. This caused those of the dim darkness sect to feel a little more confident. Elder Qi of the North Sea Sword Pavilion now asked slowly. Starlight Nong's method of dispelling it is no longer a secret. After the elders of the various families have investigated it, they are all certain that there is no problem with the method. The whole tower region's heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation was precisely dispelled by the 9 stars aligned pearl, stirring earth fire. Yet now, young Master Yan has come out and claimed that he was the one who broke the formation. Is there anyone else who can prove this? As he spoke, he glanced at Yu Baoqi. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge knew that Yu Baoqi had once mentioned her doubts to this Elder Qi. With Yu Baoqi's assurance, Elder Qi wasn't as shocked as before. At the very least, he did not directly reprimand Yan Zhaoge, who was merely a martial grandmaster, for bragging. Yan Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "If it's witnesses, there really aren't any." The people of the Radiant Light sect laughed coldly. It was you who made a false accusation in the first place. Other than an accomplice who colluded with you, there naturally wouldn't be any true witnesses. Yu Baoqi frowned. There was a hidden meaning in the other party's words. The Radiant Light sect had learnt that Yan Zhaoge had first come to the Heavenly Inheritance region to look for her and the North Sea Sword Pavilion. They would naturally be vigilant. Still, she had indeed not witnessed Yan Zhaoge breaking the formation. Thus, it was not good for her to speak now. That dim darkness sect elder chortled. Speaking of this, it was you who spread the news that Nong Yuxuan broke the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation. Is there anyone else who can prove this? The Copper Men Island elder, who had been silent all along, now said slowly, the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation is no small matter. The Grand Xian dynasty had already set it up properly at the time, accumulating power and waiting to act. Having a way to break the formation, one would naturally have to grasp the opportunity and do it as soon as possible. Who would still have the time and effort to find witnesses for themselves. This Copper Men Island elder surveyed their surroundings. Starlight Gnome was able to explain the method of breaking the formation, the experts of the various sects having confirmed it as well. Accusing him of having stolen credit just based on the words of a single person would be a little unfair, wouldn't it? Moreover, it is someone with a personal grudge against him. His gaze slowly swept across Yen Zhaoga and a dim darkness sect elder. This old man feels that we should still be cautious. Otherwise, the current situation of the rebellion against the Xian would be destroyed for no good reason. Everyone, we currently do not hold the advantage. The initiative lies more with the side of the Xian crooks. If we are not careful in the slightest, a calamity might befall us all. The North Sea Sword Pavilion's Elder Qi was silent for a moment. Meanwhile, the dim darkness sect elder knit his brows. The other party's words were clearly biased towards the Radiant Light sect, with both sides clinging to their own words and neither being able to bring out any better evidence. This was actually something that could be expected. It was hard to convince people to believe that the other party was trying to steal the credit without any concrete evidence. Otherwise, anyone would be able to jump out and falsely accuse others of anything they wanted. Even if they wanted to set up a heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation for the two sides to compete once more, they would not have sufficient materials to do so. Under such circumstances, it would be very normal for them to be biased towards the Radiant Light sect. First, not speaking of how Nong Yuxuan's reputation was greater, just the fact that their conflict with the Grand Xian dynasty had reached a critical juncture with internal strife occurring within the anti-Xian army, now being disadvantageous to their side, no matter how one looked at it. Elder Qi of the North Sea Sword Pavilion was still rather hesitant. However, to those of Copper Men Island, in order to maintain the stability of the overall situation, even if it really was Nong Yuxuan who had stolen credit, as long as there was no evidence that could pin him to death, Copper Men Island would still feign ignorance on the surface. That Copper Men Island elder swept his gaze across Elder Qi and the leading dim darkness sect elder. While he did not speak, Elder Qi and the other elder could still see for words within his gaze. The overall situation was of utmost importance. Seeing them exchanging gazes unceasingly, looking at those of the Radiant Light sect who were raring to go, Yen Zhaoga could not help but smile even more. While there are no witnesses, there is material evidence. Everyone was simultaneously taken aback. An orb had appeared in Yen Zhaoga's hand. He said neither hurriedly nor slowly, Huang Jie is a character. Still, it can be seen that he is also a secretive person, keeping his lips tight as he does not easily reveal his thoughts. Therefore, whatever methods he has, he would most likely not tell his fellow disciples. Perhaps he would tell his father Huang Su, his grandfather Huang Guanglia, and the others, but it would be impossible for him to tell Meng Wan or Tang Yonghao. Yen Zhaoga smiled. Therefore, your Radiant Light sect might not know that he had such a thing in his possession. After I killed him, it fell into my hands. If you had known about it, perhaps you wouldn't have done such a thing. Yen Zhaoga raised that orb, which hovered in midair as he tapped lightly on it. This thing is called the Heaven-Spying Orb. The images recorded within cannot be faked, cannot be altered. Light shot out from within the orb, an illusory scene of light appearing. The contents recorded were shockingly the process of Yen Zhaoga's 9 swords piercing through the earth veins, causing underground fire to erupt as he broke the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation in the northern region of sea of the whole tower region. Those of the North Sea Sword Pavilion Copper Men Island, and the Dim Darkness sect were all dazed on seeing this before their gazes simultaneously converged on Nong Yuxuan. Nong Yuxuan stared fixedly at Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge met his gaze mildly. For someone like me who likes to show off and show off, would it be possible for me to do a good deed without leaving my name? To be continued. Chapter 668. Yen Zhaoge's motto was that when doing great things, there had to be an audience. If there wasn't an audience, he would create one himself. Just as the Copper Men Island elder had said, the situation was urgent and chaotic. So how could they have the time to find another witness? Yu Baoqi was responsible for baiting Kang Jinyuan. For safety reasons, she could leave after that. There was no need for her to stay where she was. Meanwhile, with the heaven spying orb in hand, Yen Zhaoge would naturally secretly record down the process of him breaking the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation. When he had flashed the heaven spying orb, those of the Radiant Light sect had vaguely sensed that something was wrong, wanting to make a move to stop him. The Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners obstructed him, blocking his path. The cultivators of Copper Men Island frowned, intending to approach as well. However, they saw North Sea Sword Pavilion's Elder Qi and the others coming over to block them. The two sides were in a deadlock for a moment. Meanwhile, the heaven spying orb had already shot out rays of light, displaying an image. Looking at the image of light, even as everyone was shocked by Yen Zhaoge's Duan Jingtian surpassing all expectations, they all unconsciously looked towards Nong Yuxuan. None of the people present were people with shallow knowledge and experience. Although the heaven spying pearl was extremely rare, they all recognized it. Everyone knew the effects and characteristics of this thing. This treasure was much more advantageous than a witness. After all, witnesses could also collude. That Dim Darkness sect elder laughed loudly. What a bright star radiance King Nong Yuxuan. What a rare peerless genius who has hopes of walking the path of the Emperor of the past. As far as I can remember, the sovereign was not as shameless as you. The people of the North Sea Sword Pavilion were currently looking at the people of the Radiant Light sect. While they did not speak, their expressions were rather unfriendly. While everyone was in the Grinding Hut region's sword domain, joining hands to resist the Grand Xian dynasty, the one who would benefit the most from the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation being broken would definitely still be the North Sea Sword Pavilion, who was the host. Therefore, when Nong Yuxuan announced that he had broken the heaven fire tribulation thunder formation, the entire North Sea Sword Pavilion was extremely grateful. Now that the truth was out, Elder Qi and the others couldn't help but feel like they had been fooled. Nong Yuxuan was expressionless as he gazed deeply at Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge laughed lightly. It is actually not accurate enough to say that the images recorded by the heaven spying orb are completely impossible to falsify and alter. Strictly speaking, those above the martial sacred realm are able to do it. Yen Zhaoge smiled as he spread his hands apart. Hearing his words, everyone glanced at Yen Zhaoge rather exasperatedly. This is equivalent to saying that either the evidence I have given is real, or there is a supreme bigwig standing behind me who can cause the heavens and earth of the royal reed, sea, to change with just a breath. Which possibility do you choose to believe? The expressions of those of the Radiant Light sect were ugly. They wanted to say something, yet were momentarily at a loss for words. Only now did they understand what Yen Zhaoge had said at the start. Doing things in secret is a double-edged sword. Even as you deceive your enemies, you might also deceive your own people. These words actually did not refer to their Radiant Light sect. Instead, they referred to Huang Jie of the past. They had indeed not known that a heaven-spying orb had appeared in the Eight Extremities world. Also not knowing that this heaven-spying orb had fallen into Huang Jie's hands. Deng Sen and the others of the Radiant Light sect who had gone to the Eight Extremities world had been completely annihilated, not a single one able to return. The Purple Sun Marshal Saint Zhang Chao, Mengwan and Tang Yonghao, who had ascended from the Eight Extremities world, did not know that Huang Jie possessed the heaven-spying orb. Realizing this, all the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners present could not help but feel rather pained. This youth, who had once been highly regarded by longtime elders of the Radiant Light sect, had instead been used as a blade by his enemies after his death, stabbing viciously at the Radiant Light sect. That elder of Coppermen Island felt rather awkward as he fell into silence, his gaze shifting between Yan Zhaoge and Nong Yuxuan. With the facts before him, he no longer had the confidence to support the Radiant Light sect. Of course, from his heart, he too felt some admiration towards a heaven's favored son like Yan Zhaoge, who possessed outstanding talent and outstanding capabilities. However, the current Yan Zhaoge was still far from being able to compare to the Radiant Light sect. One was a youth with limitless prospects who still had room for improvement. The other was the Radiant Light sect, which possessed a high-grade sacred artifact and numerous seeing divinity martial saints. Between the Radiant Light sect and Yan Zhaoge, Coppermen Island would unquestionably still choose the former. With the difference in strength and cultivation base being too great, violence could crush justice, reason becoming reason, even if it was unreasonable. It was just a matter of silencing witnesses and destroying evidence. However, the Dim Darkness sect and the North Sea Sword Pavilion might not think this way. This was especially so for the Dim Darkness sect, as it was impossible for them to let it go so easily. With these two forces holding the fort, even if he wanted to continue helping the Radiant Light sect, it would not be effective. Elder Qi of the North Sea Sword Pavilion now said slowly, "Young Master Yen has dispelled the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation, sparing our grinding hut region's sword domain from harm. This old man is extremely grateful." His words were tantamount to determining the outcome. The one who had broken the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation was Yan Zhaoge, not Nong Yuxuan. Everyone sighed. The North Sea Sword Pavilion style is still so unyielding. Nong Yuxuan was the most outstanding figure of the Radiant Light sect's senior generation, a heaven's favored son whose name had shaken the royal reed sea in his youth. Now he had slowly matured into a pillar of the Radiant Light sect. He was one of the leading figures of the Radiant Light sect, having even been mentioned by the Grand Xian dynasty. He definitely had the full support of the Radiant Light sect behind him. On the contrary, due to the intentional actions of the Radiant Light sect, while Yan Zhaoge's background was still blurry, it was gradually being exposed. According to the Radiant Light sect, Yan Zhaoge came from the lower worlds, not having any impressive backers. Of course, they did not really believe the Radiant Light sect's words, just that they all had some doubts more or less. Under such circumstances, the North Sea Sword Pavilion's decision was virtually equivalent to not hesitating to offend the Radiant Light sect in supporting Yan Zhaoge, who had no backers behind him in upholding justice, exposing the matter of Nong Yuxuan's fraudulent contribution. Unlike the Dim Darkness sect, the North Sea Sword Pavilion had not previously had any major conflicts with the Radiant Light sect. There were virtually no benefits to be gained from this. At the very least, no benefits could be seen at the moment. The two sides had not been on friendly terms before this either. This was entirely due to the favor owed to Yan Zhaoge for breaking the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation. Looking at those of the Radiant Light sect, Elder Qi continued, "This old man will report this matter to our sect's pavilion lord and your sect's chief Luo. Everything will be left for them to handle." Hearing his words, the martial practitioners of Coppermen Island exchanged glances. Elder Qi clearly wanted to separate the Radiant Light sect from Nong Yuxuan, not targeting the Radiant Light sect, instead targeting Nong Yuxuan as an individual, more or less giving the Radiant Light sect a way out of this situation. It was just that Nong Yuxuan himself would still have his reputation completely ruined. While, however, the two were separated, Nong Yuxuan was still the face of the Radiant Light sect, as opposed to the North Sea Sword Pavilion's usual straightforward style. Elder Qi's actions were rather sly and slick. Those of Coppermen Island exchanged looks, no longer saying anything. Hearing his words, those of the Dim Darkness sect nodded slowly as well. Fighting against the Xian was their main goal. They would be very happy to humiliate the Radiant Light sect. However, completely falling out with the Radiant Light sect before the Grand Xian dynasty had been destroyed was not what they wished for. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change, as he was neither angry nor joyful, as he just nodded slightly towards Elder Qi. The Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation is tyrannical, possibly causing the life forms of the North Sea to be plunged into misery and suffering. The Grand Xian dynasty is brutal and heartless. This Yan acted out of righteous indignation. Elder Qi is polite. He did not say much, instead looking at Nong Yuxuan and the others with a smile that was whilst also not a smile. Indeed, Nong Yuxuan continued to stare at him, not saying a single word. He did not even look at Elder Qi and the others, as if he had heard nothing at all. To be continued. Chapter 669. Staring at Yan Zhaoge, Nong Yuxuan said after a while, "To think that you have a heaven-spying orb. It was my miscalculation. Still, it is fine. As long as I can draw you out, my goal has already been achieved." Nong Yuxuan strode over towards Yan Zhaoge. As compared to this, everything else is nothing. Those of the North Sea, Sword Pavilion, and the Dim Darkness sect all roared, "What are you doing?" The other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners followed behind Nong Yuxuan, who said, "Elder Qi, we can discuss how to deal with this matter and whether to report it to your sect's pavilion, Lord Gu, later. Now, please step back. My Radiant Light sect has things to do. As compared to the so-called merit and favor, capturing and killing this person is what I value the most." His gaze was fixated on Yan Zhaoge. Elder Qi and the others were greatly enraged. "You still want to commit murder in front of us?" Amidst their conversation, a powerful aura suddenly appeared over the distant horizon, instantly approaching. Feeling that powerful aura, Elder Qi and the others all felt suffocated. Seeing Divinity Martial Saint. You invited a Seeing Divinity Martial Saint to act against a Martial Grandmaster Jr. Everyone instinctively felt that the enmity between Yan Zhaoge and the Radiant Light sect was not as simple as just ordinary enmity. Both sides had a deeper connection. Therefore, the Radiant Light sect wanted to take down Yan Zhaoge, even at the risk of losing all decorum, relying on their strength to suppress those of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect here. The clash with the Grand Xian dynasty was currently at a critical juncture, especially with the Radiant Light sect currently facing a threat. Every peak expert was very important, as they had to concentrate all their strength as much as possible. Even so, the Radiant Light sect had still exceeded everyone's expectations, dispatching a Seeing Divinity Martial Saint expert, clearly determined to win. Nong Yuxuan walked towards Yan Zhaoge step by step. From the moment you were unable to hold yourself back and came to the Heavenly Inheritance region, your fate was already sealed. Death. That Dim Darkness sect elder snorted coldly. "Good. With a great enemy before us, in order to stand against the Grand Xian dynasty, whose experts above the third level of the Martial Saint realm do not wish to use them one at a time. Yet your people are still in the mood to come here and show off." An elder of the Radiant Light sect chortled. "Stray dogs, shut your mouths obediently. Otherwise, we will take care of all of you Dim Darkness sect who have deceived your masters and killed your ancestors here. Without an immortal bridge Martial Saint or a high-grade sacred artifact, you are merely relying on the secrecy of your main altar to survive till now. Otherwise, our sect would have long since trampled over your Dim Darkness sect. Now that your headquarters has been destroyed, what else is worth mentioning? Those sects rebelled against the Xian by relying on our sect, the North Sea Sword Pavilion. Coppermen Island also has their final backing, while your Dim Darkness sect is merely here to make up the numbers. Hearing his words, that dim darkness sect elder was greatly enraged. Big words! But at this moment, a powerful aura had already enveloped the entire world. The bright and dazzling sun shone down from above, radiating boundless light and scorching heat. It made people feel as if they were in a furnace, and everything in front of them was a vast expanse of whiteness. Yen Zhaoge raised his brows. This early-seeing divinity martial saint was clearly an old acquaintance. While, strictly speaking, they had only truly met once before, Yen Zhaoge had long since been very familiar with the enemy before him. This seeing divinity martial saint who was suppressing the heavenly inheritance region was clearly the previous chief of the sacred Sun clan, the Purple Sun martial saint Zhang Chao, who had ascended to the world beyond worlds, after having surpassed the third level of the martial saint realm in the Eight Extremities world. Elder Chi's expression was solemn. Starlight Gnome, you have overstepped your boundaries. The heavenly inheritance region is the land of our sect at the end of the day. Having said that, he spoke no further. Elder Chi directly patted the scabbard on his back, a broadsword shooting out from within and landing in his hands. With just a thought, numerous sword lights arose from all directions above the vast sea of the heavenly inheritance region. The sword lights intersected, rapidly forming a massive formation. Piercing cold sword chi suffused the surroundings, shooting into the skies together, stirring the deep sea below and shooting straight into the clouds below. It was as if the sword domain of the grinding hut region had been temporarily transported here. While it was much smaller in scale as compared to the true sword domain of the grinding hut region, under Elder Chi's control, it still displayed shocking power. The vast, mighty ocean that swept through the heavens and the earth merged with the terrifying, all-conquering sword chi, forming a world of swords together. The great golden sun descended from the sky, numerous streaks of golden light clashing unceasingly with the numerous streaks of sword chi of the sword domain. The sword domain was shaken, the winds and rain falling. The great golden sun was also breaking apart bit by bit. However, Zhang Chao had no intention of stopping at all, as each of his punches was faster and heavier than the previous. Many times, facing Elder Chi's fierce, mighty sword light bolstered by the sword domain, Zhang Chao did not even evade, as he instead fought with offense, trading injury for injury as he went all out. Within the sword domain, Nong Yuxuan and the other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners directly shot towards Yen Zhaoge. Their attacks were disrupting the circulation of the sword domain, causing its formation to fall into chaos. Working together from within and without, the sword domain of the heavenly inheritance region was shaken. With the power of the sword domain weakening, it would no longer be so easy for Elder Chi to deal with Zhang Chao. While the sword Dao of the North Sea Sword Pavilion was majestic and intricate to the extreme, as one of the few experts of the Eight Extremities world in post-Great Calamity times, Zhang Chao possessed outstanding strength as well. At the same cultivation level, whether or not Elder Chi might be able to defeat Zhang Chao was still a question. Now that his cultivation base was pressuring others, it was even less of a matter of casual words. Elder Chi's expression was solemn as he guided his sword light, sweeping towards Yen Zhaoge. Seeing that he bore no ill will, Yen Zhaoge did not react at all as he allowed the sword light to sweep him along. Then, Yen Zhaoge's figure vanished within the grand formation. Guided by the light and guided by the sword chi, Yen Zhaoge was actually about to be directly sent out of the sword domain of the heavenly inheritance region, transforming into a sword light and flying far away. Outside the sword domain, Zhang Chao wanted to pursue him. However, the grand formation which had previously been victorious instantly counterattacked. Elder Chi merged with his sword, shooting into the skies, his sword pointed straight at Zhang Chao as he blocked his path. However, within the grand formation, Nong Yuxuan and the others were not entangled with the martial practitioners of the dim darkness sect and the dark north sword pavilion. With Nong Yuxuan leading the way, they actually charged outwards. While Nong Yuxuan was proficient in formations, He shockingly seemed even more at ease than Yu Baoqi and the other North Sea Sword Pavilion martial practitioners at this moment of his. Gazing over, Elder Qi saw that Nong Yuxuan was holding a geomantic compass, its needle trembling unceasingly as it pointed out a direction for him. Zhang Chao was instead no longer in a hurry as he switched to suppressing Elder Qi and the others, allowing Nong Yuxuan and the others to pursue him without worry. Yan Zhaoge was sent far away by Elder Qi's sword light, but he did not relax. It won't be that simple. Indeed, just as this thought arose, a powerful light lit up in the distance, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Outside the heavenly inheritance region, the radiant light sect shockingly still had an early-seeing divinity, martial saint, specifically waiting to obstruct them. This time, it was a long-time elder of the radiant light sect's direct lineage, the Sun Moon Hall's Elder Chung Song. Behind him, Nong Yuxuan's group was also chasing after them aggressively. If you had tolerated the news of me breaking the formation, it would have been fine. But if you could not, daring to appear, the day of your death has already come. Nong Yuxuan gazed at Yan Zhaoge. From the moment you stepped into the heavenly inheritance region, you have already been left with no path to the heavens and no path to the earth. Chapter 670. Elder Qi and the others of the heavenly inheritance region would never have thought that the Radiant Light sect would actually dispatch 2 experts of the 4th level of the martial saint realm, the seeing divinity stage, in order to deal with Yan Zhaoge. Besides Zhang Chao, who had remained in the heavenly inheritance region to suppress Elder Qi and the others, the Radiant Light sect had also sent an elder of the 4th level of the martial saint realm, Chung Song, here specifically to kill Yan Zhaoge. Elder Qi and the others did not know that the Radiant Light sect had indeed gone all out this time in wanting to take down Yan Zhaoge. It was not just because of the accumulated enmity between the two sides now. It was also because Yan Zhaoge might possess the high-grade sacred artifact, the Extreme Yang Seal. They were determined to get it. Yan Zhaoge halted, seeing the powerful light growing brighter and brighter in the distance before a golden sun and a silver moon coiled interchangeably as they rose from the surface of the sea. As the sun and moon rotated, they slowly rose, displaying the variations of yin and yang as the powerful fluctuations of power caused one's heart to palpitate. This was unlike Deng Sun, who had been suppressed to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm by the power of dimensions of the 8 extremities world, even though he had been an early-seeing divinity martial saint. Currently in the world beyond worlds, Chung Song's mighty power of breaking through space and seeing true divinity could be fully unleashed. The sun and moon above Chung Song's head appeared before Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge could feel the acupoints of his body pulsing. He was not like martial practitioners below the 4th level of the martial saint realm, whose pulsing acupoints were only a matter of their own. The pulsing acupoints of Chung Song's body actually seemed to resonate with the flickering stars in the sky above. Meanwhile, the power contained within the pulsing of his acupoints was also far from what merging avatar martial saints could compare to. Chung Song glanced indifferently at Yan Zhaoge, not speaking as he directly reached out and grabbed over. The sun and moon above his head vanished, while the shocking scene of the sun rising and the moon setting could be seen beneath his palm. As he struck out with his palm, Yan Zhaoge felt as though the heavens and the earth were obscured before his eyes. That palm seemed to encompass the entire sky as the sun and moon also rose and fell beneath the envelopment of its momentum. While the sun and moon were clearly shining as usual, the surrounding light abruptly dimmed. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm and heavy. The Northern Ocean clone appeared before him, garbed in the imperious cold martial armor and wielding the fish dragon spear, directly striking out mightily towards Chung Song's sun, moon, divine palm. As the light and shadow flickered, a gargantuan Kuan Pong moved forward in the vast ice sea. The giant Leviathan turned a blind eye to all the turbulent waves. It didn't even look at them before it crushed them to pieces. Boundless energy shook the void. The giant Kuan leapt out of the water's surface. It suddenly transformed into a great pung and soared into the sky, spreading its wings into the 9 heavens. That fast and ferocious power swept up the icy ocean beneath him, flipping the heavens and earth. On the surface of the sea, one terrifying ice dragon after another soared into the sky together with the Kuan Pung, rising above the sun and moon. The 2 sides exchanged a blow in midair. The Kuan Pung and the ice dragon shattered together, but the sun and moon also dimmed. Chung Song was rather taken aback. The 3rd level of the martial saint realm, late merging avatar stage? Moreover, his strength is quite outstanding. With the Northern Ocean clone wielding the power of 2 sacred artifacts, Chung Song of the 4th level of the martial saint realm was temporarily unable to gain much of an advantage over him. There's actually such a hidden expert. Wait, that's not right. Chung Song's expression became solemn. This is actually a doppelganger that you've refined? A martial grandmaster, like you refined the body of a late merging avatar martial saint as a clone? Seeing through this, Chung Song inhaled deeply as he increasingly felt that Yen Zhaoge was extraordinary. His other free hand also reached out to grab at this moment. As he struck out with both palms, a great golden sun appeared on one palm and a cold silver moon appeared on the other. Suddenly, the golden sunlight and the silver moonlight dimmed simultaneously, losing their luster. The entire heavens and earth seemed to have descended into darkness at this moment. The radiant light sex direct lineage martial art. Sun devouring moon eroding hand. The Northern Ocean clone remained fearless as he wielded the spear with both hands, his power concentrated on the tip of the fish dragon spear. The tip of the fish dragon spear, which had already been exceptionally heavy in the first place, seemed even more dignified to the extreme at this moment. Space directly broke apart, a black hole appearing which frenziedly devoured all existences in the surroundings. The light between the heavens and the earth completely vanished at this moment as it was completely enveloped by darkness. The next moment, a feeling of distortion emanated from within that darkness. Then, space shattered and light reappeared, unprecedentedly dazzling as it expanded madly into the surroundings, illuminating the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers. The figures of the Northern Ocean clone and Chung Song reappeared. The shaft of the fish dragon spear was trembling unceasingly, emitting a low, buzzing sound. Just this sound alone caused the air in the distant horizon to explode unceasingly, the sounds of explosions ceaselessly resounding. The Northern Ocean clone's hands were trembling uncontrollably as streams of cold chi surged from the imperious cold martial armor, extending along the Northern Ocean clone's arms to the fish dragon spear, finally causing it to stop trembling. Chung Song looked at his palm where a bright red color could vaguely be seen. The spear was a pure weapon of slaughter, its power completely concentrated on a single point as it pierced through its target. The Northern Ocean clone's imperious cold martial armor boosted his strength a step further as he wielded the fish dragon spear with outstanding offensive power. Chung Song forcibly withstood it with his fleshly body. While the Northern Ocean clone's spear was nearly jolted out of his hands, he himself was nearly injured as well. While it was only a superficial wound at most, it still left Chung Song feeling rather embarrassed. He frowned, snorting coldly as a bright silver armor suddenly appeared on his body, vast spiritual light flickering as a powerful aura surged. While it was not a mid-grade sacred artifact with a low-grade sacred artifact in hand, Chung Song's aura immediately skyrocketed as well. He immediately attacked the Northern Ocean clone once more, not giving him any time to catch his breath. Now that he had a sacred artifact protecting him, he had sufficient confidence in clashing head-on with Yen Zhaoge's spear, destroying it along with a sacred artifact. However, the Northern Ocean clone did not clash head-on this time as he spun. A dark green bamboo cane suddenly appearing within his hands. Seeing this bamboo cane, Chung Song's eyelids instantly twitched as he recalled how known Yuxuan had once mentioned it being strange. He changed his stance in time, not letting the bamboo cane touch him. The Northern Ocean clone looked expressionlessly at Cheungsong, seeing that dark green bamboo cane. Nong Yuxuan's expression instantly turned rather bad as well. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, he said coldly, "Do you think that you were just unlucky being trapped here after escaping from the heavenly inheritance region? That was merely us intentionally letting you escape, lest the people of the North Sea, Sword Pavilion, and the Dim Darkness sect know what we obtained after killing you. There is no one else here, being a suitable place for you to die. You have many secrets on you, many treasures. Leave them all behind today." As he said this, roiling black smoke suddenly emanated from Nong Yuxuan's body. Black fire and devilish qi surged amidst the black smoke, devouring the heavens and corroding the sun as all light was expelled. That brutal aura was incomparably powerful, also seeming infinite and boundless. At this moment, Yen Zhaoge even felt that Nong Yuxuan of the 3rd level of the Martial Saint Realm was not inferior to Cheungsong of the 4th level of the Martial Saint Realm in the slightest, even surpassing him. It was as though there was a mid-grade sacred artifact that he was able to fully wield had merged with his body, temporarily transforming into the power of his cultivation base. I have already successfully refined most of the dim, glorious saber qi, no longer having to worry about cultivation deviation as my strength has risen to a whole new level. Nong Yuxuan walked towards Yen Zhaoge step by step. If you want to play the same old trick as last time, just try it. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoge laughed leisurely. Having no other spectators is also exactly what I wanted. As the myriad dragon palace suddenly appeared in the air above, Yen Zhaoge's smile turned icy cold. "Yunsheng, do it!